Chapter 46-24. Xiao. A faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The demon dragon's carriage shot over from the distant void. Through the dense fog curtain that had yet to close, the scene inside could be clearly seen. An imposing young man in a silver robe was lying on the snow-white thighs of a beautiful female cultivator, resting with his eyes closed. On his left and right, there were 6 other beautiful maidservants who were equally peerless in terms of both figure and appearance. They were massaging his shoulders and legs. This scene alone made Du Dezhong and the other 4 people's mouths twitch. At this moment, they completely believed the identity of this mysterious young master. He must be a big playboy from a superstar area on the left bank of the Milky Way. Otherwise, such a show of extravagance would be unheard of in the many powerful star areas on the right bank of the Milky Way. Not to mention, just the 7 beautiful maids, who were all at the 9th stage consummation level of a universe master, were extremely rare on the right bank of the Milky Way. It didn't mean that there weren't any 9th stage consummation level female cultivators on the right bank of the Milky Way, which was equivalent to half supreme level female cultivators, but it was simply impossible to find such a peerless existence. Even if there were 7 of them, it would be difficult to find even one. This was something that the lecherous Du Dedong had the most right to say. In the star where his cave was located, there were countless palaces, and he had collected a large number of female cultivators from the remnant. There were also stunning existences, and there were quite a number of them. However, none of them could be compared to any of the 7 maids. At this moment, just by glancing at them from a distance of hundreds of millions of miles away, his soul was captivated. However, it was only a burning light that flashed in the depths of his eyes, and it was quickly concealed. On the surface, there was no trace of it. As for Du Dezhong and the other 4 people, at this moment, their gazes had already shifted from Yi Xian and the 7 beautiful female cultivators to the luxurious demonic dragon imperial carriage and the 9 black dragons pulling the carriage in front of it. This Luan imperial carriage was too extravagant. A primordial supreme was indeed extraordinary. Even some primordial supremes on the right bank of the Milky Way didn't have one. Using the 9 black dragons pulling the carriage were even more astonishing. Black dragons were a kind of ferocious space beasts, and they were not uncommon in the various top-class and super-supreme forbidden lands on the right bank of the Milky Way. But however, there weren't many of them either. It was impossible for the right bank of the Milky Way to gather 9 identical black dragons, all of which were at the 2nd level of the Desolation era. Furthermore, the 9 black dragons were so obedient, which made it even more difficult. With such extravagance, even Du Dezhong wouldn't believe that the silver-robed man who was resting with his eyes closed in the front courtyard of the carriage wasn't a hedonistic young master from some super-powerful star region on the left bank of the Milky Way. Even so, he would not change his mind. After all, this was the right bank of the Milky Way, and the silver-robed young master was only a level 6 primordial mighty one. Even with the 9 level 2 black dragons, he was no match for the 5 of them. Only if they were to enter the depths of the Flying Dawn star system, they were destined to die here. Thinking of this, Du Dezhong and Zhong Wu subconsciously turned their heads and exchanged a look. There was a cold smile that quickly flashed through their eyes. While at this time, the hundreds of survivors of the Flying Dawn star area had also arrived in front of them with the demonic dragon's imperial chariot. Whoosh! The demonic dragon abruptly stopped and hung in the void. At this time, Yi Xian, who was resting with his eyes closed on the ground of the demonic dragon's front courtyard, opened his eyes, stood up, and walked out of the demonic dragon's carriage with his hands behind his back. Behind him, the 7 gorgeous cultivators followed closely. Their expressions were very cold and arrogant, giving people a feeling that they were unapproachable. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Yi Xian glanced at Du Dezhong and the other 4. He nodded slightly, showing that he was not surprised at all. His tone was also very indifferent. This young master was traveling on the right bank of the Milky Way and accidentally came here. I heard that there was a top star region here, so I wanted to come here and exchange my experience of refining flesh medicine with fellow cultivators. I don't know if I'm being rude. You're being too polite, fellow Taoist. How could we not be interested in the refinement of flesh medicine? Yes, 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 I heard that fellow cultivator wants to refine the legendary 9-color divine medicine. This matter shocked us very much. Now I'm afraid that we are even more interested than fellow cultivator. Why don't you come to this old man's cave residence and talk about it in detail? Yes, this star region is desolate and is not a place to entertain guests. Fellow cultivator, please. Du Dezhong said. The 5 of them turned their heads and exchanged a look. All of them were very polite with smiles on their faces. They warmly invited Yi Xian to enter the depths of the Flying Dawn star area and talk about it in detail inside the star where their cave residences were located. Although these 5 old guys hid it very well, Yi Xian still saw the clues. They seemed to be a little too eager to invite him into the depths of the Flying Dawn star area. This was obviously a problem. Yi Xian was naturally not afraid, but the other party's eager expectation was an opportunity for him to take advantage of. He was worried about how to deceive these 5 old guys to tell him all the secrets of refining flesh medicine they knew. Now it seemed that this was not a problem. Fellow cultivators, this young master doesn't have that much time to drink and chat with you, whoosh. Shaking his head, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand. In an instant, a wisp of 8-colored flame the size of a human head shot out from his hand and floated in front of him. This wisp of 8-colored flame was naturally drawn from the 9-colored flame of Shenong. The 9-colored flame had already entered the peak state of the Shenong exotic flame, but in fact, if Yi Xian wanted to, he could draw out 1 or more colored flames at will. Of course, as the color of the exotic flame decreased, its power would naturally decrease as well. To refine the legendary 9-color divine medicine, one must have a 9-colored flame. But now, the entire right bank of the Milky Way already knew that the public enemy of the right bank, Bao Yuan, had the Shenong cauldron, and that the Shenong exotic flame in the cauldron had already grown to a 9-colored flame. Therefore, if Yi Xian took out the 9-colored flame now, he would definitely be suspected, but the 8-colored flame was different. Besides the Shenong exotic flame in the Shenong cauldron, all kinds of top flames in the world could be fused and refined with each other. Yi Xian had encountered some powerful ferocious birds and beasts that possessed 2-colored flames or 3-colored flames. Such as today, his identity was still a big dandy from a super powerful star region on the left bank of the Milky Way, and it was reasonable that he had the exotic flame of heaven and earth that had already fused and refined to an 8-colored flame. This young master's exotic flame of heaven and earth has already fused to an 8-colored flame. At this time, seeing that Du Dezhong and the other 5 people were stunned at the same time, Yi Xian smiled lightly, and then said, unfortunately, refining the 9-colored divine medicine requires a 9-colored flame, and this young master's exotic flame of heaven and earth is still a little short, so, I want to see if I can find a way to refine the flesh medicine. If the refining secret method of the 5 fellow cultivators is useful to this young master and can make my refining secret method perfect, it naturally doesn't matter if it takes some time. Chapter 46-25. Hiss. It's actually an 8-color flame? Fellow cultivator, you're really extraordinary. In the entire right bank of the Milky Way, except for the infamous violent ape, there is only one supreme master of the remote antiquity at rank 6. The heavenly flame in his hand has already fused to the extent of 6 colors. I didn't expect that one of us could have an 8-colored flame. Could it be that fellow cultivator had previously announced that he wanted to refine the legendary 9-color divine medicine? With the 8-color flame in hand, if his attainments in the secret method of refining flesh and blood medicine are profound, I dare not say 9-color divine medicine, but at least 8-color divine medicine, he can definitely refine it. At this time, Du Dezhong and the other 4 people recovered from the shock. Their expressions changed slightly, and they all gasped and exclaimed softly. At this moment, they no longer had the slightest doubt about the origins of Yi Xian, who came from a forbidden area on the left bank of the Milky Way. This was because everything in front of them, no matter what, had proven this matter. Because, at the same time, the greed in the hearts of the 5 people also rose to the extreme when they saw Yi Xian waving his hand and casting out a wisp of 8-color flame. As powerful figures of the remnant, the 5 of them naturally had their own special flames. However, even Du Dezhong, who had reached the peak of rank 9 of the remote antiquity era and was a half-step to the supreme master realm, could only refine 3-colored special flames in his hands. As for the other 4 people, they only had a single flame that they had refined, and it was the same type of flame. Therefore, even if the 5 of them worked together and combined their own special flames to fuse and refine, they would not be able to create a 4-colored flame. Because, what's more, there were all kinds of unique flames, and not all flames could be successfully merged. This was also the reason why multicolor flames were so rare and hard to come by. However, to refine the flesh and blood divine medicine, one would need at least a 7-colored flame. Therefore, even though Du Dezhong had a 3-colored flame, it was impossible for him to refine a 3-color divine medicine. The best quality flesh and blood medicine he could refine was only a purple gold treasure medicine, and it was the kind with a lighter color. Because, even the purple gold treasure medicine refined by Yi Xian before he evolved the Shenong strange flame into a 9-color flame was better than his. Because of this, when they suddenly saw a wisp of 8-color flame in front of them, as powerful figures of the remnant people, it was absolutely false to say that they were not tempted. In this way, their determination to trick Yi Xian into the Xia Fei star field and take advantage of that dangerous place to kill him was even stronger. This was how it was in the universe. As long as the benefits were attractive enough, they would not hesitate even if it was a supreme of the primordial era, let alone a tier 6 powerhouse who came from a superpower on the left bank of the Milky Way. No, they might not even dare to think about it. After all, Yi Xian's left star field was a 6th order, and even if there were 5 of them, they may not be able to capture him easily. What's more, Yi Xian also had 9 black strands, who were also 1st-order powerhouses. In addition, the place where they were now was only the periphery of the Xia Fei star field. If they attacked here, not only would the news be leaked, but if they made too much noise and attracted other ancient powerhouses or even remote antiquity supreme, then the great benefits in front of them would be divided more or less. This was absolutely unacceptable to them. In any case, they must lure Yi Xian into the depths of the Xia Fei star field and use that place to smoothly kill him and obtain everything in his hands. With these thoughts flashing through their minds, Du Dezhong and the others turned their heads and exchanged a look, instantly reaching a consensus. No matter what, they must first lure Yi Xian back to their nest. Fellow Taoist is really a straightforward person. This old man likes this kind of straightforward personality. The smile on his face was still the same, but halfway through his words, Du Dezhong's tone changed, and he secretly gritted his teeth and said, "Refining divine medicines is also this old man's greatest wish in life. It's just that the heavenly flames in my hands have only been refined to the level of 3-colored flames, and I'm afraid it will take me many years to reach the level of 7-colored flames, which is the lowest level required to refine divine medicines. This was originally a great regret in my heart, but fortunately, I met fellow Taoist today. If I can see fellow Taoist refine divine medicines with my own eyes, even if they are only 8-colored divine medicines and not 9-colored divine medicines, this old man will be satisfied." When he spoke up to hear, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and he hesitated briefly before continuing. However, the secret technique of refining the flesh and blood medicine that the 5 of us possess was accumulated and perfected bit by bit through countless years after all. If it's helpful to young brother in refining the divine medicine, I wonder if little friend can refine a furnace of 8-colored divine medicines for the 5 of us? Of course, the flesh and blood materials used to refine the divine medicine and the various top-grade precious herbs will naturally be prepared by us. The latter request was deliberately made by Du Dezhong to dispel Yi Xian's doubts. After all, they did not know each other, and being too polite would definitely arouse suspicion. That's natural. Yi Xian inwardly sneered, but didn't show it on the surface. He immediately nodded and agreed. If the 5 fellow Taoist secret alchemy techniques can really help this young master refine flesh and blood divine medicine, even if it's not a 9-colored divine medicine, but only a 7-colored or 8-colored divine medicine, at that time, this young master will not go back on his words, and will definitely refine a furnace of divine medicines for the 5 of you as a reward. In that case, it's a deal. Seeing that Yi Xian had taken the bait, Du Dezhong's heart relaxed, and he nodded with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly waved his hand and shot a ray of light toward Yi Xian. Fellow cultivators, this young master wants to study carefully to see if this secret method of refining divine medicines is helpful. Please wait a moment. Yi Xian caught the faint ray of light and checked it with his divine sense. After confirming that it was not tampered with, he waved his hand and pressed it between his eyebrows. Then, after that, he cupped his fists to Du Dezhong and the others, smiled as a greeting, and then turned around and walked toward the demonic dragon carriage behind him. The 7 beautiful cultivators, including Shizhu and Hitorigami, all followed him. Swoosh! After entering the front yard of the demon dragon's imperial carriage, following Yi Xian's thought, the dense fog curtain that was originally rolled up instantly fell down. As a result, everything in the front yard of the imperial carriage could no longer be seen from the outside. Even if the ancient supreme being used his divine sense to investigate, it would be impossible for him to find anything unless he first destroyed the demon dragon's imperial carriage's domain. But, this demonic dragon carriage was a treasure of the ancients. While it was extremely luxurious, it focused more on its defensive ability. Although it could not be compared with the Shenong cauldron, it was completely impossible for an ordinary supreme being of the ancients to destroy it in a short time. Therefore Yi Xian, who got what he wanted, was not worried at all. After the fog curtain fell, he immediately sat cross-legged in the front yard of the demonic dragon carriage. Chapter 46-26. After all, Du Dezhong and the other 4 were all powerful experts of the Desolation era, especially Du Dezhong himself, whose cultivation strength had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Desolation era. He was a peak expert, or half-step supreme master. This old monster was an existence that had lived for countless years. In addition, he was a survivor of the Desolation era, and the refinement of flesh and blood medicine had been with him since he was young. Therefore, Du Dezhong was naturally very experienced in the refinement of flesh and blood medicine. Although the ball of light that shot out was only a small like a firefly, the amount of information contained in it could be said to be boundless. Look! These 5 old guys were really worried that Yi Xian would not be interested in their refinement and would leave. They had already revealed everything they had, and Yi Xian had benefited from it. After 2 full days of calculation, all the refinement's secret methods and experience from Du Dezhong were finally fully deciphered. Yi Xian was very excited, because he had a very strong intuition. If the deciphered refinement's secret methods and experience originally belonged to Du Dezhong were combined with the refinement's secret methods that he had already mastered, and perfectly optimized, the refinement's secret methods that Yi Xian would obtain would be even more perfect. It was not impossible to refine a supreme divine medicine that surpassed the 9-color divine medicine. However, this kind of combination would take a long time, and was not something that could be done overnight. After all, it was the combination and optimization of a huge amount of refinement's secret methods and experience. If there was the slightest mistake, all the previous efforts would be wasted, and he would have to start all over again. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. This is the logic behind it. Considering this point, Yi Xian immediately withdrew his divine sense, and issued an order to the devouring system in his body, temporarily stopping the derivation of the perfect pill formula of the level 30 heavenly path pellet, and putting all the calculation ability of the system into the fusion and optimization of the perfect refinement secret methods. After doing all this, Yi Xian took a deep breath and fell into deep thought. Now, only 2 days had passed, but the refinement's secret methods and experience given by Du Dezhong were so vast. If Yi Xian had not used the calculation ability of the devouring system in his body, and coupled with his terrifying divine sense of a 6th-stage expert, he would not have been able to fully comprehend it in 2 days. If he were to go out now, it would only make the other party suspicious. It just so happens that I can make use of this opportunity to refine another cauldron of 9-color divine medicine in case of emergency. Thinking of this, Yi Xian instantly made his decision. Without any hesitation, he immediately brought the 7 beautiful cultivators into the room from the front of the imperial carriage. Rumble. Swish, swish, swish. After entering the room, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the shrunken Shenong treasure cauldron. In the next instant, with a thought from him, he directly took out the remains of 108 primordial era creatures from the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. It was precisely the main ingredient used to refine the 9-color divine medicine, but at the same time, a large amount of top-grade precious materials and medicines were also taken out. There were all kinds of them, too many to count. As for the spring water used to refine medicine, it was just as extravagant this time. Similarly, it was directly replaced with a mixture of innate chilling spirit liquid and netherworld furnace lotion. Boom. Rumble. Swish. Soon, a loud rumbling sound was heard. A cauldron in the form of energy formed by the 9 colored flames of Shenong quickly rose from the flame pool inside the cauldron. It was pulled out of the Shenong cauldron by him and suspended in the void in front of a certain valley in the space inside the carriage. Following that, then, there was the sound of the air being torn apart. All the materials that were suspended in the void automatically flew into the cauldron and melted together in the blink of an eye. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Yi Xian's hands fluttered like butterflies. Obscure runes of different colors and shapes fell from his hands like rain, directly entering the 8-colored cauldron in the form of energy. Their momentum was overwhelming, densely packed, and the number was so large that it made one's hair stand on end. Time passed slowly. This time, Yi Xian deliberately slowed down. As he refined medicine, he felt and recalled the secret method of refining medicine that he had comprehended in the past 2 days. Unknowingly, he had already mastered it. After 2 full days, this cauldron of top-grade flesh medicine was finally completed. This time, Yi Xian was the same as last time. Even the body of the cauldron was formed by the pure 9-colored flames of Shenong, imperceptibly increasing its power. Until in terms of the materials used, it was still the same as last time. The lowest level was at the titled Emperor realm, and nearly half of them were at the quasi-desolation realm. There were even more than a dozen corpses of real desolation realm ferocious beasts. Such as today, this cauldron of flesh medicine was successfully refined. In an instant, there were countless auspicious visions of dragons and tigers leaping, appearing high in the void of the space inside the carriage. Roar. Ong, boom. In the next instant, there was a huge roar, and the 8-colored cauldron in the void in front of them bloomed with infinite light. The phantoms of real dragons and real phoenixes all rushed out of the cauldron, roaring with their necks outstretched. It was a magnificent sight. Immediately afterward, the entire cauldron turned into specks of 9-colored flames in an instant. They were collected by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand and sent into the Shenong cauldron, keeping it in his body. At this time, with the disappearance of the 9-colored flame cauldron, there was only a large pot of 9-colored flesh medicine left in the sky of the valley in front of them, exuding an incomparably strong energy aura. As for its size, it was also as huge as a giant mountain peak. It was even larger than the last cauldron of 9-colored divine medicine refined by Yi Xian. It was definitely enough for a short period of time. 4 days. Counting the time, it's time to waste. After waving his hand and putting away the 9-colored divine medicine refined this time, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the words in his mouth abruptly stopped in the middle of the sentence. After pondering for a while, he spent another incense stick's worth of time to refine a small cauldron of flesh and blood medicine. This time, he deliberately went easy, and the flesh and blood medicine he refined was not a 9-colored divine medicine, but only 3 colors. There was not a lot of 3-colored divine medicine in this cauldron, only about 10,000 feet in radius. For Yi Xian, refining 3-colored divine medicine was simply a waste of precious flesh materials and all kinds of precious materials. The reason why he refined this small cauldron of 3-colored divine medicine was naturally to deal with Du Dezhong and the other 5 old guys. For example, today, Yi Xian had already obtained the secret alchemy techniques that these 5 old fellows possessed. Originally, he could have directly turned hostile and killed them one after another. However, he could already tell that these 5 old fellows seemed to be certain that they wanted to trick him into the depths of the Xia Fei Star region. If he was not mistaken, they had most likely left some kind of trap in there. They wanted to trick Yi Xian into the depths of the Flying Dawn star field and then trap him. At this moment, Yi Xian's interest was piqued. He wanted to see what kind of medicine these 5 old fellows were selling in their gourds. Who knows, they might even have some unexpected gains. Chapter 46-27. Hua. La. La. The sound of water splashing could be heard, and the curtains around Mo Long slowly rolled up. Yi Xian stepped out of the curtains, and his face was filled with desolation. This time, the 7 beauties didn't follow him out. Instead, they stayed in the space of Mo Long's carriage. This was because they were about to enter the depths of Xia Fei Star Field, where there was a high possibility of a huge battle breaking out. Although the 7 beauties were all universe masters at the peak of level 9, Du Dezhong and the other 4 were all great beings from the primordial era. Therefore, the 7 beauties were still far from being able to fight the 5 of them head-on. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Sigh, as he walked out of the front yard of the imperial carriage, the loneliness on Yi Xian's face became even more intense. Halfway through his sentence, he faintly sighed and swept his gaze towards Du Dezhong. Fellow Daoist, secret alchemy technique is indeed beneficial to this young master. Within half a day, the space within the room has opened a furnace to refine medicine, and the flesh and blood divine medicine has been refined. Unfortunately, it's not a 9-colored godly medicine. It's not even an 8-colored godly medicine. It's only a 3-colored godly medicine. Xiao. As he spoke, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, a dazzling ray of light shot out and arrived at the side of the demon dragon. It transformed into a divine medicine of flesh and blood that was tens of thousands of feet in circumference. The 3 colors of green, red, and blue were intertwined. It was indeed a 3-colored divine medicine. However, this 3-colored godly medicine with a radius of 30,000 feet was obviously freshly made. This was something that even emperors could easily tell, let alone the great beings of the primordial era. This was why Yi Xian had specially made a furnace of it. Hence, if he was going to put on a show, he had to go through with it. He didn't lack time anyway. It's indeed a 3-colored godly medicine. Its aura is so fresh, and it's indeed freshly made. 3-colored divine medicine. Although it's a little far from the target, it's still a divine medicine of flesh. Compared to the best quality purple crystal medicine that we can refine, it's much, much more precious. Yes, 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 fellow Daoist, you don't have to be too disappointed. After all, you've only comprehended the secret alchemy method that I just gave you for a few days. Perhaps there are still some things that you haven't completely understood. That's right. You've only just started, and you're already able to make 3-colored godly medicine. In time, you'll definitely be able to make 9-colored godly medicine. Don't be discouraged. How about this, fellow cultivator? Deep in the hinterland of the Xia Fei Starfield, there is an ancient ruin. There are some ancient secret alchemy methods in the cave abodes in the form of murals. I've entered it many times before, and I've gained something every time. With your talent and attainments in pill making, you'll definitely gain something if you can enter it. When the time comes, we won't ask you to refine a cauldron of 9-colored divine medicine for us. Even if we can obtain a cauldron of 5-colored divine medicine or 6-colored divine medicine, it would be worth it for us to help you. Ancient ruin? There is actually an ancient alchemy secret method that was preserved in the form of a mural? Hearing this, Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, his eyes lit up, and he looked like he was instantly tempted. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and put away the huge 3-colored godly medicine in the void beside him. He even put away the demonic dragon floating in the void behind him. Big! With a wave of his hand, he immediately continued, I came from the left bank this time to travel the right bank of the Milky Way in order to find such an opportunity to improve my pill-making attainments quickly. Since there's such a place in the depths of Xia Fei Star Field, of course, we can't miss it. Halfway through, Yi Xian immediately laughed, don't worry, after entering the ancient ruin and completing the comprehension, I'll definitely refine a furnace of flesh godly medicine for each of you. Although I can't guarantee that it'll be 5-colored or 6-colored, at least 4-colored godly medicine, I'll definitely not disappoint you. Yi Xian also feigned ignorance and pushed the boat along with the current. At this moment, he purposely appeared anxious in order to dispel the doubts in the other party's heart. Sure enough, when they heard Yi Xian's words, they were obviously impatient to see him again. Du Dezhong and the others exchanged glances without leaving a trace, and their faces instantly filled with smiles. Especially after seeing Yi Xian put away the demon dragon imperial chariot, the last bit of worry in the hearts of the 5 old fellows completely disappeared. The 9 black dragons pulling the chariot in front of the demonic dragon were all existences in the early stage of the Desolate Era. Although their cultivation wasn't very strong, they had the advantage in numbers. There were 9 of them. If they were to attack Yi Xian, once these 9 black dragons in the early stage of the Desolate Era joined in, it would more or less increase the difficulty. The possibility of accidents would also skyrocket because of this. But now, the demonic dragon had been put away by Yi Xian. In their opinion, as long as they could successfully trick the other party into that place and catch him off guard and fall into a predicament, they were afraid that it would be too late to summon the 9 black dragons to join in the battle. In this way, their chances of successfully capturing Yi Xian would be at least 70%. While they were thinking, the 5 old men exchanged a few more pleasantries with Yi Xian. Then, Du Dezhong changed the topic and brought up the topic of business. He immediately led Yi Xian into the depths of the Xia Fei Star region. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the void, a sharp sound broke through the air. This was already the depths of the Xia Fei Star region. From the periphery of the star region to here, they had already traveled more than 100 billion miles. A few streaks of light streaked across the void. It was Yi Xian, Du Dezhong, and the other 4. The 5 old men led the way in front, while Yi Xian followed behind them about 10,000 miles away. After moving forward for another half an incense stick of time, Du Dezhong and the other 4 who were leading the way suddenly came to a halt in midair. A dark light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he secretly raised his guard. Fellow Daoist, on the surface of that abandoned planet hundreds of millions of kilometers up ahead, there is a massive abyss canyon. Deep within the canyon are the ancient ruins that I was just talking about. Yi Xian arrived behind them, and the 5 of them turned their heads at the same time. Du Dezhong had a smile on his face, and as he spoke, he raised his finger and pointed towards the void more than 100 million kilometers to the right. There was indeed an enormous abandoned star that could be seen. I didn't expect there to be an ancient ruin in such a place. If it weren't for the 5 of you, I'm afraid this young master would never have thought of it. Yi Xian smiled faintly and replied casually. At the same time, he quickly extended his divine sense and reached the surface of the abandoned star hundreds of millions of miles away in the blink of an eye. Below. Chapter 46-28. Yi Xian had long seen that Du Dezhong and the other 4 had set up some kind of trap in the depths of the Xia Fei Star region to harm him. They seemed to be confident and had a well-thought-out plan. But Yi Xian wasn't afraid in the slightest. However, as he followed the 5 old fellows to the depths of the Xia Fei Star region, he thought of all sorts of possibilities. However, he never would have thought that the other party's so-called arrangement was actually related to his devouring avatar. Since, after Yi Xian entered the Hongmeng Void, the devouring avatar had left alone. Although there were countless experts in the Hongmeng Void, and even supreme existences at the level of the primordial supreme, Yi Xian was not worried about the safety of the devouring avatar. Dang! In the beginning, when his cultivation was still very weak, he had stirred up an amazing scene in the territory of the Tenju Celestial Palace of the Third Universe, which was one of the 3 main planes of the starry sky. Most importantly, in the end, not only was he fine, but he also experienced many difficulties and grew rapidly. Although the devouring treasured body was one of his perfect avatars, this avatar was extremely special. The treasured body was formed by refining a piece of innate devouring divine crystal. It was extremely sturdy and difficult to destroy. Furthermore, it had the ability to self-repair. However, what was even more abnormal was his devouring talent. He could plunder and devour almost all kinds of energy. This was extremely terrifying. In a special environment like the Hongmeng Void, the devouring avatar's growth speed must be extremely shocking. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like a fish in water. Right because of this, Yi Xian had decided to let the devouring avatar leave and grow alone. After all, the growth path of the original body and the devouring avatar was different. The growth of the original body was more complicated, while the devouring avatar only needed to devour all kinds of energy to strengthen itself. However, since the devouring avatar left, Yi Xian had not disappeared. Until today, after dozens of years in the Hongmeng Void, he finally saw the devouring avatar again. However, this was not the reason why Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed at this moment. After all, when Yi Xian suddenly saw the devouring avatar that he had been separated from for dozens of years, no matter how surprised he was, his face should be filled with surprise. But, now, his face was filled with shock, incomparable shock. Cause for the devouring treasure body, there was clearly a problem. This was something that Yi Xian didn't even need to investigate. He instantly understood. As his perfect doppelganger, Yi Xian's original body and the treasure devourer body could sense each other within a certain distance. As the cultivation base of Yi Xian's original body and the treasured body of devouring grew stronger, the distance between them grew further and further. Namely, even without the treasured devourer body's current strength, Yi Xian's original body, in the 9th transformation of the demonic ape, already possessed the terrifying cultivation of a primordial 6th-stage mighty figure. And with the support of such a cultivation base, he could instantly sense the existence of the treasure devourer body within 100 billion miles. Similarly, the treasure devourer body could also sense the existence of Yi Xian within such a distance. It was a kind of vague connection between the original body and the perfect clone. It was extremely profound, and it was impossible for any accidents to occur. However, the truth was that Yi Xian still couldn't sense the existence of the treasure devourer body until he was only 100 million miles away from the abandoned planet where the treasure devourer body was located. Directly when he took the initiative to extend his divine sense and entered the interior of the abandoned planet, he finally captured the familiar aura of the treasure devourer body. This was obviously abnormal, and the only explanation was that the treasure devourer body was not in the right state. Something had happened. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian almost instantly understood the vicious plan that Du Dezhong and the other old men had in mind. No one knew his treasure devourer body better than him. What Du Dezhong and the other old men were relying on was obviously the treasure devourer body's ability to devour all kinds of energy. This was really ridiculous. They actually wanted to use his clone to devour his original body. In other words, they wanted to use his original body to fall into the trap of being devoured to threaten him. Although it was ridiculous, with Yi Xian's understanding of his treasure devourer body, he had to admit that the 5 old men's plan was actually very mature and perfect. No wonder they were so sure and so confident. If it were anyone else, not to mention a stage 6 mighty figure, even a stage 9 perfection mighty figure from the remote antiquity would be caught off guard. They would be trapped in the devouring vortex that the treasure devourer body had unconsciously shown, and would not be able to extricate themselves. However, Yi Xian was an exception. This had nothing to do with cultivation strength. It was only because the treasure devourer body was his clone, and he was the real original body. These 5 old men actually wanted to use his clone's treasure devourer body to deal with his original body. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian almost cried because of their stupidity. At the same time, the anger in his heart became more and more intense. Because he did not know how his devourer body had come to this Xia Fei star field and was trapped in this abandoned star in front of him. However, all of this must have something to do with these 5 old men in front of him. They really did not know what was good for them. They had not even settled their grudges with his original body, and now they had provoked his clone. Moreover, to a certain extent, the 5 old men had already succeeded in dealing with his devouring doppelganger. The devourer body was now in an abnormal state. Yi Xian could not feel the fluctuations of his consciousness. It was as if he was completely asleep, or his soul was destroyed. This was proof of this. It would be fine if they were to fall into a deep slumber. However, if these 5 old fellows were to use some unknown method to destroy his devouring doppelganger, leaving behind only the devouring treasured body, then the enmity between them would be huge. Because, even if these 5 old men were killed on the spot, it would not be enough to relieve Yi Xian of the hatred in his heart. However, he was still not sure what the real situation was, but at least, with the discovery of the devourer body, Yi Xian had changed his mind. It was just that he'd already lost interest in feigning civility with these 5 old fellows. At this moment, Yi Xian was already prepared to suddenly fall out with them. The power within his body was secretly pushed to the limit, and he could attack at any time. Fellow cultivator, look at your sudden change of expression. Could it be that you have found something unusual? At this moment, the 5 old men leading the way in front clearly noticed Yi Xian's strange state. The 5 of them secretly exchanged a look. Du Dezhong, who had the strongest cultivation, had a faint light flashing in his eyes. With a smile on his face, he immediately looked at Yi Xian and asked, "There seems to be something wrong with the abandoned star in front of us." Chapter 46-29. There seems to be something wrong with the abandoned star in front of us, sneering in his heart, Yi Xian said as he pointed to the abandoned star in front of him. Let's not talk about whether there is the ancient relic you mentioned, but at least, there is a devouring treasure body refined from the natural devouring crystal inside, and it is obviously not in a good condition. If one were to enter by mistake without knowing anything, one would be caught off guard and be trapped by the devouring vortex formed outside the treasure body. It seems that you are up to no good. Are you trying to trick me into coming here, and then use the devouring vortex to trap me? When they heard this, the expressions of Du Dezhong and the other 4 changed. They sucked in cold breaths and cried out involuntarily, "Impossible, how do you know it so clearly? We have arranged layers of concealment arrays around the innate devouring treasure body. Unless you enter it, it is impossible to explore it with your divine sense." "Humph, so what if you found it? Now that we're here, it's already too late. Originally, I wanted to take action later, but now it seems that you are tired of living and can't wait any longer. Take action immediately and force him into the abandoned star in front of you." Roar. "Boy, today, you are dead." After the last sentence was shouted, the 5 old guys instantly turned hostile. Their faces became extremely ferocious, and they shot toward Yi Xian from 5 different directions. "You are still so stubborn. I am really speechless." Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. A trace of disdain flashed through his eyes. Facing the 5 old fellows that shot over at the same time, there wasn't the slightest bit of panic on his face. He still calmly stood on the spot and mocked, "Do you know why the Star Lord knows so much about this? Because the devouring treasure body in the abandoned star in front of us is my devouring avatar. I haven't been looking for it for a long time, but I didn't expect to meet it here today. All this is really a coincidence, and it is all destined." "What? That's impossible. That devouring treasure body is your avatar? It seems that we can't let you live today." "That's right, your devouring avatar abandoned its physical body when it was trapped by the 5 of us and escaped with its divine soul. Even the devouring avatar that was left behind has caused the 5 of us to use all kinds of methods. Even after more than a decade, we still haven't been able to obtain it. How could such a thing happen? Today, we will settle everything." The expressions of the 5 old men changed again, and they subconsciously cried out in alarm, but their figures did not stop at all. Instead, the surging aura in their bodies became even more intense, and the killing intent in their bodies became even stronger. He was actually forced to abandon his devouring treasured body and leave by himself? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes became even colder, and murderous intent instantly burst out of his body, and he shouted, "In that case, today's matter, it is even more impossible to resolve. Just as you said, new and old grudges, today, we will settle them all." Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's body instantly expanded, and in less than half a breath, he had already reached a size of 60 million kilometers. The violent ape form instantly appeared, and a punch was thrown towards Du Debay, who was rushing over from the right at an extremely fast speed. Rumble. In the next moment, with the appearance of the violent ape form, the complete 9th transformation of the 9 demon ape transformation bloodline ability was instantly revealed. Although Yi Xian's cultivation was still at the 6th level of the Desolate Era. However, due to the boundless and terrifying power of blood and qi within his 60 million kilometer long body, which boosted his cultivation by 1 level, his true battle prowess was already comparable to that of a rank 7 mighty figure. While Du Debay, who was rushing at him from the right, was only at the 4th level of the Desolate Era. He was not a match for Yi Xian at all, and could not even withstand a full blow from him. What happened next was no surprise. Bang! Almost in the next moment, a huge roar sounded from the void, and Du Debei's entire body, which was rushing at him, exploded in an instant. Through the ground exploded into a bloody mist, and then spread out. Swish! Catching the enemy off guard, killing him in one blow was simply a one-hit kill. No, without any hesitation, the violent ape immediately waved its hand, and an incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from its body, enveloping a radius of 10 million kilometers. Just the blood mist that had just spread out was swept up in an instant, turning into a majestic waterfall of vitality that pierced through the sky like a rainbow, and nimbly entered the violent ape's body. This. After all, it was the blood mist formed by the explosion of the body of a desolate-era expert. Although it could not be sent into the Shenong cauldron like the ferocious beasts, Yi Xian did not plan to waste it. If, now that he had collected it, he would return to the origin nest base camp later. There was still an army of 10 million ferocious beasts there. This blood mist could be used as a flesh and blood resource. If he threw it to those ferocious beasts to devour, there would be some benefits. Everything happened so fast that Du Dezhong and the other three did not have time to react. By the time they came back to their senses, Du Debei had already been blown apart by Yi Xian's punch. He had completely fallen, and his body and soul had been completely destroyed. Not even a strand of hair was left behind. Such a shocking change caused Du Dezhong and the other three to stop abruptly midway, almost like a conditioned reflex. Tight. Then, the four old men's expressions changed wildly, and they finally came back to their senses, understanding what had happened. Inverted. As they gasped, earth-shattering roars and roars came out of their mouths in an instant, resounding throughout the vast and boundless flying cloud star region. What happened? Our fifth brother was blown into a bloody mist with one punch? Hiss. Violent ape? How did this hedonistic young master from the left bank suddenly become that damnable starry sky ferocious ape? A conspiracy. Everything is a conspiracy. We've been tricked. What playboy from the left bank? It's all a lie. This guy is that damned ferocious ape. I was careless for a moment and was deceived by him. He directly killed our fifth brother. This old man is unwilling to accept this. Screech. Boss, let's go quickly. This ferocious ape is no small matter. Even the 6 almighty ferocious beasts in the honored Rainbow Forbidden Land were no match for him. Now that there are only 4 of us left, we definitely can't beat him. Let's not belittle ourselves. Our fifth brother has just died, and you want to run away? Don't you want to take revenge for such a deep blood feud? Let it go just like that? This old man can't swallow this resentment. The ferocious ape is difficult to deal with, but so what? After all, he's just a 6th order almighty. Even if we can't kill him, can he kill this old man? Don't forget, this old man is an almighty from the antiquity era, a supreme existence who is half a step away from the supreme stage. As long as that void tortoise doesn't appear, what can this ferocious ape do to me? Screech. Chapter 46:30. Since I, the Star Master, am here today, it's impossible for you to leave. Looking at Du Dezhong, a look of disdain flashed across Bao Yuan's eyes. Just as he was about to attack, he immediately turned his head and looked in the other 3 directions. In his sight, Du Dedong, Du Denan, and Du Dezi, who were rank 7, rank 5, and rank 4 respectively, exchanged a look with each other from a distance after seeing that they couldn't persuade Du Dezhong. Without hesitation, they turned around at the same time and fled in the direction they came from. This old fox. Of course, this was also because their cultivation was not as good as Du Dezhong's. Facing Bao Yuan, who was as strong as a rank 7, they didn't have the slightest sense of superiority in their hearts. Therefore, for them, this battle was completely meaningless. It was best to escape as far as they could. If it was Bao Yuan who had killed Du Dezhong in the end, so their choice was undoubtedly correct. Because even Du Dezhong, who was at the peak of the 9th step, was not a match for Bao Yuan and had been killed on the spot. It was easy to imagine what would have happened to them if they had stayed behind. And if Du Dezhong was not killed and Bao Yuan left helplessly in the end, there was no loss for them. They could just turn around and come back. The 5 of them were originally from the same race. Even if they fled now, it was because they were weaker. They knew that they were not a match for Bao Yuan and had no choice. Du Dezhong would never blame them for this. On the contrary, in this way, they preserved the strength of the Xia Fei Star region. Otherwise, Du Debei would have already died. If 1 or 2 more of them died, this loss would be too great, and the Xia Fei Star region would not be able to bear it. Therefore, at this time, Du Dedong, Du Denan and Du Dezi turned around and fled at the same time without any psychological pressure. Everything was done very naturally. Seeing this scene, Bao Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. At this time, he couldn't sit still and watch Du Dedong and the other 2 leave. Today, these 5 old guys must be completely killed no matter what. Not one of them can be left behind. Don't you think it's too late to escape now? Today, none of you can escape. Rumble, Xiao. A cold light flashed in his eyes. After he finished speaking, the huge body of the violent ape of stars suddenly disappeared. At this moment, he had used void teleportation. Again, when it appeared again, it was already hundreds of millions of kilometers to the left, blocking Du Desi's path. Rumbling thunderclaps rang out, and the massive body of the ferocious ape that had just appeared instantly collapsed, turning into a pool of blood that spread out. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it stretched over 10 billion kilometers, and just happened to draw Du Dezi, who had just come to an abrupt halt, into this sea of blood. Roar! Roar! Screech! In 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, earth-shattering roars and violent howls rang out. Immediately after, in the shocking boundless sea of blood, 3 huge figures instantly rose from the ground. They were none other than the ancient ape demon's 3 great demon bodies. Dion of them was made of flesh and blood, which was the starry sky berserk ape. The second one was a skeleton, without any flesh and blood. It was just a purple gold skeleton, exuding an endless ferocious aura, incomparably ferocious. The last one was a black fog body. Although it was also in the shape of a ferocious ape, its physical body was a cloud of black fog, and even its pair of eyes were only 2 clouds of purple light, which looked extremely strange. Yi Xian used the power of the Blood Sea secret technique to separate the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons, turning them into 3 Blood Sea clones. It was clear that he wanted to kill Du Dezi in an instant, and then immediately chase after the other 2. In fact, Du Dezi's cultivation strength was only at the 4th stage of the Antiquity era, and compared with the ferocious ape whose real battle strength was comparable to that of a 7th stage supreme expert, it was too far away. However, a 4th stage supreme expert was at the middle stage of this realm. Du Debei was killed in an instant because he was caught off guard, but now Du Dezi was obviously prepared. Even if the ferocious ape, who had the battle strength of a 7th stage supreme expert, attacked with all its strength, it would still be difficult to kill him in an instant without using supreme divine abilities such as the fallen sky Bao. However, now that Du Dedong and Du Denan were escaping at full speed, Yi Xian did not have so much time to waste with Du Dezi, so he chose to use the Blood Sea secret technique to form 3 Blood Sea clones, and kill Du Dezi in one fell swoop as soon as possible. While today, he had completely comprehended the power of the Blood Sea secret technique. The cultivation auras of the 3 Blood Sea clones were all at the 6th level of the desolate Antiquity era. And because the 3 Blood Sea clones were all enormous in size, like the largest giant star, the power of chi and blood in such a terrifying physical body was too majestic, directly causing their true battle strength to soar by 1 stage. In other words, the true battle strength of the 3 Blood Sea clones was comparable to that of a 7th stage supreme expert, and now Du Dezi, who was surrounded by the 3 Blood Sea clones, was only at the 4th stage of this realm. No matter how he jumped, he would definitely die. And without a doubt, he would be killed in an instant. Screech, an earth-shattering screech sounded, revealing a strong sense of fear and unwillingness. The moment this vast sea of blood appeared and trapped his body, Du Dezi knew that he was finished. There was no chance of survival. At this moment, he raised his head and let out a violent howl. It was a completely unconscious and meaningless struggle. Bam! The next moment, a huge roar sounded from the void, and the three Blood Sea clones attacked at the same time, forming a triangle shape, and punched at Du Desi, who was surrounded in the center. Amidst the havoc, his entire body had exploded in an instant, completely exploding into a cloud of blood mist and spreading out. Swoosh! The three Blood Sea avatars had attacked at the same time and killed a stage 4 mighty figure whose cultivation was far weaker than theirs. All of this was expected. Just like how they had caught Du Debay off guard and killed him with a single blow, it was simply an instant kill. No, there was no hesitation. Next, Bao Yuan waved his hand at the first moment, and an incomparably majestic invisible force rolled out from his body, enveloping a radius of millions of miles. The blood mist that had just spread out was swept up in an instant, leaving it for the tens of millions of fierce beasts in the base camp to devour when they returned to the Source Nest Star in the future. After all this, Yi Xian's three Blood Sea clones turned their heads to look forward and to the right at the same time. In these two directions, although Du Dedong and Du Danan's expressions changed greatly, they did not stop at all, and kept running away. The two of you can't escape either. Swoosh. Chapter 46-31. Swoosh. Rumble, the firefly-like 9 colors light blasted out. As the wind surged, it instantly turned into a majestic 9 colors flame sea. It first blocked Du Dedong's escape route, then it spread out in an instant, sealing him from all directions. It completely cut off his escape route. After doing all this, Bao Yuan directly withdrew his gaze. He did not plan to pay any more attention to Du Dedong because he was trapped by the 9-colored sea of flames. Even if Du Dedong had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would definitely not be able to escape. Well, before dealing with this guy, hundreds of millions of miles to the left, there was still Du Danan, who was still trying to escape. He needed to deal with him first. Although Du Debay and Du Desi were killed one after another, Du Danan's cultivation strength was a little stronger, but not by much. He was a rank 5 mighty figure. Roar! Bao Yuan, stop, if you have the ability, fight with me. At this moment, Yi Xian attacked in a flash of lightning and killed Du Desi in the blink of an eye. Even Du Dedong, who was at the 7th step of the Almighty, was trapped by a boundless sea of 9-colored flames. There was no way for him to escape. After, Du Dezhong, who was shooting over in the distance, immediately roared in anger. In his opinion, Du Dedong, who was trapped by the 9-colored flame sea, had no hope at all. Even he did not dare to easily approach the 9-colored flame sea. Since Du Dedong could not escape, then the final result would definitely be to wait for Bao Yuan to find some time to enter the flame sea and calmly kill Du Dedong. Since Du Dedong had no hope, then the only one he wanted to save now was Du Danan. Namely, even at this time, in Du Dezhong's heart, he still believed that Bao Yuan couldn't kill him. Otherwise, why would he keep avoiding him and pick on the other 4 people? With this thought in mind, even if Du Dezhong saw Du Debay and Du Desi being killed one after another, there was no fear in his heart. He didn't intend to leave at all. But, among the 5 ancient mighty figures in the Xia Fei star field, besides him, the other 4 couldn't die no matter what. Not to mention Du Desi and Du Debay, who were already dead. Du Dedong, who was now trapped by the 9-colored flame sea, had no hope. The only one who could be saved was Du Danan. At this moment, with a roar, Du Dezhong's speed instantly increased by 30%. In the blink of an eye, he was only hundreds of millions of miles away from Yi Xian's 3 great avatars. You wait patiently. Once I kill all 4 of them, I won't leave you behind. Listen. Hearing Du Dezhong's roar, the ferocious ape turned its head to look at him. After sending out a divine sense message, it no longer paid him any attention. Walala, Xiao. Almost at the same time, the black fog doppelganger and the skeleton doppelganger instantly collapsed, turning into a rain of blood and fusing with the blood sea under their feet. Then, the boundless blood sea shrank in the blink of an eye, turning into a faint ray of light that shot into the space between the violent ape's eyebrows and disappeared. At the same time, Bao Yuan's figure disappeared from the spot again. Du Danan, who was rushing over, missed his target. When Bao Yuan's figure reappeared, he was behind Du Danan, who was fleeing at high speed, hundreds of millions of miles to the left. Fei Xian was only tens of thousands of miles away. Rumble, Xiao. As soon as he appeared, with a rumbling sound of thunder, the huge body of Bao Yuan collapsed instantly, turning into a pool of blood that spread out. The blood expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it had expanded to tens of billions of miles, just enough to include Du Danan, who was about to speed up, into the sea of blood. Roar! Roar! Screech! Then, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, earth-shattering roars and vicious howls rang out. In the shocking and boundless sea of blood, 3 huge figures instantly rose from the ground. No! Bao Yuan, you are shameless. This old man can't die in peace. Seeing this scene, especially a few moments ago, he had just seen with his own eyes that Du Dezi, in the same situation, was instantly blasted apart by the 3 great clones in the sea of blood, and not a single hair was left. Compared to Du Dezi, Du Danan's cultivation strength was only a small level higher. His face instantly showed boundless despair, and from his mouth, there was a shocking roar, revealing a strong sense of fear and unwillingness. He knew that he was finished. Just like Du Dashi, who had just been killed a few moments ago, there was absolutely no chance of survival. It was only at this moment that he deeply understood the despair in Du Dashi's heart when he raised his head and let out a ruthless howl. Bang! In an instant, a huge roar sounded from the void, and the 3 great blood clones attacked at the same time, forming a triangle shape, and punched towards Du Danan, who was surrounded in the center. No! Endless terrifying energy raged, and Du Danan's entire body, like Du Dezi before, exploded in an instant, completely exploding into a cloud of blood mist, and then spread out. Xiao! Without any hesitation, Bao Yuan's expression was indifferent, as if he had just done a trivial thing, and curled his lips. Waving his hand, in between his hands, an incomparably majestic invisible force rolled out from his body, enveloping a radius of thousands of miles, and swept away all the blood mist that had just spread out. Damn it! Damn it! Bao Yuan, you deserve to die. Seeing this scene, hundreds of millions of miles away, Du Dezi, who was hundreds of millions of miles away, had blood seeping out of the corners of his eyes, and his expression was even more ferocious in an instant. From beginning to end, it had only been about 10 breaths, and now only he and Du Dedong were left of the 5 great experts of the primordial age. The other 3 people, Du Danan, Du Dezi, and Du Debei, were completely killed before he could react at all. While his body and soul were completely destroyed, and not a single hair was left behind. It was even to the extent that there wasn't the slightest suspense in Du Dedong's death any longer. He'd already been completely surrounded by a boundlessly vast ocean of 9-colored flames, and he didn't have the slightest chance to escape with his life. Bang! Today, a great calamity had descended upon the vast Xia Fei star region, and he would be the only one left to hold the overall situation. Roar! This old man is unwilling. Today, I am the only one left? How hateful! Raising his head and roaring, Du Dezhong's figure disappeared hundreds of millions of miles away. When he reappeared, he was already tens of millions of miles away in the blink of an eye. This old man had also used void teleportation. Body as soon as he appeared, he raised his arm and punched towards the vast sea of blood. At this time, Yi Xian's voice filled with ridicule and disdain rang out, "You're the only one left? Old man, your skin is really thick. At this time, do you still think you can survive today? Walala, Xiao." Almost at the same time, the black mist clone and the skeleton clone instantly collapsed, turning into a rain of blood that merged into the sea of blood beneath his feet. Tight. Chapter 46-32. Rumble, Kacha, in the sky, low rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth resounded without end, and it was accompanied by dense and clear sounds of tearing that covered the heavens and the earth. As the black mist avatar and the skeleton avatar instantly collapsed, they turned into a rain of blood and merged into the sea of blood beneath their feet. Then, the boundless sea of blood shrank in the blink of an eye, turning into a faint ray of light, shooting into the space between the eyebrows of the violent ape, Du Dezhong, who had teleported over, also fully activated the power in his body and punched towards the violent ape. But as a desolate antiquity stage 9 great perfection, this punch was filled with anger, and the power in his body was pushed to the extreme. Even the Hong Meng void could not withstand it and began to shatter inch by inch. Dang, however, as the fist blasted through the void at an extremely fast speed, the shattered void behind it was quickly repaired under the power of the powerful Hong Meng void law. Then, even the desolate antiquity supreme could not keep the Hong Meng void in a state of collapse for a long time, let alone the desolate antiquity supreme. You're the only one left? Old man, your face is really thick. At this time, do you still think you can survive today? At this time, Yi Xian's voice was full of sarcasm and disdain. Don't worry, after dealing with the last guy, you'll have time to enjoy it. Xiao. As soon as the voice fell, the huge body of the violent ape shrank rapidly, turning into a 9-colored light that was only the size of a finger. With a speed faster than lightning, it shot towards the boundless 9-colored flame sea in front of it. Blinking, the eye had already sunk into it and disappeared. Obviously, as the violent ape said, he did not intend to fight with Du Dezhong at the moment. No matter what, he had to deal with Du Dezhong first. And the latter had already been trapped in the 9-colored flame sea, and there was no way to escape. He was basically doomed to die. Screech. Puff. All of this flashed across the sea. Du Dezhong, who abruptly stopped in the void, raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow. In just a dozen breaths of time, the other 4 primordial ancients of the Flying Dawn star field had all fallen. There was no way he could swallow this resentment. At this moment, he was on the verge of going berserk as if he'd gone mad, and his killing intent was blazing to the extreme. 9 inside the giant sphere formed by the sea of flames. Swish. A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a 9-colored light that was only the size of a fingertip shot out from outside the fireball. It instantly penetrated the giant fireball and entered the hollow area of the fireball. This ball formed by endless 9-colored strange flames had a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles. At this time, the 9-colored light that was shooting over suddenly expanded without any wind. In just half a breath of time, it had already turned into a starry sky violent ape that was 60 million miles in size. Its enormous body occupied about 1/10 of the internal space of the fireball. At this time, more than 100 million miles in front of the violent ape that suddenly appeared, there was a figure floating there, with a frightened look on his face. He looked like a stray dog. This figure was Du Dedong, who ranked second among the 5 remnants of the Flying Dawn star field. He was a rank 7 primordial ancients. Rank 7 primordial ancients was the late stage of the primordial ancients. That is, even the current Yi Xian, who had activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body and displayed the 9th transformation of the demonic ape 9 changes bloodline, could not reach this level in terms of cultivation realm. He was only a rank 6 primordial ancients, which was the peak of the middle stage of this realm. Only with the addition of the tremendous blood and chi in the violent ape's 60 million mile long body could his real battle strength be considered to be on par with a rank 7 primordial ancients. Therefore, it could be said that if it were not for the giant fireball formed by the Shinnom 9-colored flames that cut off all escape routes, for Du Dedong, although he would not be able to completely disregard the violent ape like Du Dezhong, who was at least at the peak of the rank 9 primordial ancients, he still had the confidence in his heart. It could even be said that he basically had the confidence to retreat unscathed in a single battle. Because of this, now that he was trapped by the violent ape in such a way, and the other party had the Blood Sea secret technique, which could condense 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers whose battle strength was on par with a rank 7 primordial ancients, when the time came to fight him together, there was simply no chance of survival. Therefore thus, at the same time that Du Dedong felt despair in his heart at this moment, there was even more of a deep sense of unwillingness and resentment. As far as he was concerned, the Bao Yuan was originally unable to do anything to him, yet now it had acted in such a manner. It was truly too shameless, too much of a bully. Violent ape, do you dare to have a fair fight? Remove the fireball and don't use the Blood Sea secret technique to condense doppelgangers. As resentment flashed in his eyes, Du Dedong made up his mind and challenged the violent ape who suddenly appeared across the void more than 100 million miles away. after all, you are also a famous figure on the right bank of the Milky Way. Could it be that you only know how to use this kind of unfair method to crush others? It really buries the illustrious reputation that is widely known in the outside world. What? He was even using reverse psychology. Unfortunately, it is useless against this Star Lord. The ape curled his lips, and at the same time, the voice of Yi Xian's divine sense was transmitted. This 9-colored fireball cannot be removed. Although I am not worried that you will escape, there is still a guy outside who is stamping with rage. In order to quietly kill you first, it is better to block him outside. As for using the Blood Sea secret technique to condense doppelgangers, this is completely as you wish. Anyway, those 3 fellows have all fallen. Although there is one left outside, he seems to be a little arrogant. He has no intention of escaping at all. Since that is the case, this Star Lord is not in a hurry. I will use you as a waste. You can be my training partner and exercise my muscles and bones. Don't say, your suggestion is really good. It reminded this Star Lord to use trash. Thank you. Puff. Before Xian's words had finished, Du Dedong, who was more than 100 million miles away in the void, was so angry that he spat out a blood arrow on the spot. Only at this moment did he realize that this ferocious and illustrious violent ape was actually so formidable in his ability to speak. He was about to perish, yet before he died, he still had to be humiliated by him like this. Suffering a bellyful of evil for nothing was truly too much of a miscalculation. If he knew this would happen, he would have just fought directly. Roar. You have a sharp tongue, violent ape. Go to hell. In the great hatred, Du Dedong did not say anything more. He raised his head and roared. In an instant, he raised his right arm and blasted a punch toward the violent ape. Don't worry, this Star Lord will not kill you casually. Since you are a training partner, since I want to use trash, no matter what, I have to play with you for a while. Otherwise, isn't it not worth it? Chapter 46-33. Inside the 9-colored flame ball. Rumble, boom. With a flip of his right hand, the big-headed black stick appeared. Without any hesitation, the violent ape's shoulders shook, and instead of retreating, it moved forward to meet Du Dedong, who was pouncing towards it with his fists. At the same time, his right arm was raised high, and he swung the big-headed black stick, smashing it down fiercely. Void thunderous rumbles could be heard in the air, and without any suspense, the big-headed black stick instantly fell, smashing into Du Dedong's body. Bang. Awoo, pft. Amidst the earth-shattering noise, Du Dedong raised his head and let out a miserable howl that made people shudder. He opened his mouth and spat out an arrow of blood, his figure flying backwards. He was like a kite with a broken string. His entire body swelled up, and he couldn't be seen as a human at all. He was simply like a meatball. After all, the big-headed black stick was so huge, and he only had the figure of an ordinary human. This strike was like swatting a mosquito with a giant mountain. If it weren't for Du Dedong's cultivation base, which was a late-stage 7th-order almighty, this strike would have caused his body to explode and die. It's only been a while, could it be that you can't do it? Didn't you just say that you wanted a fair fight? Now that you've gotten what you wanted, you're such a good-for-nothing. How disappointing. Again. When Du Dedong stabilized himself after flying backwards, Yi Xian's voice sounded out once again, filled with endless contempt and ridicule. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure had already shot forward again. The big-headed black stick in his right hand was raised high again, and smashed down fiercely. Bang. Awoo, a second earth-shattering sound came, followed by the expected miserable howl. Du Dedong opened his mouth and spat out an arrow of blood, his body flying backwards uncontrollably. It was a one-sided slaughter. Although Du Dedong was a 7th-order almighty, the current violent ape was not weaker than a 7th-order almighty with its huge body of 60 million. Coupled with the ferocious power of the big-headed black stick, he was destined to be slowly killed by Yi Xian today. This beating did not end in a short time, and it lasted for about an incense stick of time. At this time, Du Dedong had been beaten to the point where he couldn't see his human form, and his consciousness was blurred. Bang! Even the violent ape seemed to lose interest. At this moment, the big-headed black stick in his right hand, and the big-headed black stick soon, a huge roar resounded in the void. Du Dedong's entire body exploded in an instant, completely exploding into a cloud of blood mist, and then spreading out. Shio! Bang! It enveloped an area of tens of millions of kilometers, and the blood mist that had just spread out was swept away in an instant. Shio! After all this, with the thought of Yi Xian, the entire huge flame ball with a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles instantly condensed, turning into a 9-colored light the size of a thumb, and rushed into the violent ape's forehead. Next! In an instant, the violent ape turned his hand, and the big-headed black stick disappeared. At this time, he had turned his head and looked in the direction of the right void hundreds of millions of miles away. That, inside, Du Dezhong's figure could be seen. At first, this old guy was still roaring like thunder outside the huge flame ball. Later, he seemed to know that everything was in vain, so he calmed down, but he didn't leave. It seemed that he was waiting for the violent ape to come out and then take revenge. At this moment, seeing that the violent ape finally appeared after killing Du Dezhong, who was waiting outside, flashed a cold light in his eyes, and the killing intent that had been restrained in his body instantly surged. I have to say, you are really confident. Unfortunately, as long as I am willing, even a half-step Supreme Master will still die. Turning his head and glancing at Du Dezhong with a playful face, the violent ape's eyes were full of ridicule. Buzz! As soon as the voice fell, the violent ape slowly raised his left arm without waiting for Du Dezhong to rush over. A ferocious energy bow quickly condensed. The shape of this terrifying giant bow was quite mysterious. The bow was made up of 3 parts. In the middle was a 2-headed monster, and its angry wide mouths were facing up and down. Its mouth was where the bowstring was, and its hands were at the sides of its mouth, as if it was howling. Its appearance was inexplicably strange. A bowstring that was obviously formed by countless fine golden threads twisted together, and the 2 ends were connected to the wide mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures. With a low buzzing sound, a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. Du Dezhong was a powerful half-step Supreme Master. If he didn't use the fallen sky bow, Yi Xian really didn't have the confidence to kill him. So, it was natural for him to suddenly use this powerful ability at this moment. At this moment, as Yi Xian chanted, the violent ape's eyes burst out a strange golden light. He stretched out his right hand and directly pinched the bowstring of the giant energy bow in his left hand, holding the energy arrow, and slowly pulled it. Buzz! An incomparably low buzzing sound suddenly rang out, and the surrounding void seemed to have a formless wave. It was as if this arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted was already enough to make the void tremble. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the violent ape released the energy bowstring in his right hand. In the void, an extremely sharp sound that resonated with one's eardrums rang out. At this moment, all the energy in the violent ape's body was drained, in order to ensure that he could kill Du Dezhong in one blow. Because if this blow couldn't kill him, it would be very difficult for Yi Xian to launch a second wave of the same attack in a short period of time, since all the energy in his body was almost drained. In an instant, the energy arrow that contained the full power of the string instantly shot out. Its aura was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. It was simply unstoppable. It was as if even the void had been broken open. As the golden arrow shot out, a black wave like a tail flame appeared behind it. The time was so short that it could be completely ignored. This golden arrow whistled through the air at an extremely fast speed, and it was already in front of Du Dezhong. Fallen sky bow? How is this possible? No. At this moment, Du Dezhong was overwhelmed with shock. He raised his head and let out a scream. His eyes were filled with endless unwillingness and despair, but it was already meaningless. Following that, as the fallen sky bow was activated, the void around his body was locked by the mysterious power of this supreme ability. Not to mention him, even the powerful Supreme Primordial couldn't dodge and could only be forced to take this blow head-on. If he could withstand it, he would be able to live. And if he couldn't withstand it, then the result would be a complete death. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion sounded, and everything that followed was without suspense. In the blink of an eye, as the golden arrow entered his body, Du Dezhong's entire body instantly collapsed, completely exploding into a cloud of blood mist and spreading out. Whoosh! As the golden giant bow in his hand disappeared, the violent ape's face was expressionless, but he waved his hand immediately. Chapter 46-34. As Du Dezhong was killed by the arrow of the fallen sky bow, his body exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist, which was collected by the raging ape. When they returned to the source nest star in the future, they would give it to the army of beasts in the headquarters to devour. The 5 remaining supreme beings in Xia Fei star field had all been annihilated. Just like the rainbow venerable forbidden land, its level would drop. From a top-tier supreme star field, it would become a senior supreme forbidden land with only a universe supreme being in charge. Yi Xian had paid a high price in this battle. Using the fallen sky bow at the end had drained almost all of his energy. Now, a deep sense of exhaustion was surging in him. Swish! With a slight hesitation, Yi Xian flipped his hand and instantly took out a large amount of top-grade precious materials and medicines. Along with a large amount of 9-colored divine medicines, he compressed them into a small pellet with the power of the Shenong Peak's domain and directly swallowed them. The medicinal power in the pellet melted immediately, turning into a warm current that spread in Yi Xian's body, nourishing his limbs and bones. The energy that was drained was quickly restored. This time, I got the news of the devouring body. It's a surprise. Unfortunately, the soul of the body has left. What's left here is only the devouring treasure body. After doing all this, Yi Xian's eyes sparkled. While murmuring to himself, his body flashed, and he immediately dashed into the abandoned star hundreds of millions of miles away. Entering the star, the aura of the devouring treasure body became stronger instantly. The source was in a dark canyon on the right side of the star. Only it was fine if it was just inside the star. However, if one accidentally entered the canyon, even a supreme being from the remote antiquity would be trapped by the devouring treasure body's devouring whirlpool. Even if he wouldn't die instantly, it would be impossible for him to escape in a short time. Devour before the soul of the devouring body left, he had urged the bloodline talent of the devouring treasure body to the extreme. With the attribute power of the devouring crystal, the entire treasure body turned into a devouring whirlpool, which could trap a supreme being from the remote antiquity for a moment. What Dezhong and the other 4 wanted was the short period of time when Yi Xian was trapped by the devouring vortex. At that time, the 5 of them would attack from the outside, and the probability of successfully trapping Yi Xian was at least 80%. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. No matter what, they would never have thought that the method they had relied on to plot against Yi Xian was just a complete joke. Xiao! Yi Xian's figure floated high up in the sky within the star. With a raise of his hand, a ray of light shot out from the dark canyon below. From at this moment, the invisible devouring force in the canyon completely disappeared. This was because the devouring whirlpool had disappeared and transformed back into the treasured devouring body. However, it was no longer in the form of Yi Xian's devouring doppelganger. Because the doppelganger's soul had left, the treasured devouring body had returned to its original state. It had transformed into a prismatic crystal egg that was about 3 meters wide. Unless the soul of the devouring doppelganger returned and entered the crystal egg, the appearance of Yi Xian devouring the doppelganger would never appear again. Sure enough, it left a mark. Yi Xian entered the crystal egg with his divine sense and began to investigate. Soon, he found the soul mark of the devouring doppelganger inside the crystal egg. This was within his expectations. Because, if there was no such soul mark left behind, the crystal egg that the treasure-devouring body had transformed into would not have been summoned by Yi Xian. What? You entered a source nest star? Very quickly. Quickly, Yi Xian took out the soul imprint from the prismatic crystal egg. After a round of investigation, he instantly received all the information within the imprint. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately cried out softly. This soul mark was a message that the devouring doppelganger had specially left for Yi Xian. He had accidentally entered the Xia Fei star field, but was trapped by Du Dezhong and the others. He could not escape at all. The only way was to give up on the treasured devouring body and transform it into a powerful devouring whirlpool. The moment the whirlpool formed, his soul would escape. Because, therefore, this decision was made. On the one hand, it was forced by the situation. On the other hand, it was because the devouring doppelganger originally had this idea. Because, before he entered the Xia Fei star field, he found a source nest star in a remote place in the empty Hongmeng void. Moreover, the seed of chaos in the core of the star had not yet sprouted, so he could enter it and replace it. Devour. The reason why the devouring doppelganger did not enter at that time was that his cultivation base was still weak. He wanted to wait for a period of time to raise his cultivation base to another great realm before doing this. But later, he was trapped in the Xia Fei star field and had to leave in his soul state, which forced him to enter the source nest star ahead of time. All of this was explained in the divine soul imprint within the rhombus-shaped devouring crystal. The devouring clone knew that Yi Xian would find this place sooner or later, and besides him, even the primordial era Great Perfection 9th stage half-sovereign wouldn't be able to collect the devouring vortex. Therefore, he did not have to worry about the soul imprint in the prismatic devouring crystal being taken away. He had even marked the specific coordinates of the nesting star in his soul imprint. Yi Xian could go and check the situation at any time. In that case, the devouring doppelganger has profited from a disaster this time. After understanding everything, Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief. With a flip of his hand, he instantly stored the crystal into the undying world in his body. He had to go to the source nest star where the devouring doppelganger had entered to check the situation. Otherwise, he would not feel at ease. But, now was not the time, because there were other things at hand that needed to be dealt with. Anyway, the coordinates of the source nest star had been obtained. Once the soul of the devouring doppelganger entered and replaced the original seed of chaos, the entire source nest star would be activated and would be enveloped by a layer of invisible barrier in an instant. This invisible barrier was formed by the Hongmeng void laws. Not to mention a primordial expert, even a primordial expert would not be able to break through it. Naturally, it was absolutely safe. This matter could be dealt with later. Right now, what was in front of him was to take away all the cultivation resources in the 5 source nest stars in the Xia Fei star field. This time, he had expended a lot of energy to kill the 5 powerful source nest stars, but did not obtain even a single drop of blood essence. This was because the blood mist that erupted from the bodies of the source nest stars could not be condensed into blood essence at all. After putting in so much effort, Yi Xian was extremely unwilling to accept the fact that he had not gained much. Therefore, he completely swept away all the cultivation resources in the source nest stars of Du Dezhong and the other source nest stars like a swarm of locusts. This was more or less a small consolation. Swish. Chapter 46-35. The Desolation survivors were different from the space beasts. The advancement of the ferocious beasts' cultivation was basically achieved by the blood in their body. Therefore, the ferocious beasts basically relied on devouring each other to strengthen themselves. Although they also had various treasures and would use various heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the starry sky, the proportion was not very large. The Desolation survivors almost completely relied on flesh and blood medicine to improve their cultivation. The flesh and blood of beasts was the main ingredient, but other top-grade treasures and medicines were also indispensable. Therefore, in addition to the flesh and blood of beasts, the Desolation survivors must have a large number of top-grade treasures and medicines. Although space beasts also had such things, in terms of quantity, they were definitely not comparable to the Desolation survivors. God. Even ordinary Desolation survivors were like this, let alone Du Dezhong and the other 4 Desolation survivors. There was no doubt that the 5 of them must have collected a large number of treasures and medicines in their lairs, and all of them must be top-grade treasures. Even Yi Xian might not have such a large number of treasures and medicines. Although he killed Du Dezhong and the other 4, he only relied on supreme powers such as the fallen sky bow, the 9-colored flame sea, and the big-headed black stick. Even more. Even his true combat power, which was comparable to that of a seventh-order powerful figure, was only in the state of the ninth transformation of the 9 changes of demonic ape bloodline. Really? Speaking of which, Yi Xian's own cultivation strength was only at the 5th-order universe supreme level, which was still a little distance away from the real powerful figures of the desolation. And now, he was about to start plundering the lairs of the 5 powerful figures of the desolation. Among them, there was even a half-step supreme at the peak of the 9th order. With such a huge difference in strength, there was naturally a difference in the various top-grade treasures and medicines in his possession. To Yi Xian, this was definitely a great harvest. All the resources in the 5 lair stars had been swept away by him. It could be said that his pot was overflowing with money. After doing all this, he immediately left the Xia Fei star sector and directly activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body. He locked on to the layers of the layers that nurtured his strongest body and disappeared in a flash. Whoosh! When Yi Xian's figure appeared again, he was already near the source nest star. For Zhou Jing quietly did not make any movements. Yi Xian extended his divine sense. After confirming that the source nest star was the same as before, he immediately rushed to the giant abandoned star used for seclusion in front of him and directly entered the core of the star. He was going to go into seclusion again. After this battle, he had killed 5 powerful remnant experts. The opportunity to continue making breakthroughs had arrived. Although Xian's power had skyrocketed, he was still only at the peak of the middle stage of the Universe Supreme Realm. He hadn't even entered the later stage of the Universe Supreme Realm, let alone the remote Antiquity Supreme Realm. No matter what, he had to ascend to the Almighty Realm as soon as possible. Only then could his peak combat strength reach the Supreme of the Ancients realm. He had a premonition that the opening of the Great Desolation Apocalypse was not far away. It was very likely that it would arrive soon. This gave him a very strong sense of urgency. He had to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Whoosh! After making the decision, Yi Xian waved his hand, and Shenong Ding was instantly summoned. He stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After that, more faint sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. In an instant, fine rays of light shot out and suspended in front of him. These were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough, including the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and so on. Immediately after that, Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shenong Ding's domain and compressed all the cultivation resources into the size of an infant fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed it into his stomach. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next instant, when the energy ball that had been compressed into the size of an infant fist entered his mouth, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Yi Xian's body. All the resources that he had swallowed earlier melted in an instant, and a majestic energy river appeared in his body. This time, the shackles that appeared in his body were the same as before. There was only one. This was expected, so Yi Xian did not pay attention to it. Condensed with his mind focused, Yi Xian activated the energy river that had just formed in his body and continuously circulated it through his meridians, one great cycle after another. First in the previous battle, the energy in his body had almost been completely drained because he had activated the heaven-falling bow. Thus therefore, the breakthrough this time was not hindered at all. In just one day, the energy river that had formed in Yi Xian's body had been completely refined. When the energy river completely disappeared after each cycle and merged with Yi Xian's soul and physical body, after that, he only needed to charge once, and the shackles that had appeared this time broke. The anticipated system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind very quickly. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 6th order universe supremacy. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 6th order universe supremacy. 6th order supremacy. This. He had broken through the mid-stage and stepped into the late-stage supremacy realm. First. Previously, Yi Xian's original body's strength had been at the 5th order universe supremacy. After activating the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, his strength had risen to the 6th order supremacy in an instant. If he activated the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately rise to the 6th order primordial era. But in reality, if he took into account the increase in his strength due to the boundless blood energy in his body, his actual battle power would be comparable to a 7th order supremacy. But now, after successfully breaking through, Yi Xian's ancient demon ape bloodline would instantly reach the 7th order universe supremacy after activating it. Next, after activating the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape bloodline and directly entering the 9th transformation, his peak battle power would be comparable to a 7th order primordial era expert. Taking into account the boundless blood energy in his body that was 60 million miles long, and the boundless blood energy in his body, his true battle power would increase by 1 level. For example, right now, the strongest battle prowess he could display was on par with a desolate era expert of the 8th stage. Apart from on top of that, he still had the Blood Sea secret technique. Once he activated the Blood Sea secret technique, he could condense 3 Blood Sea avatars in an instant, and all of them had terrifying battle power comparable to an 8th order supremacy. In a 3 versus 1 situation, killing an 8th order supremacy was a piece of cake. Even if he encountered a 9th order supremacy, he would not need to use the fallen sky bow. He only needed to use the big-headed black stick and the 9-colored flame sea, and after a tough battle, he would be able to kill them. And the probability was very high, more than 60%. My cultivation realm has already reached the 6th order supremacy. If necessary, my peak battle power is comparable to an 8th order supremacy. Chapter 46-36. Whoosh. With a faint whistling sound, Yi Xian stepped out of the Shinong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored mist. Then, with a wave of his hand, he stored the cauldron into his body. According to the original plan, he planned to go to the Source Nest base camp after solving the matter in the Xia Fei star field. After leaving behind the 9-colored divine medicine and pills of various levels, he would then go to the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Finally, he would go to the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, which he had left for nearly 20 years, and pick up the ferocious beast army and the captive army. But now, although the matter in the Xia Fei star field had been solved, everything else was not completely over yet. After thinking about it, Yi Xian decided to complete 2 more important matters before going to the Source Nest base star. First, he would go to the Source Nest base star where the devouring avatar resided to see if everything was going well. He always felt a little uneasy in his heart. Second, he would fully integrate the incomplete alchemy secret method. In this way, with the support of the Shinong 9-colored flame, Yi Xian was confident that he could refine a flesh medicine that was more effective than the 9-colored divine medicine. This matter couldn't be dragged on for too long. Sharpening one's axe wouldn't delay one's work of chopping firewood. If they could really refine a flesh medicine that surpassed the 9-colored divine medicine, they would be able to refine it. Then the speed of his subsequent breakthrough would obviously be faster. Let's solve the first matter first. If everything is normal in the Source Nest base star where the devouring avatar resided, I will return immediately and carry out the final comprehensive integration of the incomplete alchemy secret method. After making up his mind, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he instantly rushed out of the core of the abandoned star where he was in seclusion. He turned into a faint ray of light and rushed towards the void coordinates marked in the divine soul imprint at an extremely fast speed. Although he was currently in human form, the 9 transformations of the demonic ape within his body had already been displayed to the 9th transformation. Therefore, the current Yi Xian was at the 7th step of the Desolate Era, which was the late stage of this realm. His speed was naturally incomparably fast. In addition to using void teleportation from time to time, it took him only about 6 days to reach his destination. This area was very remote. Within tens of billions of miles, not even a speck of cosmic dust could be seen, let alone ordinary abandoned stars. In fact, the 3,000 Source Nest bases in the Hongmeng Void that nurtured a chaos demon god were all in this situation. They were all in relatively remote areas. Coupled with the fact that the Hongmeng Void was boundless, there was no end, so these Source Nest bases were basically difficult to find. At this moment, a dark origin nest star could be seen in the primordial chaos void that was billions of kilometers away. The primordial chaos void was completely dark. Apart from the vast sealed Milky Way star field, there wasn't a single source of light anywhere else. Even the 3,000 source nests scattered all over this dark void did not emit any light at all. Otherwise, they would have been found long ago. It was the same for the source nest base star field billions of miles away. Yi Xian's figure shot forward and soon arrived in front of the source nest base star. With a thought, he extended his divine sense. When he was only 10 million miles away from the source nest base star, with a faint buzzing sound, a translucent membrane appeared on the surface of the entire star. This membrane seemed inconspicuous, but it was condensed by the powerful Hongmeng void laws. It was the same type of existence as the giant membrane that sealed the Milky Way star field and prevented countless survivors and fierce beasts from entering. They could only wait on both sides of the Milky Way. Similarly, the appearance of this membrane also meant that the seed of the chaos demon god in the core of the source nest base star protected by the membrane had sprouted. Of course, there was another situation, and that was, like the giant source nest base star that nurtured Yi Xian's strongest doppelganger, the seed of chaos inside had been stolen and replaced. This was obviously the case with the one in front of him. Yi Xian had a similar experience, and he had personally planted his doppelganger in the source nest base star that nurtured the power demon god. So, as soon as he approached, he instantly confirmed that the source nest base star in front of him was the same situation. And everything else in this source nest base star was normal. As a result, his heart that was hanging in his throat instantly fell by half. Xiao! With a wave of his hand, a faint sound of breaking through the air sounded. From the darkness of the void in the distance, a ray of light shot out and entered the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. It was a message left by the Devourer doppelganger. It was very brief, but it clearly indicated that he had entered the source nest base star. This divine sense message left by the Devourer doppelganger made Yi Xian completely relieved. Without stopping, he immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body. With a flash of light, he almost instantly returned to the source nest base star where the power doppelganger was nurtured. No. With some hesitation, he immediately rushed to the abandoned star used for closed-door training in front of him and directly entered its core. Today, before setting off to gather the subordinate legions, Yi Xian had only one thing left to do, and that was to completely integrate the incomplete alchemy secret method. He had a very strong hunch that this time, after the completion of the new perfect alchemy secret method, with the powerful power of the nine-colored flame, from then on, the flesh medicine he refined was very likely to surpass the previous nine-colored divine medicine and reach a new level. After sitting down, Yi Xian immediately issued an order to the Devourer system in his body, mobilizing all the calculation and deduction abilities of the system to carry out the final calculation of the incomplete alchemy secret method. At that time, he himself even used the terrifying divine sense of the seventh order to cooperate with it, concentrating and deducing at full speed. The new perfect alchemy secret method was not so easy to be integrated. Yi Xian's requirements were very high. The perfect secret method that he had mastered before must be perfectly compatible with the alchemy secret method that he obtained from Duda and the other 5 survivors this time. This, of course, was even more difficult. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. During this half a month, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the core of this giant abandoned star, seemed to have been completely petrified. There was no movement at all, and all his mind was devoted to the derivation and evolution of the new perfect alchemy secret method, but until now, there was no result. 3 days passed. Yi Xian, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a deep light of fatigue that quickly flashed away. He had devoted himself wholeheartedly to the derivation. For nearly 20 days, every minute and every second was rapidly deducing. Even a late-stage mighty figure could not bear it mentally. Unfortunately, although the derivation this time had been completed, the new perfect alchemy secret method had not really reached the level of perfect compatibility. Sigh. Chapter 46-37. The alchemy secret method that he had obtained from Du Dezhong had been completely integrated, but the new alchemy secret method that Yi Xian had obtained was not perfect, and was still missing a little bit. This, if he wanted to make up for it, he could only obtain a new alchemy secret method from other remnants of the ancients, and then carry out a deduction and integrate it. But, moreover, ordinary alchemy secret methods were obviously not enough, and he would probably have to go to the top most powerful star domains to find the remnants of the powerful beings. Moreover, according to Yi Xian's deductions, even if it was just a single top-notch star region, it would most likely still be unable to make up for this flaw. It would require at least 2 top-notch star regions to inherit secret alchemy techniques. In other words, in order to make the new alchemy secret method perfect, Yi Xian would have to go to at least 2 top most powerful star domains. If there were too many missing parts, it would be fine, but now that there is only a small gap, I only need to go to 2 top most powerful forbidden areas to make up for it, obtain a more perfect alchemy secret method, and refine a flesh medicine that surpasses the 9-color divine medicine. Murmured. While murmuring, Yi Xian's eyes flashed from time to time. So, if I let it go for the time being, I am really unwilling, why not, bite the bullet and do it a few more times. Whoosh. After making the decision, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer, and immediately rushed out of the giant abandoned star where he was in seclusion, and with a wave of his hand, he directly took out the demon dragon chariot again. This time, his goal was still the powerful beings of the ancients, and his purpose was not to kill them, but to obtain the alchemy secret method in the hands of the other party. In this way, there was obviously no way to use force. If Yi Xian's current peak battle strength could reach the supreme realm of the ancients, there would be no problem, and after capturing the remnants of the powerful beings of the ancients and forcibly searching their souls, he would be able to obtain everything. But, now that he was in the 9th transformation state, even with the addition of the majestic power of blood and qi in his 60 million kilometer huge body, his peak battle strength was only at the 8th level of the powerful beings of the ancients. There was a certain degree of difficulty in capturing the remnants of the powerful beings of the early stage of the ancients. After all, killing and capturing were completely different, and the latter was more complicated. What's more, even if he succeeded in capturing the target alive, with his strength as a rank 8 Grand Master, he couldn't directly search the soul of a Grand Master of the same level. Yes, if Feng Ruo decided to go all out, he had the chance to self-destruct his spirit. Ruo, however, if he were to encounter someone with a stronger temperament, the final result would obviously be to draw water with a sieve. Therefore, the only way was to use the identity of the great foppish Lord Zhua and to obtain the secret method of alchemy, as he had done in the Xiafei star area. A long time ago, in the battle in the Xiafei star field, although he had revealed his violent star ape form at the end, there were no other life stars in the surrounding universe at that time. The abandoned star that the devouring clone was trapped in was an extremely remote area of the Xiafei star region. In order to prevent the news of Yi Xian, the prodigal son of the left bank, from leaking out, Du Dezhong and the others had already given strict orders before the great battle broke out, forbidding any survivors of the Forbidden Grounds from using their divine senses to investigate the area. Also, that was to say, although Du Dezhong and the other 4 had all been killed, the fact that the great foppish Lord Zhuan was the public enemy of the right bank had not leaked out at all. Even in the Flying Dawn star field, no one knew. Yi Xian was very sure of this, so even if he appeared in a top star area of the right bank as the great foppish Lord Zhuan, no one would doubt his identity. The incident in the Flying Dawn star field had been exposed, and the outside world knew that he had a conflict with Du Dezhong and the other 4 in the Flying Dawn star field, and that he had killed all 5 of them in the end. However, this obviously wouldn't have much of an impact, and he could just make up a reason to fool everyone, so Yi Xian wasn't worried at all. 7 days later, in the middle section of the right bank of the Milky Way. Swish! A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a black light streaked across the void and shot forward at an extremely fast speed. This light was the demonic dragon carriage. Well, the target star area in front of him was called the Great Sun Star Field, and it was also a top star area guarded by the remnants of the primordial era. There were only a total of 4 almighty experts in the Great Sun Starfield. Currently, the 2 most powerful ones were at the late stage of the Great Sun Starfield. One of them was out visiting a friend, while the other was in seclusion. Unless there was a major incident that could affect the survival of the Great Sun star field, they would not come out of seclusion. There were only 2 remnants of the remnants left, and both of them were only at the early Great Sun star field, and both were at the 3rd level of the primordial era. Yi Xian had already inquired about this situation along the way, so he was very confident. At this moment, he was heading straight for the Great Sun star field, and the last part of the Great Sun star field was less than 10 billion miles away. This was the middle part of the right bank of the Milky Way, and the Flying Dawn star field was in the right part of the right bank of the Milky Way. Although it was far away, it had been a long time, so the incident in the Flying Dawn star field and the great foppish lord of the left bank had most likely spread out. This was indeed the case. When Yi Xian rode the demonic dragon and charged into the Great Sun star region like a bolt of black lightning, the 2 early-stage supreme experts in the Great Sun star region were coincidentally discussing this matter. Sensing the sudden arrival of the uninvited guest, the 2 extended their divine senses immediately. After checking, they were stunned for a moment, and then their expressions changed drastically, and they exclaimed softly, "Luxurious carriage, 9 Great Sun star field experts." Hiss. The god of slaughter of the left bank is here. It is said that this person's cultivation is only at the 6th level of the primordial era, but not long ago in the Flying Dawn star field, he killed all 5 remnants of the remnants of the remnants of the primordial era, including a peak stage 9 half-supreme. No matter how he did it, at least one thing is certain, and that is this mysterious great foppish lord of the left bank is as violent as the violent ape of the starry sky who has become the public enemy of the right bank. It is obvious that he will turn hostile and kill at the slightest disagreement. What happened recently? The entire right bank of the Milky Way is not peaceful. The violent ape of the starry sky is not over yet, and the mysterious great foppish lord of the left bank has suddenly appeared. Why would such a person suddenly come to our Great Sun star field? This old man has a very bad feeling. This time, I'm afraid our Great Sun star field will be in trouble. Whoosh! Whoosh! Amidst the exclamations, the 2 initial Great Sun star field experts immediately stood up and rushed out of the giant life form where one of the nests was located, toward the edge of the star field at an extremely fast speed. On the other side, the black light transformed by the demon dragon was roaring like a bolt of lightning. Originally, it was still billions of miles away, but in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of them. Chapter 46-38. Xiao. A sharp sound broke through the air, and the demonic dragon stopped abruptly in the void space of the universe thousands of miles away. Walala. Tight then, the sound of water splashing could be heard. The curtain formed by the dense fog in the front yard of the demonic dragon slowly rolled up, and Yi Xian walked out with a lazy expression. He walked slowly as if he was taking a stroll in the courtyard. Behind him, 7 gorgeous cultivators, including Corpse Ancestor and Drought Demon, were walking in a cluster behind him. The auras emitted from their bodies were all at Pinnacle Level 9 Universe Masters, which was equivalent to half-step Universe Supreme Masters. While Yi Xian's current aura was that of a Level 7 Great Being of the Primordial Era, which meant that he was at the advanced stage of this realm. In addition, there were 9 black dragons in front of the demonic dragon, and the auras emitted from their bodies were all at the first stage of this realm. Such a lineup was extremely luxurious. Whether it was the 9 black dragons of the Primordial Era, the 7 half-step Universe Supreme Masters, or the maids who were so beautiful and beautiful, it was very difficult to gather them on the right bank of the Milky Way. Not to mention, there was also an extremely luxurious Wuxia treasure carriage. Everything was gathered in the hands of a single person now, and there was obviously no need to doubt the strength of this person's identity and background. In fact, Yi Xian's identity as a big dandy from a super-powerful star domain on the left bank of the Milky Way was no longer doubted by anyone on the right bank of the Milky Way. If he didn't have such a powerful background, who on the right bank of the Milky Way would dare to kill all 5 great beings of the remnant people guarding a top-tier star domain like Xia Fei star domain? Of course, it wasn't impossible. At least, the infamous space-raging ape, who had become the public enemy of the right bank, definitely had the guts to do so. However, Bao Yuan was only interested in the ferocious beasts of the starry sky. As for the remnant star field, although he had the guts to do so, he didn't even have the slightest interest in it. he simply didn't put it in his eyes. This had long since become the consensus of countless powerhouses on the right bank of the Milky Way. Looking at the luxurious scene in front of them, the eyes of the two great beings of the initial stage who had rushed over from Great Sun Star Domain twitched. They turned around and exchanged a look. One of the great beings in a black robe immediately cupped his hands and asked cautiously, "My friend, may I know why you have come to Great Sun Star Domain?" The other white-robed supreme expert's eyes flickered with vigilance. It was obvious that he had long since been on guard against Yi Xian's sudden attack. After all, he'd left behind an impressive killing intent in the Xia Fei Star region, and the name of the god of slaughter had long since spread far and wide. My friends," he said. "And before I left. And it may be said that I am temperamental and murderous, but it is not my fault. That day, I came here with good intentions. I wanted to learn the secret method of alchemy. I even said that if the secret method of alchemy in the hands of Du Dezhong and the others was useful to me and could help me successfully refine the legendary 9-colored divine medicine, I would help them refine a cauldron of divine medicine in return. In the end, after comprehending the secret method of alchemy they provided, I did not refine the 9-colored divine medicine, but only the 3-colored divine medicine. However, no matter how disappointed I was, I did not go back on my words. I personally refined a cauldron of 3-colored divine medicine for them. I never expected that those 5 old geezers would rebel at the sight of benefits. They relied on the fact that Du Dezhong's cultivation was stronger than mine, and he was already a half-step supreme exalt at the perfection of the 9th rank of the primordial era. They actually wanted to seize this young master's 8-colored rare flame, and a great battle broke out. In the end, they were annihilated by this young master with one strike using my trump cards. Xiao. As he spoke, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, a dazzling ray of light shot out and arrived at the side of the demon dragon. It transformed into a divine medicine of flesh and blood that was tens of thousands of feet in radius. The 3 colors of green, red, and blue were intertwined. It was indeed a 3-colored divine medicine. Moreover, it was obvious that this 3-colored divine medicine had just been refined. Not to mention the powerful figures of the antiquity era, even ordinary emperors could easily tell. This was the cauldron of 3-colored divine medicine that Yi Xian had specially refined in front of Du Dezhong and the others. Now, it was put to good use again. At this moment, after hearing Yi Xian's words and seeing the cauldron of 3-colored divine medicine that had just been refined, the 2 powerful figures of the initial stage of the Great Sun Star Field believed Yi Xian's words. After sucking in a breath of cold air, their expressions changed slightly, and they immediately cried out softly, "It is indeed a 3-colored divine medicine. Its aura is so fresh, and it is indeed freshly refined. 3-colored divine medicine. Although there is still a gap between it and the legendary 9-colored divine medicine, it is still a divine medicine of flesh and blood after all." In the top and even the most powerful star regions on the right bank of the Milky Way, the best quality flesh and blood medicine refined by all the powerful figures and supreme masters is only the purple crystal medicine. Compared to that, the 3-colored divine medicine in front of us is simply too precious, Xiao. Without waiting for the 2 of them to finish speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand again. A weak 8-colored light shot out from between his brows. As it expanded in the wind, it instantly transformed into an 8-colored ball of flames that was 300 meters in radius, floating in the air to the side. The 2 powerful figures of the initial stage of the Great Sun Star Field were stunned. They gasped again and again. 8-colored flames? Fellow Taoist, you actually possess this item. TSK, to refine a divine medicine, you need at least a 6-colored flame. No wonder you can refine 3-colored divine medicine. This 8-colored flame is your greatest guarantee. From the looks of it, Du Dezhong's group of 5 in the Flying Dawn Star region were blinded by greed. They actually tried to steal your 8-colored flame. It's no wonder they ended up like this. As they spoke, their faces were filled with emotion. Even they were tempted by the 8-colored flame before them. If it wasn't for their cultivation being far inferior to the 8-colored flame and the fact that they had Du Dezhong's group of 5 as an example, they would have probably made the same mistake. My fellow cultivator, we have misunderstood you. We are really sorry. I hope you don't take it to heart. We were misled by those false rumors and slanders. After lamenting, the two powerful figures of the great sun star field looked embarrassed. They cupped their fists and bowed to Yi Xian. Chapter 46-39. Whoosh. As the black-robed figure waved his hand, a ray of light shot out. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was secretly relieved, but he did not show it on his face. He still had a faint smile on his face, as if he was not very worried. However, when the ray of light came close to him, he immediately raised his hand and caught it. He extended his divine sense into it, and after confirming that there was no problem, he raised his hand and patted it between his eyebrows, and then it disappeared. Two fellow cultivators, I will definitely fulfill my previous promise. I want to study it carefully to see if this secret alchemy method is helpful. After that, I will refine the divine medicine for you two fellow cultivators. Please wait a moment. At the same time, I would like to ask you two fellow cultivators to prepare the materials needed to refine the divine medicine, as well as the various top-grade heaven and earth materials as auxiliary materials, first. While speaking, Yi Xian cupped his fists at the two, smiled as a greeting, and then turned around and walked toward the demonic dragon behind him. Corpse Zhu Hanba and the other beautiful cultivators did not stay behind and all followed him. Whoosh! After entering the front yard of the demonic dragon imperial carriage, Yi Xian's chanting caused the fog curtain that was originally rolled up to fall down in an instant. In this way, everything in the front yard of the demonic dragon imperial carriage could no longer be seen from the outside. Even if the Supreme Primordial Lord used his divine sense to investigate, it would be impossible for him to find anything unless he could first destroy the field of the demonic dragon imperial carriage. Demonic Dragon Imperial Carriage. The Demonic Dragon Imperial Carriage was a treasure of the Primordial Lord. While it was extremely luxurious, it focused more on its defensive ability. Although it could not be compared to the Shinong Cauldron, it was completely impossible for an ordinary Supreme Primordial Lord to destroy it in a short time. Just as because of this, Yi Xian, who had gotten what he wanted, was not worried at all. After the fog curtain fell down, he immediately sat cross-legged in the front yard of the demonic dragon imperial carriage. Then after that, Yi Xian ordered the devouring system in his body to fully activate the system's deduction and calculation ability. Coupled with his terrifying divine sense of the seventh stage, he began to integrate and optimize the secret alchemy method that he had just obtained with the same secret method that he had mastered before. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. First, previously, he had already fused all of the alchemy secret techniques together. This time, he only needed to fuse the secret techniques of the 4 remnant experts from the Great Sun Starfield into the alchemy secret technique. Therefore, the speed was very fast. Even so, it still took an entire 10 days. After all, it required a lot of calculation and calculation work. Although it was delayed for another 10 days, fortunately, it was not all for nothing. Yi Xian's alchemy secret art had taken a small step towards perfection. According to his calculations, he would be able to complete it after going through the last star field. Walala. The strange sound of water splashing could be heard. The curtains of the demonic dragon's imperial vestibule, which was suspended in the void, slowly rose. This time, Corpse Ancestor, Hanba, and the rest of the 7 gorgeous cultivators didn't follow him out, and they stayed within the devil dragon chariot instead. Only Yi Xian walked out slowly, and there was still a faint smile on his face. Xiao. 2 fellow Taoists, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I finally gained something, but I'm afraid there's still some distance before I can refine the 9-color divine medicine. Later, I still have to go to other star fields. Walking out of the imperial vestibule, Yi Xian had already waved his hand and summoned an 8-colored divine flame, which turned into a 10,000 feet tall cauldron made of pure 8-colored flames. This was clearly the rhythm of fulfilling the previous promise and refining a furnace of divine medicine on the spot. At the 2 remnant experts who had been waiting outside the demonic dragon chariot for 10 days had their hearts in their throats. Now that they saw this scene, they finally felt relieved, and their faces bloomed with smiles. Xiao. Xiao. Very quickly, two rays of light accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air shot towards Yi Xian. These were two storage magic treasures. Inside them were the flesh and blood materials and various top-notch precious medicines that the two remnant experts had prepared. Xiao. At the same time, the two people's excited voices sounded at the same time. Fellow Daoist, you've worked hard. These are the materials we prepared. Fellow Daoist is really a man of his word. The rumors outside are really too much. After this matter, we will definitely spread the news and make sure to clear your name. In that case, thank you very much. Yi Xian nodded and smiled faintly. Without saying anything, he turned his head and looked at the 8-colored flame cauldron floating in the void. Xiao. 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 Almost in the next moment, with a thought, a large number of remains of fierce beasts were taken out from the two storage magic treasures sent by the two remnant experts of the Great Sun Star Field. These were the main materials used to refine the 9-color divine medicine. At the same time, a large number of top precious materials and precious medicines were taken out. There were countless of them. They even prepared the spring water used to refine the medicine. Of course, these raw materials, whether it was the flesh of fierce beasts or the spring water, were not as good as those in Yi Xian's hands. Inverted, there was no difference in the various top precious materials and precious medicines. After all, these were taken out from the hands of the remote antiquity experts. No. Although the materials used to refine the medicine were not as good as those prepared by Yi Xian, and this time, he only used the Shinong 8-colored flames and not the 9-colored flames to refine the divine medicine. However, with Yi Xian's current refining methods, he could not refine the 9-colored divine medicine under such conditions. However, he could still refine the 3-colored or 4-colored divine medicine. Boom. 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 Xiao. Xiao. Soon, a loud rumbling sound was heard. This energy-shaped cauldron formed by the Shinong 8-colored flames opened. Then, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, all the materials that were floating in the void automatically flew into the cauldron and melted together in the blink of an eye. Next. In the next moment, Yi Xian's hands fluttered like butterflies. Obscure runes of different colors and shapes fell from his hands like rain, directly entering the 8-colored cauldron in the form of energy. Their momentum was overwhelming and densely packed. The number was so large that it made people's hair stand on end. The speed was even more shocking. The two powerful experts in the void were dumbfounded at first sight. Time passed slowly. This time, Yi Xian deliberately slowed down. While refining the medicine, he felt and recalled the secret refining methods that he had comprehended in the past 2 days. Unknowingly, he had already mastered them. This time, it only took 1 day for this furnace of top-grade flesh medicine to be completely refined. As the great medicine was successfully refined, countless auspicious visions of dragons and tigers leaping appeared in the void of the inner space of the room in an instant. Roar. Ong, boom. Almost in the next moment, a huge roar sounded, and the 8-colored cauldron in the void in front of him bloomed with infinite light. Phantoms of true dragons and true phoenixes all rushed out of the cauldron, roaring with their necks outstretched. Chapter 46-40. Buzz. With the disappearance of the 8-color flame cauldron, there was only a large pot of 4-color divine medicine left in the void in front of them. It was emitting an extremely strong energy aura. This 4-color divine medicine was as big as a huge mountain. Although it was only 1/10 as big as Yi Xian's when he refined it himself, it was still a 4-color divine medicine. It was definitely a supreme treasure for any powerful figure. Bye. The best divine medicine refined in the countless forbidden areas and star regions on the right bank of the Milky Way was only at the level of purple crystal medicine. It was not even at the level of divine medicine. But, therefore, with the help of this huge 4-color divine herb, each of the 4 powerful experts in the domain of Great Sun would be able to improve their cultivation base by about 2 minor levels. If it was Yi Xian, he naturally wouldn't have taken a fancy to it. However, to the other ferocious beasts and the remnants, it was no different from a great fortune. Normally, if a powerful being wanted to increase their cultivation by 1 level, which of them would not need thousands of years of accumulation? Now, with the help of this four-color divine medicine, they could improve their cultivation by 2 stages within a few years. The gap between them could be imagined. At this moment, as Yi Xian removed the 8-color flame cauldron, this huge 4-color divine medicine was exposed in the void. It was emitting an extremely strong energy aura, shining with dazzling light, and the cries of dragons and phoenixes could be heard. Look! Seeing this scene, the 2 powerful figures of the remnant people instantly widened their eyes and gasped. Even their bodies trembled slightly. They murmured softly, revealing an extremely excited expression. 4-color divine medicine. It's actually a 4-color divine medicine. My fellow cultivator, you have improved your alchemy skills. Previously, you could only refine 3-color divine medicine. Now, you can refine 4-color divine medicine. It seems that our secret alchemy skills have contributed a little to you. Otherwise, we would be ashamed to accept it. My fellow cultivator, there are too many 4-color divine medicines. Why don't you take half of them? After all, we didn't participate in the refining process. It was you who refined them all by yourself. As they spoke, the 2 powerful figures turned to look at Yi Xian at the same time. There was a hint of heartache in their eyes. Although they spoke politely, it was impossible for them not to feel some reluctance in their hearts. Yi Xian was speechless as he watched. He didn't care about these 4-color divine medicines at all. Moreover, the amount was small to begin with. These 2 fellows actually allowed him to take half of them. They were truly generous. Generally speaking, this trip to the Great Sun Star region was very pleasant for Yi Xian, and he had successfully achieved his goal. Since they were so generous, he naturally would be generous. He waved his hand with a faint smile and said directly, "You 2 fellow cultivators are too polite. For me, the improvement of my alchemy skills is the greatest gain. I was fortunate enough to have successfully refined this cauldron of 4-color divine medicine. This is what I promised. Furthermore, all of the materials used in the refinement were provided by the 2 of you. How could I take what you love from others? You don't have to be polite. Just take it." The 2 powerful figures were stunned. This was a 4-color divine medicine, and such a big batch. How could he not be tempted at all? If this happened before, they would never believe it. After all, in the entire right bank of the Milky Way, there had not been a 1-color divine medicine in the world for countless years. However, thinking of the secret alchemy skills and the 8-color flame in the hands of the other party, the 2 immediately felt relieved. With this ability, as long as he needed to collect the materials, he could refine the medicine at any time. Even though they had harvested a huge chunk of 4-color divine medicine, it was a one-off harvest after all. If they just sat around and ate, they would have less and less of it in the future. 1. Thinking of this, the 2 no longer hesitated. After exchanging a look, one of them immediately waved his hand and divided the huge 4-color divine medicine into 4 parts. After the 2 took 2 of them and put them away properly, they exchanged a look again. With a solemn face, they turned to Yi Xian and cupped their fists and bowed deeply. "Fellow cultivator is a man of honor. We are ashamed. Now that I think about the rumors about you in the outside world, it is simply outrageous. Don't worry, fellow cultivator, leave this matter to us. We will immediately spread the news later. We will definitely clear your name for you. Here, we wish you in advance that you have already refined the legendary 9-color divine medicine. In addition, if you have time, I hope you can visit our Hongyang Star Field more often. We will definitely welcome you." Sure. Yi Xian nodded. He immediately turned around and walked toward the demonic dragon behind him. Then, "Thank you 2 fellow cultivators in advance. If I have time in the future, I will definitely come again." Walala, after he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already walked into the front yard of the imperial carriage. The curtain of the front yard that was formed by the dense fog instantly fell down. Immediately after, with a thought from him, the 9 black dragons raised their heads and roared angrily. The entire imperial carriage instantly transformed into a black ray of light that flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already disappeared into the horizon. The two powerful cultivators of the Hongyang star field were indeed men of their word. As soon as Yi Xian left, they immediately spread the news. In the Hongmeng void, the speed of news transmission was so fast that even the powerful cultivators of the primordial era would not be able to catch up with it. This was because there were all kinds of secret methods and treasures that could achieve this. But, therefore, not long after Yi Xian left the Hongyang star field, everything that happened here spread out at an astonishing speed. By over the countless years on the right bank of the Milky Way, even the best flesh medicine refined by the primordial supreme experts was only the amethyst elixir. Treasure compared to the divine medicines, the purple crystal precious medicines were one grade lower. Now that a four-color divine medicine suddenly appeared, although it was not the legendary nine-color divine medicine, it was enough to shock everyone. Short in just a few days, countless cultivators on the right bank of the Milky Way received the news. It was not only the cultivators of the primordial era who were excited. In fact, they were even more excited about the countless ferocious beasts in the primordial era. This was because the ferocious beasts in the primordial era could also consume the four-color divine medicine, and the effects were the same. In just a few days, Yi Xian, the mysterious playboy of the left bank, became the most popular person on the right bank of the Milky Way. None, whether it was the ferocious beasts in the primordial era or the ferocious beasts in the primordial era, all of them were looking forward to his arrival. This was especially so for the ferocious beasts in the primordial era. When they learned that the secret method of refining medicines in their hands could be exchanged for the four-color divine medicine, they were so excited that they almost went crazy. Chapter 46-41. Bright Swan Star Area. This was the most powerful star area closest to Great Sun Star Area. Place therefore, when the two lucky survivors of Great Sun Star Area spread the news, the entire Bright Swan Star Area was in an uproar. Not only did the two survivors of Great Sun Star Area exchange their secret alchemy method for a chance to refine a cauldron of four-color divine medicine from the mysterious playboy Zuan, but Zuan was also obsessed with refining the divine medicine. Furthermore, it was revealed that Zuan was obsessed with the Tao of medicine refinement, and his only goal was to refine the legendary nine-color divine medicine. After leaving the Great Sun Starfield, he would continue to visit other top-notch starfields that were guarded by almighties and continue to perfect his medicine refinement secret technique. This was definitely good news for the Great Haohong Starfield, as they were the strongest starfield closest to the Great Haoyang Starfield. Place therefore, if the mysterious playboy Zuan was heading in this direction, his next target would definitely be Bright Swan Star Area. This is definitely a good thing. Maybe this debauchee Zuan will be able to refine the five-color divine medicine after he perfected his secret alchemy technique again. This is definitely a good thing. In short, they could not miss this opportunity. Otherwise, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Perhaps they would never have the chance to get the legendary divine medicine of flesh again. Place realizing this, the four powerful experts of the remnant people in the Great Bright Star Area immediately rushed to the forbidden area. They waited in the void, looking forward to what was about to happen. After waiting for 6 days, they finally saw a faint black light in the empty space of the dark universe ahead of them. It was shooting toward them at a terrifying speed. After a short while, the black light abruptly came to a halt in the void thousands of kilometers ahead. It was an extremely extravagant treasure carriage pulled by 9 black dragons. Whoosh! Luan, the dense fog curtain in the front yard slowly rose. A young man with rosy lips and white teeth walked out of the carriage with his hands behind his back. He looked calm but had an extraordinary aura. How? The 4 powerful experts of the Hongxing field were so excited that their bodies were trembling. One of them stepped forward, cupped his fists, and bowed slightly. Fellow Daoist, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Here is the secret method of alchemy that we have studied for many years. I hope it will be of some help to you. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and shot a beam of light toward Yi Xian in front of him. 10 days later, Yi Xian left behind a 5-color divine medicine that had a circumference of 100,000 meters. Under the endless gratitude of the 4 remnant experts of the vast expanse star region, he floated away. When he was far away, he stepped out of the demonic dragon carriage and put it away. Then, he directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body. As for the coordinates locked on, it was near the source star where his strongest doppelganger was. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Yi Xian arrived at his destination. The first thing he did was to rush to the giant abandoned star in the distant void that was used for seclusion. Previously, in Great Sun Star area, his secret alchemy method had finally reached perfection. This time, he hurried back to this temporary seclusion place to refine a furnace of flesh medicine and test its effect. Rumble. Rumble, whoosh. Whoosh! After entering the core of the abandoned star, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the shrunken Shinong treasure cauldron. Then, with a thought, 108 remains of ancient creatures were taken out from the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. These remains of ancient creatures were the main materials he used to refine the medicine. At the same time, he also took out a large number of top-grade precious materials and medicines of all kinds. Now, Yi Xian's secret alchemy method was close to perfection. Under the influence of the Shinong nine-colored flame, it was no longer a problem for him to refine the flesh medicine that was more effective than the nine-colored godly medicine. Therefore, the remains of the treasured bodies of the primordial creatures he took out were all of high levels. All of them were at least universe supreme beings, and 18 of them were treasured bodies of ferocious beasts at the primordial age. Similarly, the spring water used to refine the medicine was also extravagant this time. He used a mixture of innate cold liquid and dark furnace lotion as a substitute. Rumble. Rumble, whoosh. After everything was ready, accompanied by the sound of the air breaking, all the materials that were originally suspended on one side of the void automatically flew into the cauldron. Blink, in an instant, they melted under the temperature of the nine-colored flame and mixed together. Whoosh. 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 Whoosh! After taking a deep breath, Yi Xian's hands fluttered rapidly like a butterfly fluttering among flowers. Obscure seal scripts of different colors and shapes fell from his hands like rain, directly entering the farmer god's treasure cauldron. They covered the sky and covered the earth, densely packed, the number so great that it made one's hair stand on end. Time passed slowly, this time, because Yi Xian was using the newly completed secret alchemy method to refine the medicine, and because the materials used this time were more precious, he was very serious. Speed. He deliberately slowed down. As he refined the medicine, he felt and recalled the secret alchemy method that he had comprehended 2 days ago. After a full 10 days, this cauldron of top-grade flesh medicine was finally completed. Wang. As Yi Xian opened his eyes, the Shinong treasured cauldron, which was suspended in the void inside the core of the star, suddenly trembled slightly and let out a low buzzing sound. This cauldron of flesh medicine had finally been successfully refined. Ching. In an instant, countless auspicious images of dragons and tigers leaping appeared on the cauldron. Hum. Ong, boom. Accompanied by a huge roar, the Shinong treasured cauldron in the void bloomed with infinite light. The phantoms of true dragons and true phoenixes all rushed out of the cauldron, stretching their necks and roaring clearly. Rise. Whoosh. With a cold light flashing in his eyes, Yi Xian roared. Almost in the next instant, a gray light rushed out of the Shinong treasured cauldron, blooming with endless chaotic light. The energy aura it emitted was so strong that even Yi Xian didn't dare to look at it directly. After taking a deep breath and forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yi Xian stared at it, and his eyes instantly froze. Looking at high in the void in front of the line, a large cauldron of flesh medicine was quietly floating. When it rushed out of the Shinong treasured cauldron, it still emitted an incomparably strong energy aura. But now, the light was restrained, and it looked gray. Not only was it unremarkable, but there was even no energy aura. It was obvious that he had returned to his original state. Just based on this point alone, the medicinal effect of this batch of flesh and blood medicine that Yi Xian had refined this time would definitely be above that of the 9-color divine medicine. Even more so. As for this cauldron of flesh medicine, which was also the size of a giant mountain peak, it was very likely that it had surpassed the category of divine medicine and reached another higher level. Chapter 46-42. Chaos Medicine. What a rich energy aura. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled as he looked at the mountain-like gray medicine in front of him. He was so excited that his body trembled slightly. Even in the primordial chaos starfield, the 9-colored divine herb had become a legend in the forbidden lands and star domains that guarded both sides of the Milky Way. Yet now, he'd actually refined a chaotic herb that was a level higher than a divine herb. If news of this were to spread, there would probably be no one who would believe it. After a long while, he finally calmed down. He took a deep breath and directly kept the mountain-like chaos medicine in front of him into his undying world. His body directly entered the space within the Shinong furnace, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He wanted to go into seclusion to test the effects of this chaos medicine and use it to break through again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged above the central region volcano in the cauldron's inner space. Oni's he waved his hand. A large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. Instantly, fine rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. All were the cultivation resources that Yi Xian took out from his undying world for this breakthrough, including the all-evil elixir, the 9-colored divine medicine, and so on. Of course, the most important thing was the chaos medicine that had a radius of 2,000 feet. In order, after everything was ready, Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the farmer god Cauldron's domain and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. Then, he swallowed it into his stomach and dissolved it rapidly. Walala, almost in the next instant, when the energy ball that had been compressed to the size of a nascent soul fist entered his mouth, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Yi Xian's body. What surprised him even more was that this time, there were actually 2 human shackles that appeared in his body. The appearance of the 2 shackles meant that if Yi Xian's seclusion went smoothly, he would once again welcome the long-awaited 2 consecutive breakthroughs. Indeed, it had been a long time. He didn't expect to encounter such a good thing when he was in the late almighty stage. This was partly because it was the first time he had consumed the chaos medicine. On the other hand, it was also because what he had gained from his previous breakthrough had already been fully integrated into his divine soul and physical body. The opportunity for another breakthrough had already arrived. Very quickly, all the resources that he'd swallowed earlier melted, and a majestic river of energy appeared within his body. With rapt attention, Yi Xian activated the energy river that had just formed within his body. He continuously circulated the energy in his 100 meridians with all his might, circulating it time and time again. This time, perhaps it was because he had once again received the 2 consecutive breaks, but when the great river of energy flowed through his meridians, the pain was particularly intense. However, Yi Xian had long since gotten used to it, so he did not pay it any mind. But that was all. Other than that, there were no more obstacles in the breakthrough this time. It only took 7 days or so for the energy river formed in Yi Xian's body to be completely refined. Dang, this great river of energy completely disappeared after each cycle. After it merged with Yi Xian's soul and body, he only needed to attack once before the shackles that had appeared this time broke. The system beep quickly sounded in Yi Xian's mind, and it sounded one after another. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, level 8 Universe Supreme. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, level 8 Universe Supreme. Level 8 Universe Supreme. This is after 2 consecutive breakthroughs. Yi Xian was only 1 level away from the peak of level 9 Universe Supreme. Previously, Yi Xian's original body was a level 6 Universe Supreme. After activating the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he could instantly climb to level 7 Universe Supreme. And if he used the 9 demon ape transformations again and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately soar to level 7 Desolation Era. In fact, if he counted the 1 level bonus from the majestic energy and blood of his physical body, his true battle power would be comparable to that of a level 8 Universe Supreme. But now, after his successful breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly possess the power of a level 9 Universe Supreme after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. Then using the bloodline power of the 9 demon ape transformations and directly entering the 9th transformation, his peak battle power would be comparable to that of a level 9 Universe Supreme, which was half a step away from being a Supreme. This is not the Level 9 Universe Supreme, but the Level 9 Universe Supreme. If in addition to the 60 million miles long body, the boundless power of blood and chi that was so vast that it made one's hair stand on end added one level to his actual combat strength. Right now, the strongest battle strength that he could display was still not comparable to the true supreme of the ancients due to the fact that he was an entire realm above him. However, the difference between them was definitely very limited. Viewed in other words, the current Yi Xian was definitely an invincible existence below the primordial sovereign. In addition, he had the Blood Sea secret technique. Once he activated the power of his avatar, he could instantly form 3 Blood Sea avatars, all of which had terrifying battle power comparable to that of a Level 1 Universe Supreme. In the situation of 3 against 1, if he used the Fallen Sky Bow, even if he encountered a Level 1 Universe Supreme, he could still kill him. And the probability was very high, more than 60%. Just one more level of breakthrough and I'll be a 9th level Pinnacle Universe Supreme. Then, I'll be able to swallow a level 28 Almighty Treasure Pill and officially step into the realm of Almighty. Yi Xian muttered as a brilliant light flickered in his eyes. An unprecedented sense of pride surged out from his chest. If I were to arrive, my peak combat strength would reach the 2nd order of the primordial god under the condition of the 9th transformation's 60 million mile long body. And I won't be alone. Under the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, I will have 3 Blood Sea avatars with the battle power of a Level 2 Supreme. Even if he comes across a 3rd order Venerable Desolate Realm expert, he can still kill them without fear. This is clearly the rhythm of being invincible below the Level 9 Universe Supreme, but I only need a small breakthrough to achieve it. At this point, Yi Xian did not speak anymore and subconsciously clenched his fists. Oh whoa, boss, you broke through again. At this time, an excited howl sounded from the right side of the space inside the cauldron. Then, 2 figures shot over. Yi Xian turned around and saw the elephant fox ferret and Ning Tai, side by side, rushing toward the central domain volcano where he was at. In a short time, the elephant fox ferret had finally entered the Emperor realm from the Level 9 Universe Supreme. Now, it was already at the Level 1 Universe Supreme. While Ning Tai had been in seclusion in the Shen Nong Cauldron recently, and his cultivation progress was quite good. Now, he was already at the Level 9 Universe Supreme. It would not be long before he entered the Emperor realm like the elephant fox ferret. Boss, there was a very nice smell here just now. This was a very good smell. Chapter 46-43. The elephant fox ferret had made a few great contributions recently. Now, he had used his nose, which was sharper than a dog's, to sniff out the scent of the chaotic medicine. It was impossible not to appease him. Furthermore, the higher this fellow's cultivation was, the more useful he would be to Yi Xian in the future. Therefore, Yi Xian was not stingy when it came to providing cultivation resources to improve his cultivation. The same went for Ning Tai. Since she was not from the Tianji clan, she was not Yi Xian's enemy. However, the machinery clan was also very suspicious now. This was because the leader of the machinery clan, Devourer, was also created by the technological pioneer of the human clan, Xingbo. Now that Xingbo wasn't dead and he obviously had a shocking plot, Yi Xian had no choice but to be on guard against him. However, he believed that even if there was a problem with Devourer, there would not be a problem with Ning Tai. At most, she was just a chess piece that Devourer had placed beside Yi Xian in the name of protection. However, later on, as Yi Xian left the 3 main star planes and came to the Hongmeng Void, Ning Tai, this chess piece that Devourer had placed, had basically lost its purpose and meaning of existence. Counter however, to Yi Xian, Ning Tai's value was slowly becoming apparent. This was because she had sensed something before, which allowed Yi Xian to see Xingbo with his own eyes in the ferocious mosquito forbidden grounds. Although Xingbo had entered the Milky Way star sector, the Tianji clan and the machinery clan were still outside. Now that the end of the great desolate world was about to arrive, whether it was the heavenly fate race or the machinery race, they would definitely think of ways to enter the primordial void. Yi Xian was extremely confident in this point. De and Devourer were definitely not as simple as people imagined. Since however, Xingbo was in the Hongmeng Void, and De and Devourer were created by him. In that case, it was impossible for the Tianji clan and the Machinery clan not to receive any information. Sooner or later, they would enter the Hongmeng void. For example, for Yi Xian, Ying Tai had become a sharp weapon in his hands to find the Tian, the Ji race and the Mech race. As long as he was within a certain distance, Ying Tai would definitely sense him. At that time, Yi Xian would be able to gain a certain advantage. No matter what he did in the future, it would be of great significance, hence, Ying Tai's cultivation level had to increase rapidly. Currently, he was only an emperor, which was too weak. Thinking about this, Yi Xian immediately took out a 4,000 zhang radius primal chaos herb from his undying world. He divided it into 2 equal portions and gave 1 each to the elephant fox mink and Ying Tai. Again he instructed the 2 of them that they must work hard and quickly improve their cultivation. After that, he soared into the sky of the space within the cauldron and disappeared, Xiao. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Yi Xian's figure rushed out of the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, the Shenong cauldron was absorbed into his body, and his figure rushed out of the core of the giant abandoned star where he was in seclusion. Hereafter arriving at the vast void outside, Yi Xian waved his hand again. This time, he took out the demonic dragon imperial carriage. Hua! La! La! With a thought, the fog curtain in the front yard of the imperial carriage slowly rose, and the figures of Shi Zhu, Han Kuei, and the rest of the 7 gorgeous cultivators walked out. Xiao! 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 Without saying a word, Xian waved his hand. Instantly, 7 gray balls of light shot out from his body and hung in the void before him. They were none other than the primal chaos herbs. 7. Each of the balls of light had a radius of 30,000 zhang. After all, the 7 gorgeous cultivators had already recovered their cultivation level to the peak of the 9th level of the universe supreme level. One more step and they would become the great beings of the primordial era. The cultivation resources they required were far beyond what the elephant fox mink, Ying Tai, and the rest could compare to. Here at this moment, seeing Yi Xian send out the 7 primal chaos herbs with a wave of his hand, Shi Zhu, Han Kuei, and the rest of the girls were first stunned, then their expressions changed drastically. They all gasped and exclaimed in shock, "What a dense energy aura! What kind of primal chaos herb is this? It's actually more powerful than the 9-colored godly medicine, and it's not just by a little bit. It's gray and looks unremarkable. If I didn't examine it carefully, I wouldn't even be able to feel the energy aura. This is so similar to the legendary primal chaos herbs." Hiss. Primal chaos herbs. Master, what kind of luck did you run into? Which ancient relic or cave residence did you find such a heaven-defying thing? You're an idiot. The primal chaos herbs in front of us have a fresh aura. It's obvious that they were just made not long ago. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the work of Master. Primal chaos herbs. Even in the primordial era, they were things of legend, just like the 9-colored godly medicine in the present world. Although we were great beings of the primordial era, we've never even seen them before. I didn't expect to see so many primal chaos herbs in the present world with my own eyes. Moreover, they were made by Master himself. This is simply unbelievable. Congratulations to Master for reaching the pinnacle in alchemy. With this chaotic great herb, even if we don't improve our cultivation base compared to our previous lives, we can at least recover to the peak state of our previous lives after waking up from our slumber. That's right, Master, you've reached the pinnacle of your previous lives. Yes, Master, this time we've been out for a long time. We can't delay any longer. We have to go back to the jewel space to continue our closed-door training. I believe that the next time we meet, the 7 sisters will have recovered to the peak of the primordial era's peak stage 9. It's not impossible for us to go one step further and reach the primordial era's supreme stage. Master, take care of yourself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the last sentence, the 7 girls didn't hesitate any longer. They bowed to Yi Xian and then waved their hands one after another. The 7 primal chaos herbs hanging in the void in front of them instantly turned into 7 gray lights and rushed into their bodies. Whoosh, Yi Xian nodded with a smile. With a wave of his hand, the Yuluo smoke was released from his body. Under the wind, it expanded and turned into a pink silk cloth with a radius of 100 feet. It unfolded gently in the void. The girl didn't delay any longer and bowed to Yi Xian once more. Then, she soared into the air and entered the Bao Luo, disappearing without a trace. Whoosh! Only when the 7 girls disappeared did Yi Xian waved his hand and put the Yuluo smoke back into his body. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He let out a long breath and murmured softly, "After so long, these 7 girls are finally going to return to the peak of their previous life?" Presumably, when they finish this closed-door training and wake up from their slumber, the end of the Great Desolation should also come. At this point, Yi Xian seemed to suddenly think of something. His eyes flashed and he subconsciously clenched his fists. The important things at hand have basically come to an end for the time being. Now that the end of the Great Desolation is coming, it's time for the army under this Star Master to gather together. Chapter 46-44. This time, Yi Xian's destination was the most important place in the primordial void other than his strongest avatar and the devouring avatar that were nurtured by his 2 avatars. Speaking, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was his base behind the primordial void. Old Pig Spirit, 8 Great Vajra, Flying Centipede, Old Monster In Ji, Gui Hai Dao, Tsang Qingyu, Naibua Mountain, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Zhua Fengtai, and the rest of the demon army. There was also an army of 10 million beasts, including the Long Yi Hao Life Giant Fortress. This place was only 20 billion miles away from the strongest primordial void where Yi Xian's strength body was. It was Yi Xian's primordial void base camp. It had been more than 10 years since Yi Xian left this place. A few years was nothing to the space beasts and primordial survivors in the primordial void and the countless forbidden lands and star regions on both sides of the Milky Way in the primordial void. Not to mention the powerful beings above the venerable realm, even the emperors and emperors would at most break through 1 or 2 levels in the past 10 years, or even less. However, to the army under Yi Xian, it was definitely not to this extent. Whether it was the Old Pig Spirit, the 8 Great Vajras, or the 10 million fierce beast army, the cultivation resources that Yi Xian provided were all at least purple gold precious medicines. Those with slightly stronger cultivations were even like him, using 9-color divine medicines. One had to know that in the top forbidden lands in the primordial void, even some powerful beings of the primordial void might not be able to use purple gold medicine on a daily basis. At the entire right bank of the Milky Way, there were only a few powerful beings of the primordial void who could refine purple gold medicine. From this, it could be seen how extravagant the cultivation resources of Yi Xian's subordinates were. Also because of this, although Yi Xian had only left the primordial void base camp for a short 10 years, he was still looking forward to the cultivation progress of all his subordinates in the base camp. 10 in just a few years, he had grown to become an 8th-level Universe Supreme. When he left, he was only a Universe Knight. His cultivation level had increased by more than 3 great realms. If there were no accidents, judging from the increase in cultivation level of his subordinates, some of them had increased by more than 3 great realms. By the further one goes, the harder it is to break through, and the weaker one's cultivation level is, the greater the space for improvement is, the more shocking the increase in cultivation level is. Xiao, Yi Xian's figure abruptly stopped as a faint sound of something breaking through the air sounded out. A distance of over 20 billion kilometers was nothing to him right now. He'd arrived there in a short period of time. From 10 million miles away was the primordial void base camp. As his consciousness spread out, Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. It wasn't that there was a problem, but that he was shocked. The source hive star in front of them was extremely huge, but now, except for the soil and rock layers on the surface of the entire star, the bottom was all metal. Over the past decade, the giant life fortress of Wild Dragon battleship had eaten up the entire primordial void star. On the surface, it looked like a primordial void star, but in fact, it was the giant life fortress of Wild Dragon battleship. It was just that there were 10,000 miles of soil and rock on the surface as a cover. This was definitely a surprise because the giant life fortress of Wild Dragon battleship looked so huge from the outside, so the space inside it must be even more shocking. One had to know that the space within the giant fortress of life was all made using the space folding technique. The life fortress of the wild dragon ship had already grown into a true giant fortress in the void. Compared to the Tianji city of the Tianji race, it was not the slightest bit smaller. In fact, it might even be larger than the Tianji city. With such a vast space, even if Yi Xian brought the two armies hibernating in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun and the Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood, it would be enough to accommodate them. Until Yi Xian didn't even care about the giant life fortress of Wild Dragon battleship's offensive and defensive power because he would soon possess the terrifying strength of a supreme of the ancients. As long as the giant life fortress of Wild Dragon battleship's defensive power was strong enough to protect his army, it would be enough for him to have a place to stay. There was no problem with this. With Yi Xian's understanding of the world's insects, he was very confident. "Oh, who is spying on us? Do you think your Grandpa Pig is a decoration? Get out here immediately." Roar. Just as Yi Xian was sighing in his heart, a shocking howl suddenly came from the primordial void star. It was clearly the old pig spirit's voice. Rumble, then, a black light shot out from the surface of the primordial void star. It expanded with the wind and instantly turned into a terrifying black pig with a body of 100 million feet. It was the old pig spirit. However, other than the old pig spirit, the other subordinates of the primordial void star, including the great beings of the demon race and the ferocious beast army, did not appear. When Yi Xian had used his godly consciousness to investigate earlier, he had seen some patrollers on the surface of the star. But now, even they were all hibernating and hiding in the giant life fortress under the star. Obviously, this was to confuse the enemy and make them think that there was only one powerful space porcupine in this seemingly abandoned star and that there was no other existence. If this prevented the primordial void star from being exposed, and if there were no accidents, this should be the old pig spirit's idea. Yi Xian nodded repeatedly, and he was quite satisfied. After not seeing each other for more than a decade, the old pig spirit's power had skyrocketed from the Universe Knight level to the Universe Master level 9 complete. Originally, it should have been more than this, but when Yi Xian left, he only left him a level 26 Universe Master level pill that would allow him to break through to the Universe Master level. Then, Yi Xian had no choice. At that time, the level 27 Supreme Master level pill had not been refined at all. However, although his own power was only at the Universe Master level 9 complete, the old fellow had obviously been comprehending the 9 transformation of the porcupine, which was derived from the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation of the demonic ape. And it seemed that he had gained a lot, as he had already comprehended the 6th transformation. So, therefore, in the state of the 6th transformation, his true power had skyrocketed by another 7 small levels. On the surface, the old pig spirit's current power was clearly at the 7th level of the Universe Supreme level, Xiao. Xiao. Yi Xian did not say a word to the old pig spirit, who was roaring and rushing out of the primordial void star. After a faint smile, he flicked his hand, and 2 weak lights shot out instantly. Just as. Chapter 46-45. Swish. Swish. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, the 2 treasured pills turned into rays of light and shot out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the old pig spirit and stopped abruptly. Hiss. The pig spirit's figure stopped in an instant as he took in a breath of cold air. His pair of huge eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he exclaimed in shock, "Treasure pill. This is Brother Bao Yuan's treasure pill. One is the supreme treasure pill, and the other one's aura. Oh my god, could it be the supreme treasure pill?" In the next moment, the 2 treasured pills were instantly put away by him with a wave of his hoof. Then, he looked at Yi Xian with shifty eyes and grinned, "Brother Bao Yuan, so it's you, how did you become a human again? Isn't the appearance of Bao Yuan good? You've transformed into a human, I almost didn't recognize you." Pfft, Yi Xian was originally smiling, but when he heard this, his face instantly darkened and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. This is too infuriating, this old fellow really can't say anything good. What do you mean by becoming a human again? What do you mean by changing into a human and almost not recognizing you? Speak. This Star Lord doesn't seem to be a human. Even a supreme treasure pill and an almighty treasure pill can't shut your stinky mouth. Yi Xian curled his lips and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this old fellow. He immediately flashed towards the origin nest star in front of him. It seems that the next time I refine the desolate sovereign treasure pill that has entered the supreme primordial realm, there's no need to worry about you anymore. Hiss. Supreme treasure pill? Supreme treasure realm? Boss, don't misunderstand. The old pig spirit's eyes instantly turned red. With a thought, he shrunk his body and raised his hooves in the air. He leapt to Yi Xian's body and arched towards him. Boss, don't be angry. It's not like you don't know that I have a foul mouth. This is natural. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Although he didn't say anything, the expression on his face eased a lot. That's right, we're good brothers. The pig spirit observed his expression and saw that he didn't seem to be really angry, so he immediately changed the topic and asked, by the way, when will you start refining the supreme treasure pill? Get lost. I just gave you 2. Can you finish them all in a short time? You're already thinking about it. Yi Xian was furious and kicked him away, sending him flying. He turned his head and rushed towards the source nest star. Hull. Old pig spirit, I'm not in a hurry. The pig spirit rolled in the air for over 10,000 laps. After stabilizing his body, he immediately rushed over and followed Yi Xian into the nest's base camp. Without even looking back, he directly went to his closed-door cultivation area. Brother Violent Ape, I've been waiting to step into the universe sovereign realm for a long time. See you later. Don't forget about my desolate supreme treasure pill. Phew. Xian didn't pay any attention to him, but he also raised his hand and threw out 10,000 cubic meters of chaotic medicine, which hit the back of Pig Spirit's head. Pig Spirit raised his head and howled again in joy. This medicine is even better than the 9-color divine medicine. Thank you, big brother. Although the old pig spirit was a little unreliable, he was loyal, which had been proven before. Besides, he was the most powerful general under Yi Xian's command, and his strength was at the same level as the 7 gorgeous cultivators. Therefore, he would definitely get his share of the chaos medicine. Yi Xian wanted him to break through to the primordial great power as soon as possible so that he could take charge of a region. Very quickly. The old pig spirit howled excitedly as he quickly left. His figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yi Xian had already entered the first level of the life fortress. It was so vast that there was no end in sight. At the moment, a large number of space beasts were rushing over, and they were all very excited. Among them were Gui Haidao, Tsang Qingyu, Naibua Shan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Zhuo Fengtai, and the other great beings of the demon race, as well as the 8 great Vidras, Flying Centipede, and Silver G Old Monster. Everyone was very excited. By this time, Yi Xian had been away for a long time. After more than 10 years, the 8 great Vidras, Flying Centipede, Silver G Old Monster, and Gui Haidao naturally had a good time with Yi Xian. Yi Xian was also very gratified by their advancement in cultivation. Sky Centipede and Silver G Old Monster were now Emperor-level Undyings, and they were not far from becoming Universe Knights. The 8 great Vidras, Gui Haidao, Tsang Qingyu, Naibua Shan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Zhuo Fengtai, and the other leaders of the demon race army were all Emperor-level Undyings, and they were not far from becoming emperors. The other 20,000 great beings of the demon race were all Emperor-level Undyings, and they were all late-stage Emperor-level Undyings. It wouldn't be long before the entire demon race army of 20,000 became Emperor-level Undyings. This demon race army of 20,000 Emperor-level Undyings, its battle strength was enough to excite even Yi Xian. All this time, he had been nurturing Gui Haidao, Tsang Qingyu, and the rest of the demon race army as an elite trump card team. Now, he finally saw the initial results. But this was far from enough. According to Yi Xian's original expectations, these 20,000 great beings of the demon race had to be Emperor-level Undyings or above, and there would be some Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and even supreme-level leaders and commanders. Their battle strength would be so strong that it would make one's hair stand on end. Apart. Other than that, the space beasts of the 10 million Great Beast Army had a shocking increase in their power. There were 9 Universe Masters, but they were only early-stage Universe Masters, incomparable to Old Pig. As for Emperor-level Undyings, there were thousands of them, and the rest were all ordinary Undyings or above. It was definitely an elite beast army. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao. 1. After exclaiming, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and took out a large amount of purple crystal medicine, 9-colored godly medicine, and chaos medicine. These 3 different levels of blood and flesh medicine were supplied to different people. The top-level chaos medicine could only be supplied to Yi Xian's core subordinates and those with higher levels of power. 1. The level 1 9-colored godly medicine and purple crystal medicine would be reduced in descending order. 2. With these, Yi Xian also left behind a large amount of other resources for training, as well as a portion of the various level pills in his hands. After handing all of this over to Gui Haidao and instructing him to pass it to the old pig spirit after he came out of seclusion. After distributing it, Yi Xian chatted with his subordinates for a while before leaving the Source Nest Star. His next destination was the Rising Star Forbidden Land outside the Hongmeng Void. There was an army of ferocious beasts and an army of survivors in the Rising Star Forbidden Land. They called Yi Xian Demon Master, and they had been guarding the entrance of the Hongmeng Void. As Yi Xian had been away for almost 20 years, he wondered how the army of ferocious beasts and the army of survivors in the Rising Star Forbidden Land had become. Yi. Chapter 46-46. Xiao. A weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian's figure shot out from the depths of the forbidden area of Rising Sun, the star vortex that led to the primordial void. In the blink of an eye, he'd already left the primordial void and arrived at the primordial world fragment starry sky. Around the star vortex, Yi Xian had imprinted an interstellar coordinate jump point. However, the Hongmeng Void and the fragment of the untainted land of heaven and earth did not belong to the same universe plane. Hence, he could not jump here directly. Considering that these 2 places might not be considered as adjacent universe planes like the 3 main space planes, Yi Xian did not even use the interstellar coordinate jump to cross planes. Instead, he traveled from the Hongmeng Void with his physical body. Hence, even with his current terrifying cultivation, it had been half a month since he left the headquarters of Origin Nest when he arrived at the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday previously. When Yi Xian left the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei had already broken through to the Emperor level. At that time, the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun had 4 emperors and 15 emperors. Among them, there were 4 ferocious beasts and 11 survivors. It was already a top-notch forbidden land of starry sky. Within the trillions of miles of the void, it was the only existence at the level of a giant. There was no danger at all. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not have been so relieved when he left. Once he left, he had been gone for almost 20 years. After all, this was the entrance to the Hongmeng Void. The geographical location was extremely important. No matter what, he had to hold on to it. At this moment, as he finally arrived at the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, Yi Xian immediately released all the aura in his body. As such, today, he was in his original appearance. However, the bloodline power of the 9 transformation of demonic ape had been activated to the 9th transformation state. Hence, the aura that Yi Xian emitted from his body was that of the complete stage 9 of the Desolation Supreme Being. Also, he was a half-step Desolation Supreme. As soon as such a terrifying aura of cultivation effused out, it instantly enveloped the entire forbidden area of sunrise, causing the starry sky ferocious beasts and survivors of the primordial era that were hibernating on countless stars to lay down on the ground at the first possible moment, and they shivered. I'm back. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, come and see me now. In an instant, Yi Xian's voice sounded out. At the same time, he retracted his aura. After all, it was too strong. If he didn't retract his aura, even Zhao Dong and the other 3 titled Immortal Realm experts wouldn't be able to withstand it and wouldn't be able to move in the void. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Yi Xian had his hands behind his back as he stood in the space at the center of the forbidden area of sunrise. There wasn't the slightest aura within his body, yet he imperceptibly emanated a supreme and arrogant aura. Soon, sharp whistling sounds came from the surrounding void as one figure after another shot over. For the leaders were Zhao Dong and the other 3. It had been 20 years since they last saw each other, and they had all reached the peak of rank 9. However, they didn't have a level 25 night pellet, so they hadn't broken through yet. Apart other than the 4 of them, there were another 8 emperors. 4 of them were ferocious beasts and 4 of them were survivors. They were all at the initial stage of this level, and it was obvious they had only broken through to the emperor level in the past 20 years. The remaining ones were close to 100 emperor level ferocious beasts and survivors. After all, Yi Xian had left behind a large amount of purple crystals and medicine here. In less than 20 years, there were close to 100 emperors amongst the tens of millions of ferocious beasts and survivors. Of course, it wasn't a small number. Until, there were obviously more emperors, but they didn't have the qualifications to come. They all stayed within their own planets to await orders. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, seeing Zhao Dong and the other 3 arrive, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and sent out 4 level 25 night pellets, 4 level 26 Universe Lord pellets and 4 level 27 Emperor pellets. All of them shot forward, stopping abruptly in front of Zhao Dong's group. Here at this time, Yi Xian's voice resounded again. These past 20 years, the Rising Sun Forbidden Land has developed well under the leadership of the 4 of you. These 12 pellets will allow you to break through to the Universe Supreme level smoothly. These are your rewards, accept them immediately. Other titled emperors and emperors, as well as ferocious beasts and survivors below the emperor level, will be rewarded, including all kinds of cultivation resources. Those who have reached the peak of the 9th stage can also apply for higher levels of treasure pills. Later, Zhao Dong will submit a list of applications. When the time comes, the pellets and resources will be distributed. Hearing his words, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other ferocious beasts, as well as the higher-ups of the survivors and the ferocious beasts looked at each other excitedly. Their chests rose and fell, and their breaths quickened. Their eyes were blazing with excitement. Especially Zhao Dong and the other 3, their hearts were filled with emotions. They recalled the situation when Yi Xian left the Rising Sun Forbidden Land 20 years ago. Here, at that time, the 4 of them had not yet broken through, but they had been at the peak of the rank 9 Emperor level for quite some time. However, they had been stuck at this level for a long time, unable to break through. It could be said that the only wish and goal of Zhao Dong and the other 3 was to break through the Emperor level one day and become a real Emperor level great being, not a half Emperor level. However, the cultivation of a great being in the starry sky was extremely difficult. The further one progressed, the harder it was to break through the bottleneck of the realm. For a long time, Zhao Dong and the other 3 had not been able to successfully break through, which made them feel disheartened. It was already so difficult to break through to the Emperor level that they did not even dare to have extravagant hopes for more. However, at that time, Yi Xian had given each of them a level 24 Emperor level pellet, which made their years-long wish come true suddenly and effortlessly. Here, a refreshing breakthrough, to them, was like being enlightened, instantly making Zhao Dong and the other 3 feel enlightened. Here, at this moment, even their state of mind had been elevated. The haze that had accumulated in their hearts for many years had disappeared, and they were no longer timid. They began to boldly look forward to the future, thinking of the Universe Night level, and even the more powerful Universe Master level, Universe Supreme level. If it had been in the past, they would never have dared to believe that there would be a day when they would be so ambitious as to dare to dream of such a level of strength. However, at that time, after following Yi Xian and witnessing the birth of one miracle after another, the 4 of them no longer felt conflicted, and their Tao hearts became solid and firm. Although all of this seemed to have happened yesterday, in reality, nearly 20 years had already passed. For the past 20 years, the 4 of them had diligently cultivated with the purple crystal medicine left behind by Yi Xian, and they had long stepped into the peak of the rank 9 Emperor level. As long as they could obtain a level 25 Emperor level pellet, they would be able to break through in an instant. However, now, 4 precious level, 25 Emperor level pellets were right in front of them. In addition, there were even 4 level, 26 Emperor level pellets and 4 level, 27 Emperor level pellets. Chapter 46-47. Welcome back, Demon Lord. The Demon Lord is mighty. Thank you, my lord, for your reward. Roar. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the entire boundless forbidden land of Rising Sun was in an uproar. Several ferocious beasts of the starry skies and the survivors of the primordial era knelt on the ground and roared loudly. All of them were extremely excited. All of them had felt the cultivation aura emanating from Yi Xian's body. He was a legendary half-step desolate supremacy. Perhaps he existed in the primordial chaos void, but in this desolate chaos fragment starry sky, he was only a legendary figure. He could do whatever he wanted. Body not far ahead, Zhao Dong and over 100 emperors and emperors, whether it was the huge space beasts or the primeval survivors, were all so excited that they all knelt down in space. It wasn't just because of Yi Xian's strength, but also because of Yi Xian's persistence. This is for nearly 20 years, because of Yi Xian's peaceful coexistence, the hearts of the tens of millions of space beasts and the tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era would occasionally waver. After all, the Demon Lord had been gone for too long. And the Demon Lord had gone to the Hongmeng Great World, which was extremely wonderful and full of wonders. However, the Rising Sun forbidden land they were in was merely a fragment of the starry sky in the untainted land. Over the years, it was not that no one had ever doubted whether Yi Xian would return. There were even quite a few ferocious beasts and survivors of the primordial era who had such thoughts. Now, everything had become a thing of the past. Even after 20 years, not only did Lord Demon Master not forget them, he even remembered the promise he made at that time. As soon as he returned, he prepared all kinds of cultivation resources, all kinds of different levels of precious pills, this. Move them and make them completely submit. Put away the treasured pills. The other emperors have dispersed. Organize the beasts and survivors under your command. Compile the information about the treasured pills and reward them according to their merits. Waving his hand, Yi Xian remained indifferent. As for Zhao Dong and the other 12 titled emperors, follow this Star Lord and tell me about the changes and movements of this world in the past 20 years, Xiao. After that, Yi Xian's figure flickered and instantly turned into a ray of light, shooting toward a giant life star not far ahead. Body after that, nearly 100 emperor-level space beasts and the survivors of the primordial era left one after another to carry out their orders. As for Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other 2, they waved their hands and carefully put away the 3 great-level pellets in front of them. Then, they joined forces with the 4 Emperor Realm beasts and the other 4 Emperor Realm survivors. A total of 12 titled emperors followed closely behind Yi Xian. Over the past 20 years, although Yi Xian had not been in the forbidden land of Rising Sun, this giant life star had always been reserved for him. No ferocious beasts or survivors had ever settled here. Furthermore, Zhao Dong and the others had built an enormous palace complex for Yi Xian at the peak of the tallest mountain in the planet. It was named the Magic Hall. This is after Yi Xian entered the atmosphere of the planet. He scanned with his divine sense and was quite satisfied. At this time, he was sitting high on the throne above the main hall of the Magic Hall. Below him were some seats for his subordinates. After Zhao Dong and the other 12 titled emperors entered, they did not dare to sit there. Instead, they stood respectfully in the center of the hall and held their breaths. When Yi Xian first left, his strength was only that of a titled emperor, not much different from Zhao Dong and the others. However, now, he was already a half-step desolate venerable. At this time, Zhao Dong and the others were naturally in awe. Of course, this awe was built on the fact that they were willing to accept him. Everyone, sit down. Waving his hand, Yi Xian gestured for Zhao Dong and the others to take a seat. He then continued, this magic hall is not bad. From now on, the forbidden land of Rising Sun shall be known as the Magic Hall. Now that it has matured, it should have a more domineering title. Besides, such a huge life star, it is not good to have no life forms. Pick some ferocious beasts for viewing and send them into the star. Also, select some ferocious beasts and some ferocious beasts to be the servants and guards of the magic hall. Yes, Demon Lord. Zhao Dong immediately stood up again and bowed respectfully. He would remember this and get it done immediately, and do it beautifully. The four of you have been Emperor Level 9 Pinnacle for quite some time now. We need to break through and become Universe Knights. Once this is done, go into closed-door training. The other matters will be left to the 8 of them. Nodding his head, Yi Xian finished explaining this matter and immediately changed the topic. His gaze swept across the 12 immortal emperors on the left and right of His Highness as he asked, "This Star Master has been gone for 20 years. Has there been any major changes in this great desolate world fragment? What is the overall situation now?" Hearing this, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan and the rest of the 12 emperors were stunned. They exchanged glances and their expressions became weird. Yi Xian saw through them. His heart skipped a beat and his expression darkened. He scolded them unhappily. "What is it? Why are you hesitating? Immediately report." Seeing his displeasure, the 12 emperors were so scared that they trembled. They hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully to Yi Xian. After which, Zhao Dong reported the details. "Demon Lord, we have no intention of hiding anything. The reason why we didn't report immediately is because this matter is too complicated. We don't know where to begin." Halfway through his sentence, Zhao Dong's expression became strange again. He sighed faintly and continued, 20 years is just the blink of an eye for this untainted world fragment. In the past, there wouldn't have been any obvious changes in the starry sky in the past 20 years, let alone any major changes. However, the past 20 years have been completely different from the past. It is not an exaggeration to say that the vast starry sky fragment of the untainted land has changed. In short, the entire world has changed. What? The world has changed? You can actually describe it as a sea turning into mulberry fields? Is it that serious? Even Yi Xian was greatly surprised by these words. At the same time, he also developed a strong interest in them. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately asked for the details. "Tell me the specifics, these 20 years, this starry sky. How did the sea change into mulberry fields?" Of course, it's a bit of an exaggeration to say that the sea has turned into mulberry fields. In fact, the starry sky is still the same starry sky. The planets with life and the abandoned planets in the starry sky are the same as before. However, the creatures that live in this starry sky are different from before. Chapter 46-48. Demon Master, you're in the forbidden land of rising sun, so you don't know what's going on in the outside world. Now, in the whole fragment of space, even the top-grade forbidden lands and top-grade star areas with only 2 or 3 emperors guarding them have all fallen. Zhao Dong let out a sigh as he spoke. As a matter of fact, even the forbidden land of the rising sun has been attacked twice, but the invaders have returned empty-handed. We have 12 martial monarchs, and Qian Nan and I are half martial highnesses. However, in the entire starry sky fragment, there are at most a dozen forbidden areas and remnant star regions that are as stable as the forbidden land of the rising star, and they are all guarded by at least 2 ninth-step emperors. As for the other forbidden areas of the stars and the remnant star domains, they have either been captured or are in the middle of a great war. Otherwise, the fierce beasts in the forbidden areas of the stars and the desolation survivors in the remnant star domains have all fled in disorder. In short, the huge fragment of space outside the forbidden land of rising sun is in chaos. There are not many peaceful paradises like ours. At the end of his speech, Zhao Dong sighed again as if he was thinking about something, but he didn't say anything more. "You've done a good job. Not only did you guard the forbidden land of rising sun, but you also followed my instructions and didn't go out to chase after the outsiders. This is very important." A shocked expression appeared on Yi Xian's face, but it quickly flashed by. His expression returned to normal, and he changed the topic and asked, "Zhao Dong, the outsider you're talking about. What do you mean?" "They have astral beasts and primordial survivors like us, but they obviously come from other fragments of the void because these primordial survivors don't even know how to refine flesh and blood medicine. They drive a kind of metal magical treasure called a battleship, which is very powerful. Zhao Dong nodded and continued, apart from that, there are even some who look exactly like us primordial survivors, but are actually puppets. There are all kinds of strange components in their bodies, and they call themselves the mechanical race. Of course, these outsiders are not in the same group. They are divided into many camps, and there are so many of them that it's hard to list them all. You don't have to say more, I already know where they come from and what their background is. After Zhao Dong finished speaking, Yi Xian immediately raised his hand and interrupted him. The expression on his face also became strange. Haha. There was no doubt that the outsiders Zhao Dong was talking about were from the three main planes of the universe. Moreover, they must be the armies that had entered the second universe's spatial rift later on. Because Yi Xian had captured one of the armies that entered after Yi Xian, which was the army of captives in the forbidden land of Phoenix blood. The most powerful being in the army of captives was only a marquis, and there wasn't even a king. However, according to what Zhao Dong had just said, the legions of the three main planes of the universe that were wreaking havoc in the starry sky of the fragment of the untainted world were led by existences at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the peerless immortal realm. Existences at this level were absolutely impossible to exist in the captive legion. Moreover, according to what Zhao Dong said, it seemed that even Air's automaton race had entered the space crack of the untainted land. From this point of view, most of the races and powers of the three main planes of space had arrived. Even the forces they sent were not ordinary forces, but ancestor-level forces from their races. It seemed that there were many old friends in the space crack of the untainted land. Thinking, at this point, Yi Xian's expression became strange. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and his expression changed instantly. Back when Green Bull left him and returned to the forbidden land of Phoenix blood, he was only an emperor. Even though Yi Xian let him take away a level 23 emperor pill, Green Bull had already swallowed it, so he was at most a level 9 emperor at the peak of level 9. Also he was half a step to emperor. This level of strength was obviously not enough in the space crack of the untainted land. If so, wouldn't the army he left in Phoenix blood starfield be in danger? One thinking about this, Yi Xian's expression changed slightly again. He turned his head and looked at Zhao Dong on the left side of the hall. He asked in a slightly anxious tone, "Oh right, have you heard of the forbidden land of Phoenix blood all these years? Or the space nomadic army?" Seeing Yi Xian suddenly become anxious, the 12 emperors looked at each other blankly. After that, Zhao Dong stood up again and saluted him, replying, "I haven't heard of the forbidden land of Phoenix blood, but I don't think it's a top-tier forbidden land. There are too many of such places in the space crack of the untainted land. Naturally, they wouldn't attract too much attention. However, I do know about the space nomadic army that Demon Master is talking about." Halfway through, Zhao Dong suddenly changed the topic. He exchanged glances with the other 11 emperors, and his expression became strange again. After that, he continued, "Actually, the space nomadic army is not very famous in the space crack of the untainted land, but it's definitely very famous. It's just that this kind of fame really makes people a little speechless, because they've almost become a street rat, and everyone wants to beat them up, but they're like cockroaches that can't be killed, and they're always lucky enough to escape at the most critical moment. It can be said that over the past 10 years, the space nomadic army has been roaming the space crack of the untainted land. Their days are getting worse and worse, and now, they're not far from being completely wiped out." "What?" Peng, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically when he heard this bad news. He immediately cried out involuntarily and stood up in shock. He slapped the armrest of the throne beneath him, causing the entire throne to instantly turn into dust. Peng! Peng peng! He was furious. Suddenly enraged, and extremely enraged, Zhao Dong and the rest were all caught off guard. Their expressions changed, and the 12 emperors all stood up in shock, kneeling down in the center of the hall and begging for forgiveness. "Demon Master, please calm down. I wonder, did I say something wrong? What Lord Zhao said just now is all true, there is no concealment or exaggeration, please examine it thoroughly, Lord Devil Lord. Stand up." At this time, Yi Xian realized his reaction was a bit too intense. He immediately took a deep breath and calmed himself down before waving his hand. Chapter 46-49. Hearing Yi Xian's order, Zhao Dong and the rest of the emperors were all stunned. However, very quickly, their faces revealed a look of realization. They finally understood why Yi Xian was so furious when he heard the news of the space nomadic army. Without a doubt, this space nomadic army with a bad reputation was obviously related to the demon master. Yi Xian's gaze swept past Zhao Dong and the rest, sighing softly and saying, "You guessed right, the space nomadic army is one of the armies under me. Speaking of which, when I first took them in, it was long before you all. Originally, when I left the primordial space, I planned to first take a look at the Rising Sun Forbidden Land before heading to the Phoenix Blood Forbidden Land to pick them up. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. The entire space nomadic army's overall strength is too weak compared to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land you all lead. Back then, when I left, I hadn't even made the level 24 pill needed to break through to Emperor level. Hence, the highest commander of the space nomadic army, Green Bull, I only left behind a level 23 Emperor level pill. After so many years, his cultivation must have broken through to the Emperor realm. If there are no accidents, he should be at the peak of the 9th Order Emperor realm, which is half a step away from the Emperor realm. Even he is only a Great Circle Emperor, not to mention the rest of his subordinates. According to this Star Master's calculations, the entire nomadic army has at most a few dozen emperors. That's right. And now, the situation in this space fragment is so complicated. Even a top-level forbidden land with an emperor-level undying has been taken over. It's easy to imagine how their days are going. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes shone with a bright light, and his tone became stern. You must remember that they are your companions. No matter what, you must find out the whereabouts of the nomadic army, and then rescue them with all your might. Yes, Lord Devil Lord. Lord Devil Master's benevolence, we are grateful. We will not disappoint you. These words caused Zhao Dong and the rest of the emperors to be moved. Their eyes reddened as they began to tear up. It was simply too touching. For example, today, the demon master was already a half-step desolate venerable. Not to mention emperors, even emperors were inferior to ants in his eyes. But even so, he still remembered the space nomadic army he had taken in. Just this point alone was enough to prove that he was a loyal and righteous person, a person worth risking their lives to follow. After which, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi and Li Bei left. They had to shut themselves away, because the moment news of the space nomadic army got out, they would be the ones to go. Even if Lord Demon Master wanted to go personally, they would recommend themselves. The great beings from the external army, who were not even Universe Knights, were not qualified for Lord Demon Master to personally lead them. Following after Zhao Dong and the other 3 left, the remaining 8 titled emperors, 4 ominous beasts, and 4 remnant experts also took their leave. At the first moment, each of them personally selected a trusted elite team and split up to rush in all directions of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. They had to find the whereabouts of the nomadic army as soon as possible and bring back the news. Even though this void fragment was vast and boundless, with 8 emperors going out personally, each in charge of one direction, they would be able to find something in about 10 days. Thinking at this point, Yi Xian's heart slightly relaxed, but the coldness in his eyes grew even stronger. The fact that those guys from the 3 main planes had forced Green Ox and the others into such a dire situation truly infuriated him. No, the Rotten Emperor dynasty and the demons were on good terms with Yi Xian. They didn't know the relationship between Green Ox and the space nomadic army, so it was inconvenient for them to do anything. Butahs for the other powers, such as the slaves of the first universe and the races of the second universe. Once Green Ox returned and confirmed that they had done something, Yi Xian would definitely settle the score. According to Zhao Dong's words, the nomadic army had been famous for fleeing in the untainted land fragment for more than 10 years. Just by thinking about it with his heels, Yi Xian could imagine what kind of life the Green Ox and the others had been living for the past 10 years. It was as if they were on the run every single day. Every time he thought of this, his heart would twitch. Good. Now that he had returned, as long as Green Ox and the others hadn't died, all the suffering would end. The only thing Yi Xian was worried about now was how many people were left in the space nomadic army. back then, the green ox, Yu Linglong, the dragon centipede, the Gong Jun, the ferocious beast army led by the Black Wind Tiger and the Howling Moon Mastiff, the tens of millions of remnant experts of the Sangji immigrant tribe, the three-clawed flood dragon, the Dragon Mountain Tang, and the rest led by the three-clawed flood dragon, the Dragon Mountain Tang, and the rest, the hundreds of millions of captive warships of all kinds, and so on. The Starry Sky nomadic army that was jointly established was still very large in scale. It was definitely a fresh force that would cause others to raise their eyebrows. But now, the forbidden land of Phoenix blood had been conquered. The Green Ox had led the entire nomadic army in the Starry Sky to flee in the void of the primordial world fragment for more than 10 years. During this time, they had gone through many life and death battles. It was hard to know how many people were left in the huge army. Thinking at this point, Yi Xian sighed faintly. He looked a little lonely. All this was caused by his negligence. He had been away for too long. 6th day passed in a flash. During this time, the 8 emperors of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun who had left with their trusted elite teams to search for the whereabouts of the space nomadic army had not returned. Even Zhao Dong's Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, who were at the peak of the 9th level, had not made any movements after entering seclusion. Roar! 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 Just as Yi Xian was getting impatient, for shocking roars and roars came from 4 different directions of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun almost simultaneously. It was the voices of Zhao Dong and the other 3. We've finally made a breakthrough. From this moment on, the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun. No, it should be the Magic Hall. From this moment on, the Magic Hall will have 4 powerful universe knights conquering the 4 directions. Hearing the 4 shocking roars, Yi Xian was suddenly invigorated. He muttered softly, and with a flash of his body, he dashed out of the Magic Hall. In the blink of an eye, he was in the space of the Forbidden Land outside the star atmosphere. Xiao! 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 Almost at the same time, 4 figures shot over from all directions. They were all universe knights, and they were none other than Zhao Dong and the other 3. Seeing Yi Xian, the 4 immediately clasped their fists and knelt down on one knee in the space. Demon Master, we did not disappoint you and successfully broke through. Now, we are all universe knights. Chapter 4650. Xiao. Demon Master, we have news of the space nomadic army. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other 3 had just finished their training and broke through to universe knight level. Outside the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, a beam of light shot towards them. It was one of the 8 emperors in charge of gathering information. Following the arrival of this undying emperor, an elite team in charge of searching closely followed behind him. With extreme speed, they quickly arrived in front of Yi Xian and came to an abrupt stop. There behind them, the hundreds of emperors and emperors immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. Facing the demon master of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, they didn't even have the right to stand respectfully. Then, their leader, the emperor, knelt down on one knee and clasped his fists. The space nomadic army is a few 100 billion miles to the right of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. Right now, they are being chased by 3 teams of outsiders. However, they aren't in any danger yet. Stand up and speak. What teams are chasing them? Yi asked. Xian frowned, and his expression instantly darkened. Of the 3 teams of outsiders, one is from the Blood Wyrm race, one is from the Green Rock race, and the last is from the Warrior Lion race. The emperor immediately stood up and continued, within the 3 teams, there are 4 or 5 emperors, and even a half-knight at the pinnacle of the emperor level 9. Hence, to avoid alerting them, I didn't lend a hand. Please forgive me, you did the right thing. As long as they are safe, all right, you can all leave. As for the matter of sending out troops, I have my own plans. Yi Xian nodded. After he finished speaking, he turned around and looked at Zhao Dong and the other 3. The 4 of you, go out and take a walk. Bring back the nomadic army and the 3 pursuing armies. Don't reveal your identities for now. This Star Lord wants to personally meet them. The titled Undying immediately led his subordinates and left. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other 3 followed the order and rushed out of the rising sun forbidden land. The 4 of them didn't even bring a single subordinate, let alone an army. They were all universe knights now, and even though they had just broken through, the strongest of the 3 teams was only at the pinnacle of the Emperor level 9. They were no match for them at all. Tianhua Starfield. This was originally a remnant star area, more than 200 billion miles away from the rising star forbidden land. But now, as the major clans and forces of the 3 main planes of the starry sky swarmed into this fragment of space of the untainted world, the original Tianhua star area had become history. Currently, the tens of thousands of planets in the Tianhua galaxy had become a place where dragons and fishes mixed together. They were divided up by various forces of various sizes. Among these forces, there were outsiders from the 3 main planes of the starry sky, as well as native living beings in the starry sky fragment of the untainted land, namely the ferocious beasts of the starry sky and the survivors of the remote antiquity. However, for the past half a month, the great beings of the various powers who had been hiding in the nearly 10,000 life stars within the Tianhua starfield had all holed up within the stars. Unless there was something important, they wouldn't leave the atmosphere and come to the universe void space outside. This was because during this period of time, it wasn't peaceful here. The infamous space nomadic army that had been fleeing in the void space, yet they were like unkillable cockroaches, had finally come here, among the powers that occupied the nearly 10,000 life stars in the Tianhua starfield. 3 armies of outsiders set off immediately and entered the space to intercept and kill them. These 3 armies were from the Blood Wirm race, the Green Peng race, and the Warrior Lion race. It was said that they were originally allies, and now, each of the 3 races had sent out an army with a power level of 10 million to intercept them. This was obviously the result of a secret discussion. Half a month later, in the past few months, the space nomadic army had been fleeing everywhere and had suffered many losses. However, this notorious army had been fleeing in this space fragment for more than 10 years and had accumulated a wealth of experience. Therefore, although this interception had been going on for half a month, the space nomadic army hadn't been stopped. They even found a rare opportunity to escape into the space outside the Tianhua starfield. This was clearly the rhythm of escaping the hunting net of the 3 races and escaping again. Moo, you bunch of bastards, you won't let me go and chased me for more than 10 years. The head let out a furious roar, and the green bull's face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said, "Just you wait, I'm not without a backer. When the big boss returns in the future, I'll definitely make you all piss your pants." Roar. Roar. Roar, along with the roar of the green ox, countless ferocious beasts, survivors, and experts of the human clan and the 3 armies behind it seemed to respond as well. They roared and howled fiercely. No matter who it was, they all revealed endless resentment. In the beginning, before the forbidden land of Phoenix blood was conquered, the entire space nomadic army led by the Green Bull could be said to be powerful. There were a total of 3 armies under his command. One was Yuling Long, Long Shao, Gong Jun, and the ferocious beast army led by the Black Wind Tiger and the Howling Moon Mastiff. There were nearly 100 million ferocious beasts in the space. The second was Sangji's immigrant tribe, which had an army of 10 million battleships and more than 50 million survivors of the primordial era. The third was the captive army led by the 3-clawed dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the others. The members of this army were complicated. There were humans from the 3rd universe, and there were also powerhouses from the 2nd universe such as the Green Peng race and the Warrior Lion race. There were even troops from some slave races from the 1st universe. There were hundreds of millions of battleships and close to 10 billion people, but now, after the forbidden land of Phoenix blood was breached, the space nomadic army was scattered in the starry sky and had been fleeing for more than 10 years. The combat power of these 3 armies had been reduced by more than half. Of course, those who were eliminated and killed in the past 10 years were those with weaker cultivation, as well as some ordinary battleships and planetary level and star level battleships that were below the level of space fortresses. The current space nomadic army only had about 20 million ferocious beasts. There were only about 10 million survivors, and the battleships had been reduced to 1 million. The captive army suffered the most damage. There were hundreds of millions of battleships and close to 10 billion people, but now there were only about 20 million fortresses and strongholds left. The total number of people was only about 500 million, which was only half of the original number. The reason for this was because the captive legions of the three legions had been targeted and killed during the 10 years they were on the run. The entire captive army originally came from the three main planes of the starry sky. There were humans from the third universe, Green Peng race, Warrior Lion race, and other races from the second universe, and some powerhouses from the slave races from the first universe. When the armies from the three main planes of the starry sky attacked the Phoenix Blood starfield, they originally wanted to rescue them, but they were rejected by Long Shan Tang and the other captive parliament members on the spot. Chapter 46-51. Moo. Guys, let's work harder. There's still another 100 million miles before we reach the edge of a wormhole. As long as we enter the wormhole, we'll be victorious. Moo, rumble. In the void, Green Ox was roaring, revealing a strong sense of excitement. For more than 10 years, he had led the entire nomadic army to escape from powerful enemies. It was not easy for him to survive until now and maintain the current scale of the army that the big boss had given him. Every time he escaped from a crisis, Green Ox would be very excited. But it was not because he had escaped again, but because he had lived up to the big boss's expectations and led the army that the big boss had given him. He could continue to wait and hold on for a while. This time, after the Green Ox's roar sounded, the three great armies following closely behind him didn't respond at all. So, some of them were so excited that their eyes were bloodshot as they stared straight ahead. Void in the sky, there were countless battleships and captives of the survivors, large and small star fortresses, and large and small star fortresses, rushing forward at full speed. At this moment, the only thought in their hearts was to escape from this area and rush to the edge of the wormhole 100 million miles ahead. Then, they would enter the wormhole and jump. In this way, they would be able to avoid today's calamity. Then, they could grit their teeth and hold on for a while longer, and continue to wait for the arrival of hope. In the blink of an eye, the three armies moved forward at full speed under the leadership of Green Ox. In a short period of time, they had rushed out tens of millions of miles, and were only 30 million miles away from the edge of the wormhole ahead. If there were no accidents, the entire nomadic army would reach the edge of the wormhole in 30 minutes. Then, they would rush into the wormhole and escape from danger. But, what a pity, this unexpected turn of events has finally come. Boom! Rumble, in the distance ahead, in the originally empty space of the universe, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded. With these roars, a huge fleet of battleships suddenly appeared. Formation it was so powerful that there were hundreds of millions of large and small star-level battleships. Even a 5,000-meter-long star-level battleship was nowhere to be seen. This was definitely an extremely powerful and elite fleet army. They had all activated the concealment formation and closed the kinetic energy cabin, quietly hiding in front of the wormhole. Now, they suddenly appeared and completely blocked the way forward of the nomadic army. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, as this powerful fleet took the initiative to appear, more than 30 figures shot out from the surrounding void, and they were all titled Undying Emperors. Among them, there were blood dragons, green rock, and battle lions. Every one showed their bloodline body, and they were tens of millions of feet in size. They stood in the void, blocking the two flanks of retreat of the nomadic army. Moo. At this scene, Green Bull raised his head and let out an unwilling roar, revealing an intense sense of despair and anger. His enormous body, which was also tens of thousands of meters tall, came to an abrupt halt in the void. The three legions, countless ferocious beasts, battleships, fortresses, and fortresses behind him also came to an abrupt halt helplessly. An aura of despair swiftly spread. Even Green Bull was like this, not to mention the subordinates of the three armies behind him. The entire nomadic army had been fleeing for over a decade, and they had never encountered such a serious situation before. Ignoring the battleship army in front and behind, just the 30 emperors blocking the two flanks were enough to easily annihilate them over 100 times. Even the highest commander of the nomadic army, Green Bull, was only half a step away from being titled emperor. Yet, among these 30 emperors, there were actually 3 half-step knights at the peak of the 9th level. The dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion race had obviously planned this out long ago. They had predicted that they would flee here and had set up an ambush. Now, they were just inviting them into the trap. It was almost as though they could feel the despair of Green Bull and his entire army, and they were obviously treating them like rats stuck in a dead end. They weren't in a rush to kill them. The battleship army in the front didn't open fire, and even the battleship army in the rear stopped tens of millions of miles away. Left. The 30 over-emperors guarding the right wing all laughed coldly, yet no one made a sound. Only a short while later, after a moment of silence, only 3 of the 30 emperors transmitted their voices. They were the 3 powerful half-step knights. 1. A blood dragon, a green rock and a mad lion. 3-clawed flood dragon, Dragon Mountain Tang, and all the experts from the 3 main planes of the starry skies. This old man will give you one last chance today. Come back immediately, bring a bramble, and ask for punishment. As experts of the present age, there is no lack of famous figures and higher-ups of the various clans. After entering the void fragment of the primitive world, they actually betrayed their own clans and submitted to a green ox at the Peerless Emperor stage. All the clans and powers in the present age have simply lost face because of you. You only have 10 breaths of time to consider. If you repent within 10 breaths, even though you won't be able to escape punishment, at least you'll have a chance to live. However, if you continue to be so stubborn, you'll have to bear the consequences. Moo, go to hell. Blood. As soon as the voices of the 3 half-step venerable ones from the Flood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan's divine senses fell, the Green Bull raised its head and let out an incomparably furious howl. He even cursed on the spot, but his attitude was firm. The same words, how many times have you said them over the past 10 years? What's the point of saying the same old words? Cut the crap, if you want to kill me, I'll die here today. When the big shots return, your fates will be 100 times worse than mine. There's nothing to feel pity about. The 3 half-step knights' expressions changed. Intense killing intent surged from their bodies. Within 100 million miles, the temperature dropped by dozens of degrees. Humph, as expected, stubborn. If that's the case, then there's no need to waste time with them. Give the order, kill this Green Bull and all the rebels. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao. When the 3 of them finished speaking, from the wormhole behind the huge battleship legion in front of them, there was a faint sound of breaking space. 4 figures rushed out side by side. It was Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei. It's really quite lively. But luckily, we're not late. Chapter 46-52. At this moment, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei emerged from the spatial wormhole. They had completely retracted their auras, making it impossible to sense them at all. However, although their voices were not loud, everyone could hear them clearly. Everyone was stunned. Quasi to be more precise, he was stunned by such words. Demon, Master? Magic Hall? He actually wanted everyone here to meet him immediately, and no mistakes were allowed. Those who disobeyed would be beheaded. These words flashed through the sea. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, because this was too funny. Where did these 4 lunatics come from? Couldn't they see that a huge battle was about to break out? But however, to have both sides, who were about to erupt into a great war, simultaneously present themselves to this demon master that had never been heard of before. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. What's more, there were over 30 emperors present, and there were even 3 emperors at the peak of the 9th level half-knight level. Could that so-called demon master be a true universe knight? Nowhere did he get such arrogance from. However, there were only a few universe knights in this fragment of space, and every one of them was superior. Although they usually didn't show up and participate in the battles between the powers under their command, they were all famous figures without exception. If this Lord Demon Master was truly a true universe knight, there was no way he hadn't heard of him before. This didn't make sense at all, in reality, not to mention knights, even amongst the emperors at the peak of the 9th level half-knight level, no one had heard of such a figure. Brain, these thoughts flashed in the ocean, along with the fact that they couldn't sense the energies of Zhao Dong, Qian Nan and the other three, hence, after being stunned for a few moments, they all subconsciously thought of Zhao Dong and the other three as lunatics who came out of nowhere, and they were all crazy people. And this madman was sick of living. He actually dared to appear at such a time and act like a fool in front of over 30 emperors. If he wasn't sick of living, what else could he be? Mao, this is really interesting. I didn't expect to see such a fun scene at such a time. Green laughed. The bull raised his head and let out a long howl. He started to cackle strangely. Hee hee, that demon master you're talking about is really not an ordinary kind of arrogant. If it was 10 years ago, he could be compared to Old Bull. Perhaps there will be a day when they meet. Unfortunately, Old Bull, won't be able to see it. Presumptuous. What bullsh **** demon master, I've never heard of him. Where did these 4 old bastards come from? How dare they act crazy in front of me? Green roared. Before the bull could finish his words, the one with the most violent temper among the 3 half-step venerables from the opposing camp, the one from the battle lion tribe, immediately roared. Speak. While speaking, he raised his right front paw and pressed towards Zhao Dong and the other 3 from tens of millions of miles away. He was obviously going to kill them on the spot. The faces of Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei instantly turned dark. After exchanging glances with one another, the other 3 did not show any reaction. Zhao Dong, on the other hand, let out a cold harumph and immediately made his move. Humph, you're courting death. Boom. Before he finished speaking, his body did not move, and his shoulders did not shake, but his right arm was already raised. It was as if he was slapping. Across tens of millions of miles, he slapped the half-step venerable warrior of the Battle Lion clan. Slap. Boom, the crisp sound of a slap rang out, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. 1. It was just a slap in the face, and it came from a distance of tens of millions of miles. However, the irascible half-step venerable of the Battle Lion clan, whose huge body was tens of millions of feet tall, completely exploded in an instant, turning into a cloud of blood mist. This scene shocked everyone. Countless gasps sounded out, and even the green ox's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. From tens of millions of miles away, a slap killed a half-knight from the great perfection of the 9th level? It was unbelievable. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he still couldn't accept it. He couldn't believe it. In an instant, the vast void within a radius of 100 million miles fell completely into a deathly silence. The atmosphere instantly became heavy and oppressive. However, after a short period of deathly silence, countless cries of surprise rang out like a tide. It was not only the allied army of the Blood Wyrm, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion clans that were like this. Even the nomadic army behind the green ox emitted cries of surprise, revealing an endless sense of shock. What happened? The elder of the Battle Lion race fell? Furthermore, he was killed by a single slap from a distance of tens of millions of miles away. That's definitely the strength of the Great Emperor realm, surpassing the 5 Great Emperors. That's why there's such a huge disparity in strength. That great being from the remnant, could it be a universe knight? See. If that's the case, we're going to be in big trouble today. This isn't just 1 universe knight, but 4. 4 powerful universe knights. How is that possible? In this space fragment of the ancient universe, all the beings above universe knight level are famous, but I've never heard of these 4. Where did they come from? No, I seem to have heard of them. Do you remember the mysterious forbidden land of Rising Sun? They've been attacked twice, but they haven't been taken down. It's said that there are a total of 12 emperors within the Forbidden Land, of which the strongest 4 are all at the peak of the 9th level. These 4 before us. Could it be that all 4 of the half-knights in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun have broken through? But how is that possible? It's definitely not easy for a half-knight at the 9th level of the Emperor level to break through smoothly. It's already shocking enough for one to break through, and now all four have broken through. What kind of amazing opportunity did they encounter? Damn it, the crown prince of my blood dragon race just arrived not long ago, and he's also heard of this forbidden land of rising sun, and he's preparing to send troops to attack it. Who would have thought that at this time, there would be 4 more powerful universe knights in the forbidden land of rising sun? Indeed, it's infuriating. Even though the crown prince isn't afraid of the 4 universe knights, and he still doesn't take them seriously, if this battle were to really start, the losses would be incomparable to before. That's all for the future. Let's think about how we're going to get through this crisis. The 4 universe knights from the forbidden land of rising sun aren't to be trifled with. Without a word, they slapped the warrior lion ancestor to death. Chapter 46-53. Have you said enough? In the distant void, Zhao Dong sneered, Lord Demon Master doesn't have much patience. I'll give you 10 more breaths of time. If you don't say anything in 10 breaths of time, I'll attack again and make an example of you. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone on both sides fell into a dilemma again. They looked at each other speechlessly. This so-called master of the magic hall was really too strange. They had never heard of someone forcing others to meet him. It was simply a joke. Moo. So be it. At most, I'll die. At least I won't die at the hands of these outsiders. The green ox's eyes flickered. After weighing the pros and cons, it was the first to respond. After raising its head and letting out a long roar, it immediately gave the order, Sons of the Starry Sky Nomadic Army, all move out and rush to the wormhole in front of us, to the forbidden land of rising sun. Hey, guys in front, hurry up and get out of the way. Didn't you hear? This Lord Demon Master doesn't have much patience. If you continue to block the way, be careful that the 4 of them will slap you to death. The last sentence was clearly directed at the joint army of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans that were blocking the path of the Starry Sky Nomadic Army. To the Green Ox, it was already a situation of certain death. Even if it went to the so-called forbidden land of rising sun, the situation could not be worse than now. So after thinking for a while, it simply threw caution to the wind. Even its mentality was relaxed. At this moment, using the terrifying strength of Zhao Dong and the other 3 to intimidate it was a clear proof. Such words and such an attitude not only made the experts of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans feel angry, even Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei were speechless. This Green Ox is really too shameless. I'm clearly a captive now, but I'm acting like a victor. We've just met, and it's already like this. When we work together in the future, there will probably be more headaches. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Zhao Dong and the other 3 subconsciously exchanged a look. All of them felt helpless, and a gloomy light burst out of their eyes. However, their gazes immediately swept towards the blood dragon that was blocking the path of the Starry Sky Nomadic Army. The joint army of the 3 clans. An invisible aura of pressure emitted from their bodies, causing the air within 10 billion kilometers of them suddenly to become colder. Boom! Rumble, an earth-shattering rumble resounded. This was the sound of countless warships activating their kinetic energy cabins. At this moment, the ancestors of the Blood Flood Dragon race, the Azure Rock race, and the Battle Lion race could no longer remain silent. They immediately ordered their subordinates to temporarily submit and go to the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun to take a look. At the very least, it was better than being suppressed now. Killing in this place. After all, each of the 3 races had at least 2 core elders who were more powerful than universe knights guarding their headquarters in the void space of the fragment of the ancient universe. News of what had happened here would spread very quickly. Once the core patriarchs in the headquarters received the news, they would be furious and would rush to the forbidden land of the rising sun immediately. Perhaps they would still be on their way and would not have reached the forbidden land of the rising sun. Reinforcements had already arrived to rescue them. Then they would conveniently get rid of these 4 powerful universe knights. It was because of this idea that the 3 strongest elders of the Blood Flood Dragon race, the Azure Rock race, and the Battle Lion race immediately made a decision and ordered all their subordinates and warship armies to follow Green Bull's roar. They would temporarily comply with the other party's request and enter the wormhole in the forbidden land of the rising sun. Rumble. Hong, long, long. An earth-shattering roar quickly rang out. Since the ancestor of the race had already given the order, the commanders of the battleships of the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race naturally did not dare to delay any further. To them, a universe knight was absolutely like a god. Ordinary beings would have long trembled in fear and wanted to immediately prostrate themselves on the ground. Very quickly, the two armies of the Blood Flood Dragon race, the Azure Rock race, and the Battle Lion race, with a total of more than 500 million battleships, all entered the wormhole in the forbidden land of the rising sun, including the more than 30 undying emperors. No one dared to resist, because the fate of the half-step universe knight ancestor of the Battle Lion race was an example. No one wanted to follow in his footsteps, and among the two enormous armies of the Blood Flood Dragon race, the Azure Bull led the entire nomadic army and also entered the wormhole in the forbidden land of the rising sun. At this moment, whether it was the Azure Bull or the others in the nomadic army, they did not expect that at this very moment, as they were forced to enter the forbidden land of the rising sun, this great escape that had lasted for more than 10 years had officially come to an end. It had come to an end. After more than 10 years, the originally enormous army of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood was now less than 30% of its peak strength. As for the ferocious beast army, there were only about 100 million ferocious beasts left, including Yuling Long, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, and the Black Wind Tiger and Howling Moon Mastiff. Next was the Sangji immigrant tribe. Now, there were only about 10 million battleships left, as well as the survivors of the primordial era with varying levels of cultivation. The captive army had the largest formation. Although the three-clawed flood dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other high-ranking members of the captive parliament were all alive, the members were still complicated. There were humans from the third universe, as well as the Azure Rock race and the Battle Lion race from the second universe. There were also strong beings from the Lion race, and there were even troops from some slave races from the first universe. But now, there were only a few 100 million battleships left in the forbidden land of the rising sun, and there were less than 10 billion people. If such a scene was seen by Yi Xian, who knew how he would feel? Very quickly, the two enormous armies that were originally confronting each other in this star field and were about to break out into a life-and-death battle entered the wormhole in the forbidden land of the rising sun. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei also entered the wormhole in front and behind. After sending everyone forward, they also entered the wormhole in the starry sky. This scene was seen by some ferocious beasts, survivors, and experts from other races and forces on the three main planes of the starry sky hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Previously, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei had all noticed these existences watching from afar, but they did not pay attention to them. They deliberately let them spread the news of what had happened here. Chapter 46-54. After Zhao Dong and the other three escorted the two armies away, the other great beings who were watching from afar were stunned for a while. Finally, they recovered from the shock. In an instant, all sorts of shocked cries resounded like waves, covering the sky and earth. My God, something big has happened. This space is going to have a huge war soon. Within that mysterious forbidden land of rising sun, the four most powerful ninth stage emperors actually broke through at the same time and stepped into the universe night level. This is simply shocking. Magic Hall? Just the name alone sounds domineering, and the way they do things is even more shocking. These four powerful universe knights actually mobilized all of their forces and took away the space nomadic army, the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race from both sides. These are four powerful universe knights, said Luo Feng. Where did that mysterious demon palace master come from? What level has his power reached to be able to command such powerful universe knights? I heard that there was an even more powerful being behind the 12 emperors in the forbidden land of Rising Sun Forbidden Land. However, he is temporarily out and not in the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Hence, for the past 10 years, the survivors and beasts in the forbidden land of Rising Sun Forbidden Land haven't moved at all. They didn't take a step out and didn't participate in the conquest of the outside world. They were waiting for the return of the Dominator. Now it seems that this is the case. In the entire untainted land, in such a vast and boundless area, only the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun has such a situation where fierce beasts and survivors mix and coexist peacefully. Just from this point alone, we can see that. With the skills of this Demon Palace Master, this person is most likely not a Universe Knight anymore. It is highly possible that he is a Universe Master. Even so what? It's not like there aren't any Universe Masters among the races and powers from the three main Space Masters, and there will be even more powerful beings coming in. That's right. Just within the headquarters of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and War Lion race, there are 2 Universe Masters each. However, these core elders usually don't care about matters of war. Unless there's a huge incident, they won't be alarmed. This time, more than 30 emperors and hundreds of millions of battleships were captured at the same time, which is enough to alarm the core elders of the Universe Master level. The real turmoil will erupt soon. Speaking of the mysterious and powerful Lord Demon Master behind the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, do you still remember that Green Cow of the Space Nomadic Army has been boasting that he has a big boss behind him, and once he returns, he will dominate the entire universe? This void will make all the forces that hunted them pay a heavy price. Do you believe such words? That green bull was only an emperor-level undying. Not to mention the fact that there probably wasn't any big boss behind him. Even if there was, how strong could he be? Ninth Order peak stage monarch realm was already the limit. This kind of cultivation strength was truly in front of Universe Masters. I'm not even worth a fart. That's true. Soon, as the exclamations gradually stopped, the experts who were watching from afar in the void also left one after another. Everything that had just happened here also happened in this vast space at an outrageous speed. It spread in the void of the primordial world fragment, the headquarters of the Blood Dragon clan. This was originally a powerful top-tier forbidden land in the starry sky, and there were several powerful emperors guarding it. However, more than 10 years ago, with the invasion of the Starry Sky army into the void of the primordial world fragment, the Blood Dragon clan set their eyes on this top-tier forbidden land. They immediately sent out an army to conquer it, but they still couldn't conquer it after 2 years. That was until a group of great beings from the Starry Sky arrived, including several Universe Knights from the Blood Dragon clan. As a result, countless space beasts in the Forbidden Land were killed. Since then, this top-notch restricted area had become the base camp of the Blood Wyrm tribe in this void. However, the Universe Knights who arrived at that time weren't the most powerful beings in the headquarters of the Blood Dragon clan. In the headquarters of the Blood Dragon clan, the one with the highest authority was Crown Prince Dragon. However, Crown Prince Dragon wasn't the most powerful being here. Crown Prince Dragon had reached level 3 Universe Master, and not long ago, there was another Universe Master who came with him from the ancestral land of the Blood Dragon clan in the second universe to this void fragment of the primordial world fragment. This person was also a core ancestor of the Blood Dragon clan. His name was Six-Headed Blood Dragon, and his level was at level 9 Complete Universe Master, which was equivalent to a half-supreme at the pinnacle of this realm. However, this Six-Headed Blood Dragon wasn't a direct descendant of Nine-Headed Blood Dragon. Instead, he was a mixed blood descendant, which was why Crown Prince Dragon's father, Nine-Headed Blood Dragon, didn't pay much attention to him. Although he was powerful, he was only a guardian of Crown Prince Dragon. To put it bluntly, he was just an old servant. Crown Prince Dragon had a noble status. He was the bloodline ancestor in the deepest part of the ancestral land of the Blood Dragon clan, and he was the direct descendant of Nine-Headed Blood Dragon, who was a powerful being in the primordial era. If Yi Xian still had an impression of him, he would definitely remember that he had used the rune chains of the underworld furnace to send out some evil poison. Back then, it had poisoned Bloody Unicorn and 9 Remoteness Demon Alligator, 2 powerful primordial era supreme beings, and they had sent out a body. They had arrived at the source of all evil star domain. Nine-Headed Blood Dragon, who was in the deepest part of the ancestral land of the Blood Dragon clan, had also obtained a drop of evil poison, and half of it had been sent into a huge blood-colored egg. At that time, Crown Prince Dragon had been nurtured in that huge blood-colored egg. It was also because of the influence of that half-drop of evil poison that Crown Prince Dragon's mind was a little abnormal, even though he had a terrifying level of power at the Universe Master level the moment he was born. Sometimes, he was normal, and sometimes, he was crazy. 9-headed blood dragon had sent 6-headed blood dragon to be his guardian. 2 years ago, he had escorted Crown Prince Dragon here to train. This was one of the reasons. However, even though Crown Prince Dragon was sometimes crazy, he was, after all, a powerful third-stage Eternity Lord. As an Eternity Lord, he still had his pride. Although he had been here for 2 years, he didn't pay much attention to the expeditions of the Blood Dragon clan outside. Yes. This kind of ordinary war wasn't enough to alarm an existence at his level. However, the hundreds of millions of battleships of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan had all been captured. Even more than 30 emperors had been taken away. When this news reached the main camp of the Blood Dragon clan, Crown Prince Dragon was instantly enraged. To be able to kill a pinnacle level 9 emperor with one slap, he was definitely a universe knight. And to be able to make 4 universe knights listen to him, this so-called demon master was most likely a universe master. Chapter 46-55. Considering all this, the Blood Dragon Crown Prince let out a ferocious roar and rushed out of the main camp of the Blood Dragon clan at the first instance. He led an elite army formed by 10,000 space fortresses and rushed toward the rising sun forbidden land. His protector, the 6-headed Blood Dragon, did not stop him. From his point of view, even if Demon Palace Master had the cultivation level of a Universe Master, he would at most be in the middle stage of this realm. However, he was a half-step Supreme Master who had completed the 9th stage of this realm. Since he was by Crown Prince Blood Dragon's side, there was no possibility of any accidents happening. Li, Hong Long Long, along with Crown Prince's roar, the entire elite army rushed out of the Blood Dragon clan's main camp and headed towards the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. Rising Sun Forbidden Land. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei had already left the Rising Sun Forbidden Land for a day. During this time, Yi Xian didn't do anything else. He was more or less worried and kept waiting. However, just now, he received a message from Zhao Dong saying that Green Bull and his space nomadic army had met up with Zhao Dong. Together, they were successfully rescued. This caused Yi Xian to heave a sigh of relief as he felt joy in his heart. In particular, Zhao Dong had mentioned that this time, not only had Qian Nan and the other 3 rescued Commander Azure Ox's nomadic army, they had even captured an outsider army with hundreds of millions of powerful warships. Among them, there were over 30 emperors from the Blood Dragon clan, Green Rock clan, and Battle Lion clan, and now, the 4 of them were escorting this huge battleship army and space nomadic army back to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land at full speed. However, due to the fact that the journey was simply too far, several hundred billion miles away, it was simply too far. Even if they used all the wormholes they encountered along the way, it would take at least 6 to 7 days for such a large army to cross the hundreds of billions of miles of void and reach the forbidden land of the rising sun. As for 6 to 7 days? That's a bit long. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian dispersed the ball of light that Zhao Dong sent over with his divine sense. He frowned and muttered to himself, but that's fine as well. Taking advantage of this time, I can try to enter into closed-door cultivation and break through to the next level. Although he encountered 2 breakthroughs in a row, it had been a while since that breakthrough. Since returning to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, Yi Xian hadn't tried to break through in seclusion. He was fully digesting what he had gained from the last breakthrough. Now that everything was over, what he had gained from the previous breakthrough had been completely integrated into his godly soul and body. Hence, the opportunity to break through had arrived. While Zhao Dong and the other 3 were escorting the captive army and the Starry Sky nomadic army that had been rescued, they had yet to arrive at the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. It was a good opportunity for him to make another breakthrough and become a Supreme Level 9 Universe Master. The great perfection of the order. Xiao. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. After making the decision, he didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out the farmer god cauldron and stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He entered the cauldron and sat cross-legged in the space of the cauldron. In the sky above the mountain. Soon, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. Instantly, fine rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough, including the all-evil origin liquid and the 9-colored godly medicine. This time, he had prepared a pot of chaos medicine with a radius of 10,000 feet. After everything was ready, Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shenong Cauldron's domain and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed them into his stomach and quickly melted them. Walala, when all this was done, the moment the energy ball that had been compressed into the size of a nascent soul fist entered his mouth, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Yi Xian's body. Following the rattling of chains, all the resources that he had swallowed earlier melted in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a majestic river of energy appeared in Yi Xian's body. After concentrating, Yi Xian activated the newly formed river of energy in his body and continuously circulated it through his meridians. This time, when the river of energy flowed through his meridians, although the pain was still extremely intense, it was much weaker than the previous 2 consecutive breakdowns. In addition, Yi Xian was already used to it, so it didn't affect him at all. This time, there was still no hindrance to the breakthrough. In just 5 days, the river of energy in Yi Xian's body had been completely refined. As the river of energy circulated through his meridians again and again, it finally disappeared completely and merged with his soul and physical body. Immediately after, Yi Xian only had to accumulate energy to launch a single attack, and the shackles that appeared this time were broken. The anticipated system notifications soon rang in his mind, and they kept ringing in succession. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Your current realm is at the pinnacle of the 9th order universe supremacy. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Your current realm is at the pinnacle of the 9th order universe supremacy. 9th order supremacy. This was the pinnacle of the 9th order supremacy. If he took another step forward, Yi Xian would surpass the supremacy realm and step into the true primordial era supremacy realm. Previously, Yi Xian's cultivation level was at the 8th order universe supremacy realm. After activating the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he could instantly reach the pinnacle of the 9th order supremacy realm. If he used the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape again and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately reach the pinnacle of the 9th order supremacy realm. But in reality, if he took into account the enhancement of his cultivation level due to the majestic blood energy in his body, his battle power would be comparable to a first-order supremacy realm who had just entered the desolate venerable realm. This time, after successfully breaking through, Yi Xian would instantly possess the strength of a first-order supremacy realm after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. Once he used the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape bloodline and entered the 9th transformation, his battle power would reach the first-order supremacy realm. If he took into account the majestic blood energy in his body that was 60 million miles in size, his battle power would increase by 1 level. Currently, the strongest battle power he could display would reach the unprecedented second-order supremacy realm. It could be said that under the primordial era supremacy realm, the current Yi Xian was invincible. Moreover, he had the Blood Sea secret technique. Once he activated the Blood Sea secret technique, Yi Xian could condense 3 Blood Sea clones in an instant, and all of them had the terrifying battle power of a second-order supremacy realm. Chapter 46-56. Whoosh! Yi Xian leaped out of the cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, the cauldron was absorbed into his body. Then, he fell into deep thought. Little after a while, he changed his form from his original human appearance to that of the violent ape of stars, and maintained the state of the 9th transformation of the devil ape. However, his body was affected by the Blood Sea secret technique, so he was only about 10 feet tall. But even so, the cultivation aura emitted from his body had reached the first order supreme of the ancients. With his current height and level, unless it was necessary, he no longer needed to rely on the majestic power of blood and qi in his huge body to enhance his cultivation. Although the huge body of 60 million miles was mighty, it was too big and inconvenient to move. Therefore, Yi Xian now, under normal circumstances, was only about 10 feet tall. Therefore, he decided to change into his current violent ape form instead of his original human appearance because he didn't want to reveal his true identity to the major forces and races of the three major planes. In fact, although the green ox and other fierce beasts and the survivors of the ancients had seen his original appearance, the captives of the nomadic star army didn't know. Captive among the senior members of the nomadic star army, only the three-clawed flood dragon knew this. The others were still in the dark. Yi Xian thought that the time to reveal his true identity had not yet come, so it was obviously the most suitable time to show up in the violent ape form for the time being. Counting the time, at most 1.5 days, it should be time. Murmured. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian took a step forward and instantly entered the demon palace that stood at the peak of the towering mountain within his cave. He sat cross-legged on the throne at the head of the main hall and closed his eyes. While he was free, he took advantage of this time to quickly refine the gains he had just obtained from breaking through in his body. A day later, at the edge of the rising sun forbidden land. Boom! Rumble, earth-shaking roars came from the area outside the rising sun forbidden land, reverberating through the cosmic void tens of billions of miles away. These roars were the convergence of countless starry sky battleships' kinetic energy cabins operating at full speed. This is along the way, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei urged them from time to time. Whether it was the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans, or the nomadic star army led by Green Ox, they did not delay at all in the past few days and rushed to the forbidden land of rising sun at full speed. After 7 days, the terrifying army that stretched for tens of millions of miles finally arrived at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun. Under Zhao Dong's orders, they entered the forbidden land of the rising sun anxiously and headed for the central starfield. At this time, all the astral beasts and ancient survivors in the countless inhabited stars in the forbidden land of the rising sun had already rushed out of the atmosphere of the stars and arrived in the void of the universe outside the stars. Positive under the lead of the other 8 emperors in the forbidden land, they observed the battle from the left and right. The huge battleship army slowly moved towards the central star field. Along the way, they saw countless powerful star beasts and survivors, which made everyone feel awestruck. Green Old Bull was envious. If Phoenix Blood Star Sector, which he had been in charge of, had such a powerful formation and scale, even if Universe Knights had come later, it would have been difficult to escape the fate of being conquered. However, at least we can fight for more than 10 years and not be in such a miserable state now, where we will soon become captives. Hong. Half a day later, after a few days, the huge army finally arrived at the central region of the forbidden land of rising sun at full speed. There was a huge life star in front of them, which was where Yi Xian's palace was located. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei rushed to the front of the army and stopped abruptly, facing the huge life star in front of them side by side. Follow, the hearts of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans at the back, as well as the Starry Sky nomadic army led by Green Ox. All of the experts felt their hearts skip a beat. At this moment, all the great beings held their breaths and focused on the huge life star in front of them. Because, they knew that if there were no accidents, this huge life star should be the ruler of the forbidden land of rising Sunday. It was also the palace of the leader of the Magic Hall, the palace of Demon Master. This mysterious being actually had such a powerful forbidden land of rising sun under his command, and he ruled countless powerful space beasts and ancient survivors. Not only did he have 8 undying emperors, but he also had 4 universe knights as his generals. His cultivation level was probably at least that of a universe master. Because, among the hundreds of millions of battleships and the countless great beings of the entire nomadic star army, only a few had seen a universe master before, and they were only able to feel his majesty from afar, separated by the endless void space of the universe. There were even fewer beings who had such an experience at such a close distance. Hence, it was completely understandable that they were so nervous all of a sudden. At this moment, as the army arrived at the central starfield of the forbidden land of rising sun, all the battleships stopped and turned off the kinetic energy cabins. Before, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei cupped their fists at the same time and knelt down on one knee in the void space. God, they were extremely respectful. Before Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei could finish their words, Zhao Dong said respectfully, Demon Master, the nomadic star army is here. Besides, when we were rushing there was an army of hundreds of millions of battleships from the Blood Dragon race, the Green Rock race, and the Battle Lion race. They were besieging the nomadic star army and were trying to kill them. Now, besides the nomadic star army, the army of the three races was also brought here, including the 30-odd undying emperors who were leading the army. Besides the one who was killed at the beginning, the rest were all brought here. Demon Master, please deal with them. The entire army was stunned when they heard those words. From Zhao Dong's words, it seemed that the four of them had only headed to that star region for the Starry Sky nomadic army. Until, the alliance of the Blood Dragon race, the Green Rock race, and the Battle Lion race was completely unlucky, as they happened to be besieging the nomadic star army and were about to engage in a huge battle. Hence, they were implicated and brought here. At this point, the 30-odd emperors of the three races were all stunned for a moment. Their gazes quickly turned to the youth and the nomadic star army that they had besieged, their eyes filled with hatred. What's the situation? These punks are actually innocent bystanders? If that's the case, this magic hall master's target is actually my nomadic star army? Chapter 46-57. Hong. Hong long long. An earth-shaking rumble resounded. Following as soon as Zhao Dong's words fell, the atmosphere in the giant life star in front of him rolled violently. Then, it automatically opened up an incomparably wide path. A black light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived outside the star. This black ray of light expanded rapidly, and in less than a breath's time, it had transformed into an incomparably majestic black palace of at least 10 million li in size. It was as black as ink, but it was sparkling and translucent. It was unknown what material it was made of, but the feeling it gave off was incomparably grand, exuding an unparalleled tyrannical aura. This enormous black hall that was tens of thousands of kilometers long was the main hall of the Demon Palace. At this moment, Yi Xian was in charge of this palace, so he couldn't be bothered to directly appear. With a thought, he flew out with the entire Demon Palace. Here at this time, the magic hall towered over 10 million li in size, towering above the atmosphere of the giant life star in front of them. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei immediately stood up and turned to look at the army behind them, their eyes gleaming coldly as they sternly rebuked each other. Lord Demon Master has arrived, what are we waiting for? All existences above Emperor level, come out immediately and form a formation in the void, kowtow to Lord Demon Master. Within 3 breaths, those above Emperor level will be beheaded without mercy. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao. As soon as Zhao Dong and the other 3 finished speaking, from the huge army behind them, a large number of faint whistling sounds could be heard. One figure after another rushed out from their respective battleships, arriving behind Zhao Dong and the other 3. Although the expression on their faces was different, no one dared to make a sound. On one hand, it was because the majestic magic hall had descended from the sky, and on the other hand, it was because Zhao Dong's iron-blooded killing of a peak Emperor level 9 from the Battle Lion clan had left a deep impression on them. No one dared to provoke him again. What's more, they were already in the hinterland of the enemy's base camp. There was nowhere to run, so they could only accept their fate. At the very least, they wouldn't have to suffer any losses. In the blink of an eye, 2 groups of people had gathered behind Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei. Left on the side were the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion armies, of which there were over 30 emperors and 200 emperors. As for the right, it was the Green Ox and the emperors of the nomadic army under its command. Cyan Green Ox's cultivation base had long reached the peak of Emperor level 9. He was only a step away from Emperor level. Apart from him, there were many other emperors in the nomadic army. After all, when Green Ox and Yi Xian parted ways, Yi Xian had given Green Ox almost all the level 23 emperor level pills he had. Within the beast army, there was Yuling Long, Long Ao, Gong Jun as well as the Black Wind Tiger and Howling Moon Mastiff. Within the Sangji army, there were 20 emperors, all of which were the elders Yi Xian was familiar with. As for the captive army, with the three-clawed dragon and Long Shan Tang as the leaders, they had captured dozens of representatives, all of which had reached emperor level, including Green Ox. There were close to 100 emperors in the nomadic army, all of which were at the peak of emperor level 9. Biyao was actually an elite army that had been chased for more than 10 years in the void, not to mention that the Green Ox had taken away a large amount of purple crystal medicine from Yi Xian. Therefore, in the Starry Sky nomadic army, ordinary titled kings would either not break through, or once they broke through to the titled emperor realm, they would grow very quickly in one bloody battle after another. Hence, there was such a strange situation. A group of emperors, without exception, were all at the peak of emperor level 9. In other words, half-step emperors. In fact, if it weren't for these 100 half-step titled martial emperors, the nomadic star army wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. Although they had gone through a lot of hardships, they were like unkillable cockroaches that couldn't be killed, holding on until now. At this time, within a blink of an eye, over 300 emperors and above appeared behind Zhao Dong and the other three. As for the emperors and below, Zhao Dong and the other three didn't even mention them, as they weren't qualified to greet the demon master. As everyone gathered, Zhao Dong exchanged glances with Qian Nan and the other two. Their expressions darkened as they reprimanded, "Demon master, since you're already here, why aren't you greeting him?" "What a joke," he said. The moment he finished, without waiting for the 30 emperors and 200 emperors of the three races to reply, Green Bull couldn't hold it in any longer. His nostrils flared, his chin almost reaching the skies. His tone was firm. "Old Bull and the entire nomadic army have always worshipped the heavens and earth. At most, we'll add that disloyal big brother who hasn't returned from a long journey. The magic hall leader in front is your demon master. He has nothing to do with Old Bull and the nomadic army. Why should we greet him?" These words were firm, but they were also a little pretentious. On the other side, the over 30 emperors and 200 emperors from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion race all thought the same. They rolled their eyes and pouted in disdain. On the other hand, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei exchanged glances at this moment, and a wisp of admiration appeared in the depths of their eyes. At this moment, they had completely approved of Green Bull, including the entire nomadic army under him. Even more so, as for the Green Ox, other than acknowledgement, they actually admired it even more because the Green Ox's current strength was inferior to theirs. In fact, it was far inferior. It was not even at the titled Emperor realm. However, if they were in the same position as Green Ox, who was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Peerless Emperor realm, to lead such a huge nomadic army and escape for more than 10 years in such a complicated situation without being annihilated. Zhao Feng was a genius. He was a genius at the peak of the 9th level of Emperor realm. Zhao Dong and the other three knew they definitely couldn't do it. It was even to the extent that if it was the four of them in the current situation, they would probably be unable to express themselves so unyieldingly like the Green Ox. Even if they did not kowtow, they would most likely use words to beat around the bush and tactfully smooth things over. Even though their goal was the same, in terms of aura, compared to Green Bull, they were obviously much weaker. Xiao. Xiao Xiao Xiao. Chapter 46-58. Xiao. Xiao Xiao Xiao. At this time, as soon as the Green Ox finished speaking, an extremely sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from the black towering demon hall that stood at the top of the atmosphere of the giant life star. Everyone's gazes were drawn over, their hearts beating wildly. These sounds came from the lofty demon hall up ahead, and it just so happened that the Black Ox had spoken so disrespectfully in front of everyone. As a result, when they turned around, apart from Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the other members of the upper echelons of the Forbidden Grounds of Rising Sun, everyone else felt their hearts rise to their throats. They believed that the supreme existence in the demon hall was about to punish them. However, the truth was obviously not so. With the sharp sound of the air being torn apart, streaks of light shot over. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before them and floated in front of the Green Ox and the others. There were 98 level, 24 Emperor treasure pills. There were 98 peak stage emperors in the astral nomad army led by the Green Ox. At this moment, there was a pill floating in front of each of them, emitting a dense Emperor realm aura. When he saw the Emperor bestowed pellet floating in front of him, the green bull's expression changed greatly, and his mind buzzed. Even the three-clawed flood dragon, Long Shantang, and the rest of the 97 half-step titled emperors had a drastic change in expression, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They had all taken a level 23 emperor treasure pill before, hence, they could recognize what was floating before them. But, how was this possible? 98 emperor title treasure pills. This was at least the emperor blood essence condensed from the blood mist of over 100 emperor level space beasts that were killed. Only then could one refine this many pills. However, now, they were all flying over, each of them having one floating before them. This was obviously a reward. At this moment, the eyes of the 98 half-step titled emperors of the nomadic space army were filled with suspicion. They suspected that the so-called demon lord in the towering demon palace was their boss, the violent star ape. But, how was that possible? It had only been close to 20 years. How could violent Yuan become so powerful? He even had 4 universe knights under him. What's more, if the devil master of the forbidden land of rising sun was violent ape, the nomadic army had been living such a miserable life in the past 10 years. They had even been chased by the forbidden land of rising sun several times when they passed by the forbidden land of rising sun several times. It was impossible for boss Bao Yuan to not know everything. If it was really him, how could he be indifferent and not help? Merely this was enough to prove that their guesses were wrong. Perhaps, the secret method of refining this kind of heaven-defying treasure pill had already been leaked. Or, in this fragment of the untainted world, this kind of secret method had originally been mastered by other experts. This was definitely possible. At the thought of this, the 98 half-step titled martial emperors of the nomadic star army, including Green Bull, were all disappointed. Their eyes were also filled with disappointment. Such a scene landed in the eyes of the 30 emperors and 200 emperors of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion race, and they all grit their teeth in hatred. Here at this moment, they turned their heads and looked over. Their expressions and eyes were all filled with endless envy and jealousy. Although, of course, they didn't know that this was a level 24 emperor sealing treasure pill. However, they could clearly sense the incomparably dense emperor realm aura emitted from the treasure pill. They indeed did not know that this treasure pill could allow an Emperor level 9 pinnacle undying to break through to the Emperor level in such a short time. However, they at least understood that this treasure pill was extremely valuable, and to an Emperor level undying, it would definitely be of great benefit. However, the 98 half-step titled martial emperors from the opposing camp were all rewarded with a supreme treasure pellet. Yet, not only were they not overjoyed, their faces were actually filled with disappointment and disappointment. However, they did not get anything even if they wanted it. They could only stare at it helplessly. Comparing the two and seeing the expressions of these fellows, they were so angry that they could spit out blood on the spot. What made them even more puzzled was that the so-called devil master in the towering magic hall in front of them, for some reason, this green bull had clearly spoken rudely and was intentionally rebutting him. He not only was he not angry, but he even gave out such a treasure pill. And the moment he gave it out equally. Other than Green Bull, the other 97 half-step titled martial emperors who did not make a sound were also given a share. This is simply infuriating. Green Bull, Lord Devil Master appreciates your pride and rewards you with a treasure pill. Why don't you quickly swallow it and break through to the Emperor level? At this moment, as the 98 level 24 Emperor treasure pills shot over from the magic hall in front of them, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei instantly understood Yi Xian's intention. After exchanging glances, the former's expression darkened and he immediately reprimanded Green Bull and the others. Is it really a reward? And it's actually a reward because he appreciates our pride? Green Bull and the other half-step titled martial emperors of the space nomadic army looked at each other, and their expressions became strange. Juan, they actually encountered such a thing? This was simply unheard of. It seemed that the so-called devil master in the towering magic hall in front of them was really a freak. No, this was normal. It was normal for an existence of this level to have a strange temperament. Thinking of this, the Green Bull immediately swallowed the level 24 treasure pellet that was suspended in front of him, directly swallowing it into his stomach. In any case, it was given to him for free, and he was not the one asking for it. This was a level 24 Emperor title treasure pellet that could help him break through to the Emperor realm. It's a waste to not eat it. After this village, there won't be another shop. The old monster's temperament was strange, and he might change his mind in a while. Therefore, while the treasure pill was in front of him, it was better to quickly swallow it and break through his cultivation first. First thinking of this, Green Bull immediately closed his eyes in the void and no longer cared about anything else. He focused his mind and began to refine the majestic energy river formed by the level 24 Emperor treasure pill in his body after it dissolved. On the side, Yulinglong, Long Xiang, Gong Jun, the Black Wind Tiger, the Howling Moon Mastiff, the elders of the Mulberry Tree Star region, the Three-Clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other captive higher-ups of the parliament. Seeing Green Bull's actions, they exchanged glances and immediately gritted their teeth. They all raised their hands and took the Emperor treasure pill floating in front of them, swallowing it on the spot. However, after which, they sat cross-legged in space and closed their eyes, beginning the refinement. All of this happened too quickly and strangely. When the over 30 emperors and 200 emperors from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion race reacted, they were all shocked. Green. Chapter 46-59. At this moment, the 98 half-step titled emperors in the nomadic star army swallowed a level 24 emperor titled treasure pellet each and closed their eyes, starting to break through in front of everyone. On the other side, the 30 over emperors and 200 emperors from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion races were all stunned. What was going on? What happened to being captured together? Why did the scene change in the blink of an eye? That guy Blue Ox had even contradicted the so-called Lord Demon Master in front of everyone just now, but not only did he not punish him, he actually bestowed so many so-called precious pills, and actually made Blue Ox and the others swallow them on the spot, saying they would break through in one go, and step into the titled Emperor realm? But how was that possible? Did he really think that this was the genetic cultivation fluid of the human race in the three main planes of space? Did he really think that he would be able to make a breakthrough in a short time by swallowing a tube of it at the peak of the 9th step? Brain. As these thoughts flashed through the sea, the nearly 300 experts of the Blood Flood Dragon clan and the other two clans were stunned. However, their faces were filled with suspicion. To put it bluntly, they didn't really believe that Green Bull and the rest could break through and become emperor. They were all extremely suspicious. The majestic demonic palace that stood at the peak of the atmosphere of the giant life star remained silent after giving out the 98 level, 24 emperor title treasure pills. Even Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei no longer urged the Blood Flood Dragon clan's upper echelons to pay their respects. They naturally knew that the Demon Master was more concerned about Green Bull and the rest's breakthroughs. Until the close to 300 emperors of the three races weren't in a rush to deal with the hundreds of millions of battleships in the future. They had plenty of time to deal with it. With such thoughts, Zhao Dong and the others didn't even bother with the upper echelons of the three races. Their gazes all turned to Green Bull and the other upper echelons of the nomadic army, paying close attention to their breakthroughs. Same as they were more or less guarding in the dark. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, half a day had passed. During this half a day, the space was extremely quiet. Before Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei didn't dare to make a move since the Devil Master in the Devil Palace didn't make a move. The four of them didn't move. The close to 300 upper echelons of the three races didn't dare make any moves either. This close to 300 upper echelons of the three races didn't move. The countless warriors in the hundreds of millions of battleships behind could only hold their breaths in fear, not daring to even breathe. When the atmosphere in the air became extremely oppressive, the green ox suddenly opened its eyes. It raised its head and let out a shocking mooing sound. Almost at the same time, an incomparably powerful pressure emanated from his body. This was obviously the energy of an emperor. In just half a day, after swallowing the level 24 Emperor treasure pill, Green Bull successfully broke through. And now, he was already a newly ascended emperor level undying, stepping into the first level of this realm. This move was too sudden. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi and Li Bei, who were already mentally prepared, secretly let out a sigh of relief. Their faces were all filled with gratified smiles. Not far away, the 30 emperors of the 3 races, the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock and the Mad Lion, as well as the other 200 emperors, were all stunned. Short. After being stunned for a moment, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock as they cried out involuntarily, "What? This green bull, he actually broke through? But this, how is this possible? In just half a day, he actually broke through from the peak of the 9th level to the first level of the Emperor Undying level. Such a fast speed and such shocking effects. Even the current gene cultivation fluid of the human race's science and technology camp can't do this, right? Besides, the gene cultivation fluid of the human race's science and technology camp only has medicines below the ordinary undying level. There's no medicine above the ordinary undying level. Heaven-defying. It's really heaven-defying. That treasure pill actually allowed a half-step emperor to become a true emperor level 1. Doesn't that mean? See. That's not possible, right? Could all 98 half-step titled monarchs in the nomadic star army become true titled monarchs? If that's the case, this is clearly a group breakthrough to the emperor level. This is simply unheard of. Howl. Before these exclamations of shock and surprise could be heard, another shocking roar came from the void to the right. This time, it was Gong Jun of the Beast Army who broke through. An incomparably dense emperor-level energy emanated from his body. He became the second being to become an emperor-level undying after the Green Bull. Howl, 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 before the experts in the void could react, a series of angry roars and vicious howls rang out. Other than the Green Bull and Gong Jun, the space nomadic armies Yuling Long, Long Ao, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, the remaining elders of the Mulberry Tree Star Field, the 3-clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shan Tang and the other captives, in a short period of 10 minutes, all of them had smoothly broken through the shackles of a realm in succession, and their bodies were suffused with extremely dense Emperor realm aura. From this moment onwards, they were no longer half-emperors at the peak of the 9th level. Instead, they had stepped into a whole new realm and officially became emperors. Although, they were only Emperor level 1. However, with the mental state foundation that the Green Bull and the others had built up during the 10 years of the Great Void Escape, and with the top-grade training resources given to them by Yi Xian Fei's not long after, these 98 newly ascended titled emperors would all step into the great circle of the 9th stage in succession. In other words, they were the so-called half-step venerable ones. At that time, they would continue to swallow a level 26 night level pill and use it to step into the universe night realm. It would be the time for them to be in the same realm as Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, Che. It all happened too quickly. It had only been 10 minutes since the Green Ox and Gong Jun had broken through and raised their heads to roar madly in extreme excitement until now. In such a short period of time, the 98 emperors all broke through to the emperor level 1 after another. The first thing they did after breaking through was to raise their heads and howl in joy and excitement. During this time, the roars of joy in the forbidden land of the rising sun did not stop for even a moment.